if you had missed seeing any previous thoughts, and as soon as you realized that you missed seeing some thoughts, you would immediately be able to bring your concentration back to seeing the thoughts. This is what is meant by the stanza Uppanan Papakanan Akusalanam Dhammanam Prahane. Only a person who knows the Dhamma and who likes to follow the path will apply an effort to realize the truth, nobody else. A person who knows the Dhamma would not like to be tricked by this illusion. Anyone who has realized the truth, or anyone who has attained the first stage in the supramundane plane, Sotapanna, will never fall into bad world or hells. He is known as Niyata Sambodhi Parayana. Bodhi means Buddha. Try to see through this illusion on the screen and realize the truth that there is nothing. Try to see the illusion on the screen and try to eradicate it. Means to completely destroy Lobha, Dvesha and Moha. After that, you begin to feel the nature of the Buddha, Buddha Svabhava, and experience the serenity and calmness. Therewal Sannai everybody.
Therewal Saranai Swami, thank you for reading the book for us. We all worship at Narayan Mahanse's feet. And Therewal Saranai, all Dhamma friends who have joined today. Uh, because we are a little bit behind the schedule, I invite Dr. Pokila to start the discussion. Therewal Saranai, Dr. Pokila.
Therewal Saranai. If you have any specific questions, we are open to them actually, because it's really important. Even if one understands some, so you can bring up any questions. Until such time, I'll keep talking. So when we say akusal, actually it is this self vibration basically. So whatever the vibration we have, we kind of make sure that it doesn't happen. And now at the same time, there's a very beautiful underneath that beautiful thing. It is that thing is there's no chance of arising of self vibration as well. So this is the beauty of Dhamma. So it's so because if there's no power in here, when the power is not there, there's no way that the suffering can go on. So this is if we talk about it in details, it's a bit complicated, but I think a more simple way to say that would be that if you believe that this is existing, the world is existing, definitely the suffering would be existing. That means the self this burning or this power will be existing. So whatever the level of that existence, it doesn't necessarily matter. So this power or the burning, it is easier to call it burning because it's easy to understand, and that that will be reducing. But we can't understand one side and not understand the other side. We need to understand the both sides properly, because no way that the vibration to occur without a power, and there's no way the power would exist without a vibration. So it's very important to understand. And then when we keep understanding this Dhamma, what happens is whatever the vibration that has risen here will die down, and it will go on like that, and there will be never a chance for any vibration to occur. That's the last bit, and that's also important thing. Anyway, Joel, do you have any questions from the book? You are the I don't know whether you finished the book actually. I don't know. So maybe.
Yes, doctor, I finished it.
Yeah, so you don't have any more questions from that?
No, doctor, like I can feel that I don't certainly get vibrated now. And today when I was going out also, I didn't feel that I was walking. I was just walking. And when there was sunlight, when I say it was very warm here, so I was just thinking more than warm, I just saw it as light that is showing to us that we are able to walk without saying it's warm and it's sweating and all those things. So many things have changed in my life. So thank you.
Yeah, and you can go to that website and find anything interesting, and you can dwell on that. And also, if you come across any burning at any time, we can discuss that too. It doesn't matter. It's all good. And at any time you can voice your any thought. And Sudharma and Surankai are also here. Anything to bring up, Sudharma or Surangika? I heard there's a massive sermon today morning. I haven't finished it fully, but I'm going to. But it was a long one that R.N. Hanse did, and I think it's one of the best I have heard recently. But he has told all these things before. It's just that in time he has to repeat these things, because it's so good to repeat though. Yeah.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, yes, it was a very beautiful sermon, and I have to listen to even 10-15 times to get it, and I already listened twice, and I got a lot of new things in those two listenings. Also, we have to go on listening. I mean, you may not be having such issues since you are not aware of the thing. And Dr. Kokila, today I can share a very simple experience, actually, how the mind consciousness act as the deceiver using perceptions and create stories. So a few minutes ago, maybe 15 minutes ago, I had to go out to get some photocopies. So as I entered the main road, another trishaw turned into our lane. At that moment, I got the idea, okay, the gas tank is outside, gates are open. So there was a story like now
this part didn't come, but underneath somebody's telling this trishaw guy might take it even. So at that very moment, I realized that it is a thought, and that the work of the mind consciousness. I had my peace. I didn't turn back. I went to the communication center and got it done. But still, if it was a time that I was unaware of all these consciousnesses and the perceptions and all, I would have turned back and come and close the gates. But what I wanted to tell is this mind consciousness create a story that must have been an innocent guy. But however, such a story was created.
Yeah, but
Can you
Sudharma,
please, yeah,
we'll talk about that because it's a very beautiful actual life thing. I really like talking about these actual life occurrences because it's much better than this, talking about vibrations, because this is what it happening. But as a person who has listened to Dhamma for at least 2-3 years, isn't it, Sudharma? You have listened to Dhamma for
yes, doctor. 3.5 years.
3.5 years.
Continuously, yeah.
I have to add this because this is the very important thing. Perceptions are perceptions. Don't take this wrong. Perceptions are perceptions. We don't really don't misunderstand that we are going to not have perceptions. Okay, I have repeatedly tell this to like multiple times. RN say tells it anyway. So the perceptions are a normal thing in day-to-day life. Okay, when you see, what can I say? Okay, for an example, you see, okay, examples are coming from my experiences, so bear with me. So if you see someone very pale and sweaty sitting in the waiting room which is full of patients, and you see your eye catches that patient, you get a perception that this patient is having a heart attack. You just get that perception. That can be wrong, it doesn't matter, but I get the perception that my patient may be having a heart attack. Now perception with the burning, perception without the burning is such an intimate discussion because it has to be felt. The perception with the burning, perception without the burning. We just have to understand properly. At least when we discuss this, it will go to our heads. Perception has no fault. Perception has no nothing, actually speaking. Perception is a perception. I can only say that. So if there is a perception that this patient may have a heart attack, first thing would come to that system would be take that patient to the treatment room and make that patient comfortable and talk to him or her and call ambulance or whatever to be done. Doesn't matter what is to be done. So there's an action now. Can you say There's a perception
Yes.
and there's action. So action with burning, without burning.
Without burning.
And you talk to the patient also, talking with burning, without burning. So this has to be
Clarified. Yeah.
clarified, and this has to be felt too. That's the challenge here. But what I'm trying to say is, don't get carried away by the type of the perception. That's from past experiences. Now, just because I'm sorry, I'm telling these weird examples, but imagine a senior teacher of us walking along the ward, seeing someone far away and telling, oh, that patient has that. And that's a perception. Of course, that teacher will have the self-view and all that. Put it aside. I'm just talking about the perception. What's the problem with that perception? It's a perception from all the aspects that past occurrences, because there's so much, you see thousands of patients, you get a perception, and one view that teachers tells that patient has this. We are like mouth open, when we are training, we are like watching him with amazement. But now we have to understand that perceptions are just brought about by 5 sensory organs as well as the mind sensor. So the mind sensor has so much data. It's like a complicated computer. So much data. So whatever the data you have, because now what are the other examples I can say? Okay, your dog is barking. The dog is barking very abnormally. What is the perception? You know that there is some problem. So is that wrong? This is what I'm trying to say. So that is the common sense, or whatever the data you have, that whatever the perceptions you had before has formed a formulation. True, this is the dream. This is the dream.
It's the dream.
What I'm trying to say is, you understand the dream, you understand that it is not actually true, you feel it too. That's a difficult part. You feel that the dream is not true, and you know that it is not true, and you start living in that. And that is where the perception comes without the burning. Perception of actions. Actions are also perceptions. You go to the patient, take the patient in a wheelchair to the treatment room, quickly assess whether the oxygen is there, whether he's going to arrest. It's difficult, different thinking process. But someone else might not get that idea. Someone else might be like, do you want some water? I'll get you some water. Someone else might do that. Or someone might say, are you going to faint? Can you lie down? That's their perception. This self-perception is the problem. And what we are trying to understand here, how does this burning happens? When we try to understand how this burning happens, then comes why the burning happens. Burning happens because we take all these things, this dream, for granted. We take
it
this so
becomes real.
seriously, so granted, so as a thing.
Yes.
But you have to feel this too, that it's not actually, it's actually a dream, but underlying is just a vibration which you understand.
And Dr. Kokila, after your explanation of perception about the shoe, gradually it came to me, and it's very important. I mean, you have explained it very well. On that day, I was a bit confused. I didn't get it. But later on, it came, and this time I felt it actually. What you meant by when you said it's a dream. Very recently, Aryan Mahansi also explained now in form world, you may not have any burning as such in sensual world, but still if somebody asks you to draw that, let's take that shoe that I lost, I still can draw that shoe, and uh, I can identify it even in a shoe shop if I find, if I come across.
Yeah.
So that thing is there. It's clear. Yes, Dr. Koki.
Yeah, but
Yes.
what I was trying to say, today is a different point because you know that it is a form world, you know that it is not true, you know that even the whatever the consciousness are actually happening due to the the speed, you know that even if you haven't felt it properly, you know that now. So you get the perception, but actually what you told was correct because you got the perception. You just draw, you just draw away. You got the perception he might do something, but you draw. But the thing that I didn't uh, feel right was the part that you said uh, that you added Dhamma there. I don't know whether you actually did add the Dhamma there.
I didn't go into deep contemplation, but at once it made me like laugh. Oh my God, because how come the perception of the gas tank and the gate is open, everything came here because nothing can be seen. So
Yeah, that's
and
the beauty
this,
of
this
the telepathization.
right, yes.
Because you have had that experience before. I mean, we have so much experiences. And I have told this to Joel also, someone asks a question, you get so much burning because you have burned before. So it keeps coming back, and he's wondering, what's the big deal? I mean, why am I burning again and again? No, even without a reason, you actually got the perception and you smiled. Okay, you smiled. Yes, but again, what I'm saying is, even if this perception comes, and imagine you actually went back and closed the gate. The thing is, the important factor here is whether you have done it, believe in the dream or the not believe in the dream, is in the field section. It's in the field section. It's so intimate, so
Yes.
sandittika that no one can actually get it by the very well RNC, because I haven't encountered working with him, but you have. So you can see he can like say, do this, Sudharma, you do that, Asanti, or something like that. He can say. So do you think he can do that without a perception?
Yeah.
100% there is a perception. So
Perception.
do we say, oh, Aranwanse has perception, so it's wrong? We don't say that. So we clearly understand Lord Buddha had so much perception. Otherwise, how can he say, I'm free today, I'm going to see Anuruddha Thero, I have to go and see Anuruddha Thero. Or when he's invited to a lunch or the almsgiving, will he not know what he's doing? He definitely knows what he's doing because he answers people with their names. He have so much deep consultations like the conversations. How come you do that without a perception? Immediately, actually speaking, immediately when a person comes in front of Lord Buddha has a massive feel. That's a different thing, actually. So what I'm trying to say is, when you say that sentence that you say, I got a perception and I smile, that's good because you actually understood that how this telepathization, how this, things go on. That's what living is. But if that dream you feel it as happening, that is a different thing. So the main difficulty here is understanding this dream with the power and without the power. There is no shortcuts here. I don't think so. So I think we need to just keep contemplating and understanding how this happens. And as much as you dwell on the idea that light is not actually there, light is actually the perception of light, when it happens so fast, you feel it as existing. This is the beauty of Dhamma, and that is where you actually, this understanding is very necessary to actually get rid of the you craving for the non-form world, or in the sense the feel, because otherwise the consciousness basically fools us. Because now imagine, now I can put my palm on the floor now. So when I put the palm on the floor, am I now deceived if I don't know the Dhamma? I'm going to be totally deceived because I feel that there is a touch, but that's not the only thing that I'm going to feel. I feel that the main problem here is we feel that it's happening here. So, but with Dhamma only we understand it's just a touch itself is just a speedy vibration of the organs. That's all, nothing else. And this contemplation is very needed for you to actually feel the absence of self vibration.
Dr. Kokila, in the morning sermon, there was a very beautiful revelation that he said, when we perceive something, now the chair, we see the chair, and in no time another thought occurs that it is there. So that is the power, that is where the
It's
self.
actually not another
Yeah.
thought. It's actually
It's
like a that what I said about the co-synchronization, like the
yes.
telepathization.
Yes. So
That's
that
how it
is.
happens, because this happens. So
Even
when the feel of it, yeah.
Doctor, I don't know how to address this, but this thing has really daunted me for, I think, from yesterday. I went to a person to chat, to talk, and she said she's a counselor. And she was running me down saying that you can't handle stress, you won't get married. Sometimes you'll get married, sometimes you'll get married or not, like that. And so she was telling these negative things to my life, to me. And that has made a bad perception about myself. How could I come out of this thing that has been told to me?
Did that actually happen yesterday, did you say?
Not yesterday, doctor.
Or the before? Okay, okay.
Yeah. Last month or something, but
Oh, yeah.
it's not allowing me to go in front and do anything because what she told has been registered in my mind. So I'm trying to, I'm not trying to surpass that, but I'm trying to overcome, but it's unable.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, but yeah, definitely you would. I'm telling you now that definitely you would. Don't worry about that. But anyway, understanding this mind is so beautiful because that's how it is. So much things with the highest power get engraved in the system much. It's so deep. That's where actually the self vibration was the highest. So that is engraved because you felt uneasy in front of her. So that itself means that's going to have you might synchronize to that vibration again and again and again. That's very normal. And more you understand this Dhamma, no thought can bother you. Actually, no thought would wander you, I would say, because all the thoughts are they're working the same way. They are just synchronization of the same previous thought. That's all. So whatever the incident, I think I was trying to say something like that yesterday also. Whatever the incident, whatever the impact you had, is you. So whatever the impact was the power that we have, and highest that uneasiness, how highest that anger, or higher the uncomfortable feeling that you get, annoyance you get, whatever the word can be different. Word can be different. You can be shame. You can feel shame. You can feel, run down, intimidated. Whatever the word, it doesn't matter. The word means you have felt it. So felt. What did you feel? You feel the self-existence. That's what you felt. So that is going to get registered because whatever the things that has the highest vibration is going to resynchronize again and again, come back in, whenever there is, even if you see someone like her, you might get shocked. You might someone might say something similar to that, in line with that. Accidentally, if I say something in line with that, you might be like, she going to say something like that person, like that is how the synchronization happens. This is a so beautiful thing to learn how this mind works. This is much more beautiful than seeing a film because why we like some kind of people and why we don't like some kind of people. It's all in this system. We don't know when it is happening, how it is happening, but there are so many patterns in our lives which are repeating. And whatever the episode that you had made an impact because it was you. The impact is you. There's no separate you in there. That impact is the you. So the burning that came in her presence was the burning that we talk about. And that burning is going to synchronize again and again. That's how the self vibration works. So whenever this happens, we'll be like, here comes, this is happening again. And no vibration is going to make you wonder why it is happening again. You just, I think it won't be an impact as you thought before. You need to let go some time. So in the sense, you need to let the time, flow by. And one day, even if you see her, you will be like, you will know, as I said before, as I was trying to tell to Sudharma saw something and had a perception. Yeah, you will have a perception. This is that counselor. Yeah, but you want that synchronization to that burning might not happen. That's how it is. That's how beautiful this Dhamma is. That's what I'm saying. No, Joel, don't worry. I'm saying don't worry because I think this, if you keep understanding how this mind works, how this burning works, because the burning is nothing to do with the mind actually, because the mind is misinterpreted all the time. That mind, it is happening to me, and but when you keep understanding how mind works, how body works, how these hormones work, how the emotions work, how this burning has made like a big impact on us. So what happens is everything will happen without the burning. That's all what is going to happen. So if you are procrastinating about that in the future, that you will feel that no, it is going to get better. Day by day, it is going to get better. And even if you see her face to face, you want, it doesn't necessarily make an imprint on you. Imprint is actually, the reason for the imprint is this power. So that when power goes down, whatever the perception doesn't necessarily mean anything to you. Do you get the point, Joel? So don't worry.
Yes, doctor. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. I think Sudharma had to go. I think she has something to do today. So anything else? Suranka, you can join in. Don't have much time. What's time? 9:23. We have 7 minutes.
There was Dr. Kokila. Something just came up to my mind just now about the same thing that mentioned by Joel. And now we are worried about these unpleasant thoughts being repeated. But when it comes to some very happy moments, I say a person is given some sort of appreciation or maybe a prize at some special event or some
Yeah.
good performances. Now, sometimes that thought also can keep on coming. I mean, that is getting synchronized because that also has been engraved, as you said, very deeply.
100%. That's how love
Yes.
works.
Yeah, that's right. So we don't complain about such things, are we? I mean, we accept it with open arms, but
We
when it
complain
comes to
about it
some
when it becomes a problem.
problem, yes.
But that's how life is. That's what
Yeah,
actually
that's
life
true.
is. These perceptions being coming and perceptions getting real. That's what it
Yes.
is. Actual living is that. But when we keep understanding this beautiful film, that you understand that you actually became a culprit in that. And what happens when you understand this Dhamma, Joel? Actually, you will become the director. You don't really, uh, the body will work, mind will work, perceptions will be there without any burning. So nothing is going to be a problem. So it's this synchronization. If you see someone similar to the person you love, and like young, specifically young age with the hormones and all that, that's the only thing that young boy would think about, like girls. I mean, there can be different likings. It doesn't matter. I'm taking an example. So the this is how it is. This is how it is, and you see a face, and then if you feel something about that, you keep thinking about that even after coming home, and you don't think it's a specifically unpleasant thing. But if you find out that girl is with another boy, then it becomes a problem to you. Why am I thinking about that girl, even though I know that she's married or she's, that even that can happen. You can still continue to do that. So this is how the mind is. And when you understand this craving of the glueness of the mind, how this works, this vibratory nature of the actual this power, and also the when that power is there, mix with that power, whatever the perception becomes very strong. It's becoming strong, and the power is felt much more than in one way. You don't go after all the girls you see. You just but what I was trying to say in the previous one was all these perceptions as synchronizations. We don't know how these things happening. So a similar face might bring the same excitement, but then you realize after looking at that person properly, you realize, it's not her. But that whole gush of the excitement was there, even though that person was not actually that person. You just saw someone else, but you misunderstood. But the gush was already there, because it's so instant. This is so beautiful if you keep understanding how this works, and you can you can feel how other people feel, how other people feel that they are living. Also, you can feel, like it's so beautiful that how this misunderstanding has happened, and it is a miracle that you actually feel it otherwise, isn't it? Anything to add? Swanka must be busy today. That's okay.
Dr. Bukula.
You have only 2 minutes, but it's okay.
Yeah, no, I just want to say that again, it's that sense of trying to own, isn't it? Ignorantly, the default position is we try to own the stimuli, whether it is, if someone
and
says...
underneath that, Surangika, this is so tricky. Underneath that, what you seek is that pleasurable moment, even not the girl sometimes, like that is the tricky part. The pleasure, the hyped up moment, that the even in the feel level, this nandi, is it the pleasure or the I don't know English word to
it's
say
like
that.
an underlying feeling of feel good element, isn't it?
Yeah, kind of. But that is there even in the sadness. That's the thing. You savor, you kind of savor, savor the sadness, you kind of savor the happiness, but at the end only you understand, you savor yourself, kind of, you savor the self vibration. That's kind of the end part. But the how this glue works, I mean, I'm saying it is glue because it's easy to understand. How this glue works is that it just works as a glue. It's not necessarily that you are, if you talk to someone, there are even medical conditions, they kind of, that idea makes them to live, kind of, I don't know how to say that, not live, kind of, that is driving them. The sickness has become a thing. So that's how it is. The living is such a thing. We call it living, but we don't know what it is. So, but actually what is living is this changing perceptions and this flow of this power. And the feel of this power, there is a slight notion underneath that that you savor, you feel the sensory organs, and you kind of you feel it existing. You I mean, its words are so difficult to say, but the feel of existence, there's an underneath power to wanting to do have that feel of existence. That's the thing. It's so getting subtle and subtle. So the the feel was the happiness, feel was the sadness. So finally, when you come to understand, it's a mind sensor, yes, but then you understand, okay, this is the eye sensor. Then you understand this is the skin sensor. But then who wants to keep sensing? Isn't it? It's really beautiful to understand this Dhamma. I think we are running out of time now. So thank you so much, Joel, for bringing up the questions. We really appreciate that. And we'll try our best to, have a discussion around those topics. And thank you, Dhamma friends. We worship Arayanwansi for his great guidance. And if anyone, I would like to invite to listen to the 5 o'clock. Is it the 5 o'clock? I think the 5 o'clock Zoom discussion today.
It was the 5 o'clock one.
It's so beautiful. May Triple Gem bless you all.
That was a beautiful
Good afternoon, everybody. Therwan Sanai Arinse. Therwan Sanai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 52. If you are able to see that all that you see outside is not true, and if you are able to remain without any reaction towards it, that is called Patisodaya. Patisodaya is the path towards Nirvana, the path towards the supramundane plane. It is very difficult to train yourself towards the Patisodaya. Therefore, it is very important to put a lot of effort into going on the path. You need to consciously go towards the Patisodaya. Chandan Janeti means that you need to have a liking to go on the path. Vayamati means you need to put an effort to go on the path. The Buddha showed us the 4 types of right effort, so we could go on the path. Anupanan, Papakanan, Akusalanan, Dhammananan, anupadaya. Chandang janeti vayamati viryam arati chittam pajanati padahati. Uppanan papakanam akusalanam dhammananam prahanaya. Chandang janeti vayamati viryam arahati chittam pajanati. The four types of right effort, Satara Sampadana Virya, are seeing the thoughts that you receive from your senses. Samvara Padana, seeing the thoughts prevent you
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ශානි. Can others hear Shani's voice?
I can't.
I also can't hear.
Yeah, I think something may have gone wrong with the signals or connection. I think she's no more in the group. She got disconnected probably. We will wait for a few minutes and see whether she joins.
Sudharma, do you have the book? What's the
Yes,
topic
yes, Doctor.
what's the
She
topic that she
that
was talking?
should be that should be four great efforts. Satara Samya Pradhana Visa. Yesterday I read the pages. Page 52 she said. Because Dobagota there are always internet connection issues.
Ashani
Yeah,
joined.
Ashani joined. Okay.
I think there are connection issues. What is Satra Samma Pradhana? I can't even remember. What is the Sinhala word for what are the Sinhala
Four
meanings?
great, I think four great efforts, Doctor, that from what I read was that kusal nokaru kesal kirimata unupan kusal
Okay, yeah, thanks. Yeah.
those
Yeah,
four things.
thanks.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
yeah. So initial efforts of a person who comes into the path, I think, as if it's given in the book, I can. There is
Shani,
some.
can you hear us, Shani?
Dr. Kokila, can you hear me?
Now we can.
So I'll continue with the paragraph. The Buddha taught us the four types of right effort because you have to apply an effort period to go on the path and realize the ultimate truth. When you get tricked by the thoughts you receive, or when you believe your thoughts, you create akusal, such as lobha, dvesha, and moha. When you apply the four types of right effort and be aware of the thoughts that you receive in your mind, It means that you are on the correct path to realize the truth. Seeing your thoughts according to the Yoniso Manasikara means that you prevent creating thoughts of Loga, Dvesha, Moha, which would prevent you from realizing the pure truth. Everybody.
Sarna Shani.
Well,
Thank
I
you.
joined like one or 2 minutes late.
Yes.
So if you can start, that would be great. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Therwan Sarna Shani. Thank you for the session. As usual, we all pay our homage to our noble friend Aryan Mahanse, and may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is our English Zoom discussion, and we will be based on what was read from the book. We will be starting the discussion, and then there onwards, depending on the questions that come up, we can further elaborate on those facts. We warmly welcome all of you who have joined the Zoom at this moment, and also our friends who are listening to us via other means, YouTube, etc. So if I just brief on what Shani read, actually, initially what was mentioned was about the Patisotaya. What is meant by Patisotaya? The uh, uh, usual thing, or what is described in the mundane world, is what is called the Anusotaya. You are going down the stream, and basically what you experience is an existing outside world, and then there is a person who is experiencing the world. So there is duality where the two ends are there. Myself is there in the center, and I am experiencing everything uh, which is taken as world. So world includes all the materialistic things, the people, and also myself. Myself is also a part of this world. So they are all thoughts, but without realizing that they are thoughts, it's taken as real. So that is your anusodhya, where you are just flowing with the stream. What was described by Lord Buddha was what is called the Patisote, where you are trying to swim upwards against the stream, against the current, which is not easy, because this is what we have been practicing all over the time. I mean, throughout the samsara journey, the birth cycles, we have been practicing anusodhaya. Now we have recognized, we have identified that this is not the truth. Actually, the world is a creation of the senses, and we are trying to understand and trying to swim upwards. So for that, Lord Buddha described this four types of right effort. Which includes actually there should be an effort to that effort to understand, and there should be a willingness to learn this truth, and then only you will achieve something, initially as a knowledge, but then later on as a conversion inside, inner transformation. the four types, I will just briefly explain. First, you might identify the things which went wrong, or the defilements. Under the defilements in Buddhism, it's explained three things mainly. The lobha means the clinging, dvesha means aversion, and moha means the feeling of existence. Even if you are not attached, or even if you are not rejecting that, but you still feel that it is there, it's existing. So that is your moha. So identifying these defilements, even after some time, after a time gap from the incident, is also a skill. In Pali, it is called kusal. And then further, when you improve, when you start understanding this, that interval becomes less and less. And then the system will understand these defilements then and there, whenever it happens. But there is no way of preventing, because this is a part of the system. Defilements is a kind of current or some heavy feeling that occurs as a part of the system. So further, when you understand this more and more and move towards the truth, these defilements actually gets less and less significant. And finally, what is felt, what is experienced is just very relaxed and very light feeling. So it is a very brief explanation of what was read from the book. We can start the discussion. If there are questions, we can start the discussion on those lines. Or Dr. Kokila, you can select.
Actually, did we talk all the four, or just gave the introduction?
It's an introduction. I didn't give in detail. I didn't mention in detail, but
Even
basically,
Shani didn't mention the all four, did she? She
uh,
didn't
to
name the four.
actually name, actually what is in the book is just a very sort of outline, basic outline.
Outline, yeah.
So,
I'll just
yeah.
talk about a little bit, because I think
Yeah.
it's very important how
Yes.
this keep happening, because we have we'll get a basic clinging, because when we take these examples are kind of strong. We try to take strong examples, but if we take something like what can I say, money. So if we take money, we have been given the idea money is very important. We have been taught the whole life, I think, how money can save you, how money is important. Money is, people has to save money, all that. So the perception of money will be there, and so when we try to understand this, we understand that actually what happens is the power of this thought is the actually feeling of self. So the feeling of self is nothing other than this just a stimulus. So if the stimulus is taken as money, it's an example only. So the actual feeling of self, or this suffering, we call it suffering, the suffering or the burning or defilements, whatever the words you use, it doesn't matter. This suffering is brought about by the power of the stimulus. How does this power of the stimulus come is because of the ignorance. So what we try and correct here is the ignorance. So when we try to correct the ignorance, what we understand is just, yes, there is a perception, don't worry. There is a perception. We can't say money is not there. There is a perception, of course. It's a global way of living. So So the perception is there, but is it there? When we ask that question, it's actually kind of two-sided, because yes, perception is there, but is it actually there? Well, if I say money, someone who doesn't understand English will not have any idea. That is from the language point of view. But just imagine you give that message through maybe sign language. But then if someone doesn't know the sign language, again, that is fair. But if someone shows you some dollars, maybe, but that even that, if that is a person in the some tribe in the jungle, they won't know what that is. They will burn it for, to get some fire. They might put it there to get the fire going. So how is this perception giving a value to one system and not to the other system? Anyway, we keep understanding this, how this keep happening, and we also understand something else, because we don't just stop from the perception of the mind consciousness, because mind consciousness is the money. But actually, we may touch something. Just touching, I can touch the money and say this is a 5,000 rupee note, or this is a $50 note. So, but that is kind of, by looking at it, it's kind of we feel that something is there, even though it is not. Some might argue, yeah, I know this $50 is not there, but there is something. What is it? I can feel it. See, I can feel this paper. I can feel. Is it a paper? Oh, no, you can't call it a paper. Paper is also perception, but I can feel something. But then you keep understanding that is the touch that we are trying to describe. And that touch is also actually, we have described that it is actually a production of the sensory system. That is all. And that if you keep understanding this, actually no way that we can define a self without these six senses. You switch off all these six senses. Where are you now? Just by wisdom, just switch off the six senses. Can you find something there? No. Because the finding of these six senses that we have always defined that there is someone. So when we keep understanding this, now we come back to the Satara Samyak Pradhana, when we try and understand, there are four things that is happening. I think first one, Joel will already understand the suffering that, the suffering that, I don't know whether I'm using the proper language here, though. I'm trying to give the message. So we have something given important here. The example is money. So we keep understanding about that. The ability of that stimuli to bring about that power is not there. So if someone can help me, what is that first one, Sudharma?
Yeah, doctor,
Even in
I
Sinhala?
can read. Yeah, I can read that as if it's in the book, because since we are talking, Dhamma discourses are evolving around this stimulus. The definition for this is also different now, doctor. The first point is seeing the thoughts that you receive from your senses. That's the first point, as you now described. One should have the ability to see the thought occurring. That's the first
Okay.
point. Yeah.
Seeing
Second point
the
is,
thought.
seeing the thoughts that you receive from your senses.
Okay. What is the second one?
Second one is seeing the thoughts prevent you from creating defilements or akusal, that how you liberate from the thought, that mindfulness should be
No, can
there.
you tell it in Sinhala, because I think there is,
Sinhala,
because there is
that is ආයතන වලින් එන අරමුණු දැකීම.
no. Actual, I don't know
The
if it's wrong with
traditional
her.
one.
Yeah.
Traditional one is Dr. Sakuntala, will you be able to, as I remember, Upan Kusal, yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, first one is
Well, I will tell Upan Akusal
On some.
Nupadavima. So the
That's right.
Upan Akusal Nupadavima, that is, I am trying to tell Joel this because I think Joel really got it. That's why I'm trying to tell this to Joel at this moment,
Yes.
because I'm not actually trying to explain the kind of a deeper thing. I'm just trying to say Upan Akusal Nupadavima is actually, you know, we get the, we have identified, kind of, we have identified, even Joel identified, you know, there's recurrent burning points. We have some points where there's recurrent point. Just take it as example, mother worrying about the daughter, the mother-daughter thing, mother-son thing, or whatever. You can take anything. But if we take one example like that, mother worrying about son, so the son actually is kind of a defilement which you have identified, and you keep understanding them. Then that those defilements, that burning which actually happen, is not going to happen again. So that's kind of thing. I'll come back to the book, Sudharma, because this might contraindicate the book, so I don't want to do that. I'm just telling it in a different way. So when we understand that, so we kind of dissect one stimulus, or try to understand, or you know, understand Dhamma through thinking. First we do the thinking part, but then we actually keep understanding, okay, this the defilements that were already there is reducing. So and it is not coming. And so Upanakusal, what is the other one? Sakuntala?
Upanakusal,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, no, you say that. Yeah, Upanakusal.
Upanakusal nupadima. Upanakusal
Upan kusale වර්ධනය කරන.
උපන් අකුසල් ප්‍රහාණය කිරීම, නූපන් අකුසල් උපදවා ගැනීම.
Yeah, in that also, actually, akusale means the accompanying. So that is the non-vibration. So actually, I think it will get complicated. Here, I think I'll stop here because it's going to get a complicated topic, I think. But what I wanted to tell, I will not go deep into that. But what I'm trying to say is, you know, we have already defilements, but then when we talk about the kusal, is like the non-vibration, or this no burning at all state. It happens in hand, because the already the defilements are coming down. The non-vibration, or the non-vibratory state, or the a sort of a meditative state keep coming up. So they all go hand in hand. But I'll stop there, because I think it will complicate the picture. But what I was trying to say to Joel was actually, because Joel is here, when we keep understanding Dhamma, what happens is our defilements should go down, and the non-vibration, which we have kind of not experienced before, should surface. And there's more to that, but I'll stop there. Do you have any questions, Joel? I mean, not from this, because that will actually confuse you, because it's too complicated, actually, Dhamma points. But how about your questions from the book? Any questions from the book?
Yes, doctor. I just today finished the last chapter of that book, and what I want to ask is, like, now I don't have an I or me. It's the mental formation that we have created, that
Yeah.
I myself.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it's like sometimes in me, I take things personal. So how can I not take things personal and kill this I and surface the vibration that comes? It's for me, it's for me, it's for me. How can I do that, doctor?
Wow, that's a good question. Okay, now the things that are so personal. Correct me if I'm going in a wrong track, Joel, because I don't know where this answer is going to flow. So we take things personally. So when we take a thing personally, that word itself, what does that really mean? Okay, so imagine something happening to you in, maybe saying, we can say in year 12. We can say year 12. I'm not actually targeting you, I'm taking an example, because it's so easy when we generalize things. So year 12, a child got an experience. Child went to school. Child actually, I'm actually telling one of the experiences of a child. So that child got kind of physically assaulted by another child. So this happened to a girl. So this girl has been taken to the hospital, treated. Police is involved, everything. But whether they are involved or not, this vivid experience is personal. So it's kind of very personal. So that child struggles even to talk about that experience in an office where there is only the medical person and the mother of the person who went through this problem. So just try and become that child if you can. Just give up yourself and just become that child, can you feel that experience? How much, uh, how much trauma, or we have to use the words here because there's no way I can explain the sadness, shame, anger. What else? I'm running out of words now. If there is guilt, so much, you can't even, lift your head because it's so much and it's personal. It's so unfortunate that it's personal because she is not an arahant or someone who has lost self. It's so unfortunate, but unfortunate things happen. So anyone feeling the self or anyone having this self vibration, everything, not only that traumatic experience, everything is personal. This is where the trick is actually. Everything is personal. The morning you get up and see the sunlight, it's personal. You see the uh, the trees. You see you hear mother making tea. You listen to the sounds of the birds. Well, someone can say they are personal too, because the mother who is struggling to make the tea may not have felt any of them. So they are personal. Can you see this personalization is the duality that we talk about, is the main problem that we talk about, that the main problem that this suffering is this. The personalization is a notion, is an is a is a is a idea because the whatever we felt here, we felt as it happening here. So if something is happening here, it should be happening here. That's person. So the morning you go out of the room, you go through the house, you go through the kitchen door and go out, you can feel the morning breeze. So you can say all that is personal. Well, what is personal? That is the research that someone has to do. What is personal? What is feeling what? Who is feeling what? Well, of course, there's some problem here, isn't it? One day, Sudharma went out, opened the door, found one shoe. Other shoe is missing. So It was personal. It was. But is it? This research you have to do, Joel. You have to do it. You can't really think about it. So what is the person feeling of person there? Because we feel alive. Why do we feel alive? We go through the house, we go to the kitchen door and we go out. And then we see so many things. So what happened there? We felt alive. You felt as you walked. It is personal. You felt as you went out, opened the door, went out. You felt as you felt the breeze. You felt the smell. You heard the noise. You saw the light of the sun. And it's so personal. How come is that? How come is that? Joel, you're asking so deep questions, and you're asking a light question. I'm answering deep. I don't know. That's a beautiful question. How come all these feelings have become personal? How come? Well, I would say it's because we have never known another thing. We have never felt anything impersonal. If you have ever felt something impersonal, this cycle is broken, Joel. This cycle, this bloody cycle, which we think that everything is personal, which has happened for the whole time. One moment, if you felt the impersonality, this is broken. This whole idea is broken. And that is what is the challenge is. But if you keep understanding this Dhamma and you keep questioning how come this is personal. Well, Lord Buddha or this Zoom discussion says it is impersonal. But I feel this as personal. How come? Well, if you do this research, Joel, I think actually you might be able to feel something different, because we have never ever felt something different. We believe what we feel. Yes, everything is personal. I smelled roses. It is personal. I saw the shoe. Even if the thoughts are not allowed here, even the feel is felt as personal, because you feel it as it's happening here. The life feel is here. So, do you understand, Joel, the challenges in this Dhamma is to actually feel the non-existence, actually feel the impersonal moment, and to understand, okay, this personal business or the duality we felt all the time is actually a construct, because there's a moment that it has vanished too. That means even though that is felt personal, that is not true. Well, I don't know whether I'm talking too much. I don't know. Do, do you understand anything, Joel? Or
Yes, doctor. Taking
it
things
should
personal
be,
is a thought kind of thing that comes, and it's an
well,
illusion.
even in the field level, it is happening. Well, that's what I was trying to say. You were talking about the thoughts, but even in the field level, you go and the breeze. You felt as alive, isn't it? When the breeze comes, when you look at the tree, even when there is no much, you're not craving for the tree. I mean, who cares about the? I mean, someone might. Sorry, but no one really worry about the outside at that moment. But you feel alive. How does that happen? Is because this whole thing we feel as that. That is an illusion, actually. Even the feel level, it is an illusion. So the thoughts, 100%, they are just, but when there is a value, it has become personal already. There's no even talk about that. So if I say, my father, if he is a thing to me, in the sense, if there's no understanding about that perception, if you really understand this Dhamma and you start feeling that, you understand that Father is actually a perception. Doesn't mean that the Father is not out there. It's actually meaning you have no experience of actual Father. What we have, Joel, is just an experience of your 6 sensory organs. So if your mind is active, you have experiences, billion experience maybe, because whatever if you have, okay, maybe millions of experiences according to the lifetime. If you lived about 100 years, Joel, we can't even count, can we, how much thoughts you have gone through. So the thoughts, each and every thought is taken for granted anyway if you don't know this Dhamma. And whatever the thoughts that have that power to make you feel alive is personal. That is because of that ignorance and not knowing that that is not the case. So whenever we feel alive, that becomes personal because we felt something about that. So we can hate it or we can like it, whatever the experience. But even beyond that, even the feel of light, feel of sound, that is also personal, even though it is in the field level. So if you keep understanding that, you understand that everything had been personal, even though we only think about the son or the daughter or the money or the job or whatever. So we remember only specific stuff. And as I said about the trauma, that child, that was so personal. Why? That brought so much impact. So the power that it the life feel that exerted at that moment, because it's so much power, because it has so much aversion you get when something like that happens, but that is so personal that she will remember it all the time, and she will struggle the whole life. So but if I say is it personal, the patient or the person might get even annoyed because, yes, it happened to me. Why are you asking that? It happened to me. So how can we even discuss about something like that in such a situation? You can't. You just have to heal that person, help that person to heal, and if that person is open and feeling calm and okay, and then you might be able to get that person to understand this whole thing is just another stimulus. It's another occurrence. It's another perception. It's a part of this dream which you didn't like. So the you don't like means there is always this duality because you felt that it is happening to you. That is the mirage we are talking about. That is the whole point of Dhamma actually that you're asking. It's the question, are we not having personal experiences? That's a big question, even though you don't expect that much depth in that. Yes, due to the ignorance, we feel everything as personal. Your mother is your own perception. Even your sister, who is sharing your same mother, even though it is the same mother, siblings will have different perception. So the personal view is different. What the daughter thinks about the mother is not the way the son thinks. And what they both think about is not the way how the dad thinks about the mother or the wife in that case. So how can these experiences feel so personal? Because that is how this system works. It's so complicated because of the mind sensor. 5 senses, not that complicated, but now even that is complicated because you feel like the light is happening here or the sound is happening here. Because the consciousness is always, you feel it happening here. But then after that, this whole mind consciousness comes, slowly the baby is starting to get into this mind bubble. After that, you are trapped in the mind bubble. This mind bubble, these personal experiences are much augmented, bigger, wild, having all the meanings, words, because I was struggling to tell the words anger, guilt, shame, anxiety, whatever the words, But do you know, an arahant, this feeling of self, when it is not there, nothing is felt as personal. That is the beauty of an arahant, which we can only tell. And that's a person without burning. Yeah, I think I'm talking too much. Anyone, Joel, did you actually get any idea about this personal thing? Personal thing is due to the ignorance, basically. Because we don't know how this system works. That's why we feel it as very personal. But if you at least once in your life felt an experience with impersonality, or in the sense without self, without this feeling of self, then you will one day understand, Joel, this whole thing that we have been feeling as a long-term Joel is actually just a joke. Yes. Anything to add to that?
Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Joel's question resembles what I asked. I mean, when I first came across Dhamma and read a few books and came to know that it is only a system, there is no self, and still feeling as if everything is happening to me. So actually, that situation telepathized when he was asking the question. The thing is, it's really good to know that he has started his RA research, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? As you said, he has started it and he is going to see it through himself. I wonder whether he can understand Sinhala language, Sinhalese. I don't know the background. Can he?
Yes,
Or
yes, I can. I can.
so, of course, Dr. Kokila, he can listen to some beautiful sermons of Aryan Mahanse, basically about
Yes, yes.
like Darshana philosophy, isn't it? We did a lot. What this experience is actually, Dr. Kokila, when we read and when we come to know that there is no self, everything is a system, we try to, from the mind, we try to get that experience in life also. I mean, in day-to-day life. But it's too early because that still, although as knowledge, we know that it is a system, there is no self, still we feel as if everything happens to me because the self-perception is still there. So in my experience, I can tell after listening to the Amma for 2-3 years, even when I talk to Zoom discussions, Aryan says, now see how much self or egoism is reflected in your voice. Still, it's there. You have to identify yourself. You have to work on that, and so on and so forth. So what I am trying to say is this um, the self vibration or self perception, self view, it dilutes gradually. It's a gradual process. Actually, Dr. Kokla was explaining it, and other experienced friends will explain. So, since I was in the same situation, it came to me. That's what Dr. Kokla was telling, that feeling of I mean, as if I am at the center and everything happens to me. So we take as if it's their personal stuff. In other words, that is the self, because knowledge is there. We have heard the message of the Kalyana Mitra or the spiritual teacher, but we have to experience it by listening to more sermons, participating in discussions, and there's a beautiful practical practical path, practical program actually recommended by the spiritual teacher also. Dr. Kokila will explain to you further about that. And Dr. Kokila, I would like to talk about his yesterday's question also,
Actually,
because
Joel can go to Dombagoda, or even
yes,
the new
yes.
ones happening in. No, not now, but when he is interested, because there are new beautiful ones happening in Kandy also. So if he's near Kandy, he can go to Kandy ones, because Domagode is, I think, not towards Kalutara or Horane. So there would be a lot of beautiful monasteries happening, Joel, where you can actually stay there for 7 days or even 1 month, and or even more than that, and feel it's all in kind of jungle areas, not jungle, how do you say, forest areas, and with waterfalls, with so much tranquility anyway, physically also. But if you go with the correct view, which you're actually getting so fast, you can actually experience what I was trying to say, because this is something you have to experience. We feel everything personal, but at least if you feel this at least once, that experience of this without the self, even in the field level, that would be the most beautiful experience ever, because you know how much tranquility you feel even by just understanding a little bit. So the more you actually go deep and deep, you will just understand there's no self. That's it, and just like that. So the personal, the word even personal or even impersonal stems from me. And when the root of the tree is cut, what can we talk about the tree itself? So actually what happens is all the defilements start to actually dwindle, because the root is actually shaken. Because if you feel the non-existence at least once, or the non-vibration at least once, this is good for all the listeners. That's why I'm saying, not only to Joel. So everyone in this world, if they feel this, they can understand that whatever we believed or whatever we experience so personal in the whole life or samsaric journey is actually suddenly broken, because there's one experience where even the existence is broken. Feel of existence is broken. So in that is the most beautiful experience in the world. So that will actually help you to understand that there is no self, even though we feel like that. There actually the burning is going to stop anyway, because this whole stem of the problem, or the root of the problem, or the the core of the problem is taken out. So all the experiences, there are experiences, but they are not personal anymore. So there's no burning anymore. Isn't it beautiful, Joel, even to think about? I don't know, I feel like that. What do you feel, Joel?
Yeah, I feel good. And I have another question. I think
Yeah.
it's out of the topic. Who
Yes.
is Aryan Vanse? Is he a person that I can meet and talk? Where is he?
Well, I haven't met him. Well, you can actually meet him now, because I have been listening to his Dhamma I'm from Australia, so I have been listening to his Dhamma. Randomly, I heard his sermons through YouTube. I'm still doing that, and I'm participating into the Zoom discussions too. But I haven't met him face to face. And all other friends, no, I don't know. I don't think Suranka has met, because Suranka is also from Australia, but Sudharma has met him. Maybe Dr. Sakuntala has met him. So he has
Therwan
started to
Saranai.
actually come out.
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, we can pass his number to Joel, because he will be happy to talk to him as well. Yesterday he was conducting a beautiful sermon in Kurunegala Mitmal Monastery. So you can talk to him, and we can even arrange to meet him at Dombogoda Kalutara, because he actually does one-to-one sessions also there. I mean, even now there is a foreigner attending the program. So I think better to pass his number, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah,
To
someone can do
yes,
that. If
yeah,
that would be great. I think Dr. Sakuntala can.
yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
I can pass the message. Maybe I can arrange to sort of talk to him at some time when he's free.
yes, I think Aranwanse must be uh, must be given a introduction, so that they,
Yeah.
because he gets so many calls, so he might not answered at the one go. So because he's so busy going around the country at the moment, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, I can arrange it. Yes.
Yeah, okay. So anything else?
Thanks, doctor. Thank you.
Okay. And anyone else? Sudharma or Surangika?
I think Miss Surangika will add her thoughts, Doctor.
Yeah.
Everyone's on Dr. Kokila and other friends. I just wanted to maybe if someone can discuss the practical program aspect that you brought up, Sudharma. I think that would be good because Joel, I think I heard you say you finished the book. So the the difficulty in this is, because it is so deep, it's one might think that one understood, when you read it in one couple of chapters or you read the book. But the beauty of this Dhamma is that the truth, the meaning of it changes the deeper you realize, the deeper you understand the meaning that one gets out of it, the connotations of what each sentence meant in R.N. Mahansa's discourses that you read. I think it's in a question and answer form in some of the parts of the book, isn't it? Or maybe the full book is in a question and answer form. So somebody asks a question and then he gives an explanation. But each of those explanations, I'm sure you have appreciated the depth of it through also with Dr. Vokila's explanations and then reading the book in parallel. But the more you read it over and over again, and if you couple that with the practical program, so there, I think Sudharma maybe or Dr. Sakuntala, one of two of you should be able to beautifully explain how it is, and that is the way you will be able to get so much more understanding and realization as to what each of those simple explanations meant in the book. And then some of that will resonate with Dr. Kokila's explanations also in the last couple of days. So if someone can explain that more, then Joel, you might be able to go back to some of the aspects in the book and then start reflecting again. Or you can also, if you have a routine during the day, say you go to the gym in the morning, or you go for a walk in the morning in a park or somewhere, or you go and sit by the beach, at any of those moments, or even at home when you are, going about your daily routine, when you're taking a bath, when you're brushing your teeth, when you're making a cup of tea. These are instances because what comes across as thoughts or mind objects is always flowing, isn't it? There is no end to it. So there is no place where there are no thoughts. Thoughts are never ending. It's continuous. It's always there. It's like this omnipresent kind of thing. So what are we doing through this whole exercise? We are trying to understand the mind, and mind means thoughts and mind objects. So the object of reflection is always there, and that means there is always the opportunity to reflect. And the more you reflect, the more there is an understanding, and the more there is an understanding, the liberation from this so-called personal self-concept that we have talked about today will become, more and more illuminated for you. You will start to understand this sense of personal thing that we have attached to objects. Was that actually even there? So I won't go into that again because Dr. Kokila will explain it. Maybe Dr. Sakutala or Sudharma, if you can explain the practical stages, because if he's going to the monastery and if he listens to Aryanvansa or speaks to him, it might be good if he has already got an introduction as to what this practical program is that is being introduced and adopted in all our monasteries. Thiruvan Sannai.
Maybe Sudharma can explain it because you are more involved than me, aren't you?
Sakuntala, Theruvan Saranai, you mean the practical program?
Yes.
Dobogoda International Meditation Center.
No, wherever you are doing, yes, I think the good one, or whatever you are doing, you can explain just 4 steps and what we are trying to achieve or what we are trying to understand.
Yeah, so actually, roughly the 1-day program, in the morning session, we discuss the Buddhist philosophy. So as Joel already has read the book, he knows that it is a system, and then how the self is created, that is explained. I mean, the importance is here face-to-face discussion, so you can ask questions from the presenter then and there, and you can discuss how you experience it now and what problems are there. So this one-to-one face-to-face discussion is very important, since you already know the basic theory from the book. And then in the afternoon session, actually the ultimate goal of the program is to somehow get rid of this world, I mean external world, which has become so real to us, and the self, I mean on this side, because now you of course know that since Dr. Kokila has explained, I mean in the past few days also, this duality and how we feel as if I or the self experiences this external world, and how we ignorantly believe that we have lived 34 years or so. So the first step, child, is to to help the person to liberate from the external world. How, I mean, practically we get the opportunity to feel that we live in a world of thoughts. It is all our imagination. So, for example, uh, actually the first point of contemplation is explained, that is because I don't know, we have run out of time now, but still if I will talk through my what is taking an object in front of me. Now there is a flower vase. So when I see the image of the flower vase, when I see this image, we call it actually shape of light, aloka satahanak, or varna satahanak. The word, the name, the flower vase comes from the mind, and I identify it as a flower vase. But my eye doesn't say that it is a flower vase. So now I hear somebody talking, but it is a voice of a human being. It is a sound, but my mind says that it is a voice of a human being. Always this labeling or the name goes from the mind. So that is, I mean, basically what we practice in the first point of contemplation is that. So that is actually artificially created situation for us to feel that we live in a world of thoughts. What externally, that doesn't mean nothing is out there. What we are going to understand is what we believe to be there are not there. I mean, we believe that there are chairs, there are flower vases, there are people. We at once saw them as people and real entities. But this effort is to, as at the very beginning we explained, going against the current. So to see that none of these is a real thing. And then the second point of contemplation is, now the mind is there. Mind is there because now we practice the labels come from the mind. So is there something called permanent thing called mind? So second point of contemplation is to liberate liberate from so-called mind. For that we have to see, we have to try to understand how does this flower vase, tree, mother, all these labels come from. So we have to go back to the very first occasion that this particular object came into our life. For example, now if we take a red apple, at once when we see that the red apple, the label goes out. So how did this label come to my life? We have to do a bit of contemplation. So when we go back to our early childhood, you might probably find that one day your mother brought an apple and introduced it to you, or else in the nursery the teacher introduced those instances. So the why it is important is, somebody might say, no, I don't have to go back to the childhood or to the first instance. I of course know, because I did that blunder. Why should I go back wasting time? I already know it happened at some time. No, this active contemplation really helps, because our spiritual teacher, honestly, we are not exaggerating, he has recommended this in the yesterday also. He said he has done a lot of if research, I mean self, he has done a lot of work all by himself to come up with this beautiful program which helps us to come to certain realizations easily. Then with that we liberate from the mind. And then the third point of contemplation is to see how, and it's actually beautiful experience. Dr. Kokila is the best person to talk about this, because it's about the feel. You feel actually near radiant mind experience, how these all these sensory organs perceives stuff without the hindrance or without the interference of past knowledge or the wrong beliefs. Because we believe that there are things and these things, labels are there and so on. We, once we get rid of that, we get a beautiful feeling. We can actually, if you are on doing an honest job, you can of course feel the original sensory organs experience there. Then finally, the fourth stage, when you are thorough that it is just a system, just six sensory organs at work, and the body also moves in walking meditation as a puppet. Finally, it's actually, now we all were targeting at this, getting rid of the self. It is non-self experience. You feel the six machines working and body moving, and without the involvement of a self. So it is that's all I can explain right now, because we have run out of time also. So Dr. Kokila and all of you can polish it up. Actually, I don't think I did a good job. Thiruvan
No,
Saranai.
I think it's okay. And we will hand over the Zoom discussion to the 4 o'clock Zoom in Sri Lanka. And
Yeah, actually, just I
it's
want to say, Joel, there's no rush actually to plan any of these things. We have been just telling you the details, but feel free to decide when you like to
yeah,
join
there's no
these.
pressure.
Yeah, that's right.
No pressure at all,
Yeah,
actually,
Thanks, doctor.
because
Thank you.
yeah, and we will meet tomorrow and try to elaborate on things or talk about mere just even a normal topic. We can talk about that. But sometimes even Joel's questions take me deeper, so I'm sorry if it made it a bit too much. But anyway, thank you so much for coming for the discussion, and we worship Aranwanse for his guidance, and may Tripurajan bless you all, and happiness will be actually with everyone. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, Doctor. Therwan Saranai, Lord.
Everybody.
Join, so the reading of the book will not happen. In time to come, Dr. Kokila and other Dharma friends will join. Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, she has just joined. Today, Shani is unable to join, so no reading will happen. I just started. Dr. Kokila, Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai. I think Shani can't participate today, so we'll start the Dharma discussion. It's okay. So, do you have the book? I don't know.
I have got the book, Dr. Kokila. She said it's page 52 that we have to start. Today, I don't know whether we have to wait until she joins tomorrow. And
yeah, we can wait.
Yeah, Doctor.
Yeah, we can wait. So actually, we can talk about the perceptions today because we talked a lot about the perceptions. And if Joel has a question, we can answer that too. So we have so many perceptions. The development of perceptions, as we discussed last time, happens with so much due to the cultural background or the environmental factors. So a child in the European country and a child in the Asian kind of country and a child in maybe African country or in a tribe, the perceptions they have or aspirations in that sense, aspirations they have, plans they have, thoughts they have, whatever the word you say, they're quite different. So when the life was simple, I think the main aspiration was to find food and survive and look after the breed. That was the main factor which was there. So, but with changes in the generations, now we have quite different aspirations or perceptions or thought patterns. So it changes from generation to generation. It changes. So a lot of if you read about newest generations, they kind of depend. The way they look at the life is quite different. They are open to a lot of simple living, as well as they usually kind of has a free mind, but it all depends. So these perceptions or the pattern of thinking or pattern of living in that sense demarcates who we are. That's how it is. Like I'm so and so. This is, if you ask what is, who are you? And what you can say is, my name is this. We can say, I'm from this background. We have like a definition kind of thing. But if we actually ask, who are you? They might ask, well, I told you, I am so and so. I am Sudama. I'm Kokila. I'm Srangika. I'm Joel. We have a answer. But then if someone asks you again, you might even get irritated. I told you I'm Surangika, why are you keep asking me again and again, who am I? But in Dhamma, this when you talk about truth, we keep actually asking that question. That can really irritate us if we don't know why we are asking that. But we ask that to actually rekindle or actually improve your ability to research about this feeling of self. Why do we feel as alive? Why do we feel as there is a me here? Well, I started the discussion like that. Is there any question, Joel, from your side? I'm open to that because you may have some, even a little one. It's fine.
Yes, doctor. Like I've been reading that book these 2-3 days, and I just felt that my sensory faculties are not working. I was just like floating. I don't know whether this is an experience of yours, but I just want to ask, similar to that, how does a mood, is it connected to the thought, and how does mood swings happen if thoughts are illusionary?
The mood swings are actually the emotional part of the mind. It's actually a kind of an outcome. So it is. This part is not much in animals. Like when the mind is not that powerful, the dog might cry when not the kitten. Oh my God, the puppy is dead. But for a little while, like then there's no, like, they're not, you can't really say they are suffering for ages and ages like our moms. Our moms, if your son died, if their son died, they might suffer for the next, if the mother lived another 50 years, they might suffer for the 50 years of that living. So this mind faculty actually has so much extensions, like the happiness, the sadness, the moodiness, the everything is actually part of the mind sensor. But the extreme changes in that is actually due to this the misunderstanding of self, actually, because most of the time these problems are directed directly towards me. Because if someone shouts, if it is not directed at you, you are not really angry. Imagine someone shouts from the road. I'm telling an example. Someone is shouting from the road. You go to the front and see who is shouting and why he is shouting, and you realize that he is shouting at the neighbor, not me. Then you are like, oh, okay, he shouldn't shout. You're kind of calm because you know that he shouldn't shout. We'll say he's drunk, but he shouldn't shout. But you're not that bothered because he's not shouting at you. You know that he's not facing your house. You know that he's facing some other's house. Likewise, so this, the burning which happens, or the moodiness that happens, or whatever the emotional changes that happen is directly related to me or my family or myself. So that part is what we are dealing with. Otherwise, actually, it's a part of the mind sensor. So some animals will have like a bit of an emotional part, but usually their emotional parts are short-lived. One day my son was telling me that the shortest memory power is of like a fish, but I don't know, it was like a story he was telling, but it could be true. But the human ability to resynchronize to your past is massive, and the resynchronization to your kind of the past thoughts can bring back the same emotions that you had that day. That I was explaining that on the first day that you asked me. So that is kind of the mind sensor, yes. And that's weird. but that's how we feel alive. In the other way around, we mistake our ability to feel the emotions as a self, because you feel, I'm feeling sad. If someone questions, really, are you feeling sad, or is it your... But if someone knows Dhamma, they will not shout at you. But if they don't know, they will be like, yes, are you like judging me? I'm sad. But then when we talk about in Dhamma way, actually what we try to show is actually it is this sensor, ability of the sensor to feel all that. Because the ability of the sensor is there. Because if you see a good old friend suddenly on the road, you will be like, hi, how are you? After such a long time, you feel such a, like a kind of elated mood. That's normal. That's okay. That's how it is. Because you have a mind sensor. You're born with that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there is a self that is experiencing that. And the other way around, if you meet the same person in the shopping complex again and again and again, you will be like, that becomes a bit neutral, but still you might have that. In the other way around, if you see someone who is kind of noisy or you don't like, you will get a small nudgy feeling, or like kind of a annoyed feeling when you see him, and you might even go on as you are shopping, not even seeing him. So this is kind of the production of the mind sensor. Does that make sense, Joe?
Yes, doctor. Thank you. Thank you.
Anything else?
Anything else is like I just said, I'm reading this book. So I just want to ask everyone, is this a feeling that you get that like you're not in this body and you're just like floating? And I can't sense anything because I'm reading this book. So many truths have been revealed here. This me is an illusion. Our thoughts are just illusionary. Everything is illusion. So I was like, after I read, even when I'm walking, I don't feel like walking. What's going on?
If you kind of understand this, the truth, whatever action you do, so imagine you're walking, imagine you are cleaning the house, imagine you are combing your hair, imagine you're brushing your teeth or dressing up. Well, it's actually not done by you. So we just keep understanding this. It's action, yes. Definitely there's action. Don't misunderstand. There is no argument about that, because there is action. There's hearing, there's seeing, there's talking. There's everything is happening, but the actual feeling that you get is you don't have a burning. That's how you feel. And sometimes we might actually get so light feeling that you might feel like floating. Yeah, that's fine. Don't think too much about it. That's all right. Just keep understanding the truth, because the truth is a bit deeper than we think. Even the floating feeling, the happiness that we get, or the tranquility we get, is also a kind of a product of this system, isn't it? So we don't get attached to that even. So we will be just blissfully, eternally happiness. That's a kind of thing, but that's through deep understanding how there is no self here. And whatever happens, it's happening to the sensory faculties, yes. And as long as your sensory faculties are working, there would be outcome. I mean, that's not a bad thing. It's all right. But just don't keep thinking too much about it, because it's okay. You know, the sadness as well as the both extremes, they are just productions of this sensory organs. And when you keep understanding Dhamma, you will feel lighter and lighter. That's all. That's good. Anyone else? To tell
Therwan
anything?
Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Yes.
Something connected to Joya's question regarding mood swings. Although we feel as if certain mood prevails for a certain period, there is nothing like that. That certain thought power, we feel happiness or sadness or kind of some frustration due to that thought power. Even that thought again, it repeatedly happens, and so that we feel as if that condition prevails for a certain period. Is it so? If we look at it from
What is the example for that?
that mood swings, now we feel as if happiness prevails for a certain period, maybe 10-15 minutes, but nothing prevails like that at a stretch. No, the thought, that certain thought created some power, and that is
That is mind
of,
sensor. But with this
yeah,
Dhamma, if you
yes,
really understand this Dhamma,
yes,
the lightness you feel, or the tranquility you feel, or the super happiness we might feel, it's nothing related to your sensory organs. So imagine if Joel said that Joel has some kind of some kind of tranquility, but then if that is going to persist even in a calamity, he get angry if someone keep asking the same question. But if someone is actually asking him again and again and again about the topics that he doesn't like, then still if he is happy, then I would take it as the the real outcome of this Dhamma. That is the outcome what we actually expect from a person who really feels Dhamma. Did you actually get that point, Joel? It's very important to understand, isn't it? Because when we are happy, that's fine. We feel so light, we feel very good, all are in positive aspect. But imagine someone understands this, Dhamma, that there's no self, there's sensory organs, and that is it, and then even in a problem, even at a moment that you should be thoroughly upset or really agitated, even at that moment, even if you are exposed to something very terrible, you might underline there would be that feeling. That is the best thing. That's the best thing you might feel in future, actually. Do you get the point, Joel?
Yes, doctor, because I think these 4 or 5 days I could openly say that even in my house, I do not get angry, and my anger has gone down a lot. And it's
That's
because of
excellent.
listening to these things and reading the book. And even when I watch news, I don't feel irritated or upset. I just watch it. I mean, I don't watch it. My
Yeah,
eye is
really.
watching it. Okay. So
That's
it's
good. That's
mainly
good.
on color and sound that we make a big illusion in our mind. The book says so. So I have reduced my anger a lot. Even if irritating things happen, I don't get irritated. I can see a difference. My
That's
parents do see a
excellent.
difference.
That's excellent. That's excellent. I mean, I think our efforts, our efforts is to give the truth. Someone has to feel happy. Someone out there should have eternal happiness, not just happy. You can make someone happy by giving you know, a child can be happy when they get a chocolate, but not like that happy, but eternal happiness without, you know, even when you are going to die, you will be having the same tranquility is so, you know, very, very, I mean, we can't compare that to any other happiness. So I'm really thankful, and we thank our Buddothpado Aryan Wanse for him sharing his experiences with us and trying to teach us this truth. And we kind of try our best to give that in English language because language problems are there also. But yeah, that's so amazing. What do you think, Sudharma and Surangika? Do you have anything to add?
To thank
Uh,
you
and
basically for doing this. Actually, you have done a marvelous job within the few days, because Joel joined a couple of days ago, Dr. Kokila, and we
yeah,
experienced how you were trying to explain things, and you
but
have done
we
a
are
lot.
kind of, yeah, I
Yeah.
know. We are kind of Buddothpado Aryan Hanse's guidance. Anyway, Sudharma, you asked a question. I forgot that. You asked a question, and you're asking about the. I don't know
Persisting
whether
feeling,
I
Dr.
don't know whether I
Kokila.
answered the question. Did I? Because I think I answered Joel.
Today, no, it's all right, Dr. Kokila. Today I have some other question regarding the perception also. It's rather than a question, how I felt. Now, when my own kids call me Amma, it creates a certain impact. And when somebody else calls me Amma, it creates another impact. But it is more or less the same sound, Amma.
Well, Sudharma,
So,
from today onwards, I will call you Amma. Is that okay?
That's okay.
No,
So,
I can feel that because you know
Amma,
when
Sudharma Amma.
yeah. So now actually it's very good that you bringing that up because I have had my friends who get so agitated when a kid comes up and tell auntie, and they're like their eyes roll and they're like the face get tightened. They don't say anything. I mean, when we were younger. Sorry, I'm not talking about now. Now we are aunties anyway. But what I'm trying to say is, when we were younger, I had friends. You know, the kids come up and say, "Auntie, can I have that? Can I have that?" And they're like, "Who is auntie here?" And I have had my own patients who are actually kind of in 60s, 70s, and they came and told me one of the policemen who they were walking around, and so a policeman has told those two old ladies, and they too were shocked. And they came to me and talked to me about that, how I mean, they talk a lot of things with me. So they were talking how they get shocked by to hear that they're old aunties, you know, like old women. So likewise, we have so many perceptions behind our, you know, it's very tricky. These little things which come up, we don't know why they are coming up even. Because if someone, you know, I used to, you know, people when in Sinhala, some people can call Tamuse, and Tamuse is actually Tamunanse in Sinhala. It has been like a long name, but when it is shortened and talked in a different way, it sounds so
rude,
rude, intimidating.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so the so no one likes to be called, you know, Tamuse. But then when the friends are calling, sometimes there may be a fashion that the friends may be called Machang and Tamse, all that, or anyway, you know. So there are simple actually saying, maybe we can say mathematics, simple mathematics behind these things, simple underlying, I would say subconscious, but there's nothing subconscious, actual, there's no meaning in that, but there is some perception we have which we even can't explain sometimes, because
Yeah.
it gives you a feeling with the edge,
Age and Dr. Kokila may be representative of certain social class, because not to, I mean, intimidate a certain group of people. Normally we call Amma, especially doctors in hospitals, they address patients as Amma. So age of one thing, one factor. If someone is quite at a certain age, we call Amma. And then this family kind of relationships, mother son. So same perception or the same label has different meanings into them, and somehow we have, I mean, that telepathizes the moment we hear from that is rather, that depends on the context. That's what I actually tried to figure out, why it has various impacts on different situations.
But
So
actually
what you are
speaking,
explaining is
Sudharma,
clear. Yeah,
this
yeah.
is just a sound, okay?
Sound, of course, yeah. That's, and
It's
yesterday, Dr. Kokila, in the practical program, one lady told me, actually, I quoted this as an example when I was explaining something, the thought formations, I think. She told me her son's mother-in-law used to call her Amma, so she didn't want to talk to her. She didn't visit her for some time, and she openly told her son to tell her not to call me Amma, just to call me Akka, I mean sister. And such a story also came up in the discussion.
yeah, but that's so superficial, isn't it? These are
Yeah,
all
yeah.
superficial,
Superficial, yeah.
because all these are like mind perceptions. These are
Hmm.
actually not true. And if someone actually strengthens with Dhamma, none of these things would matter.
Of course.
They might call you Archie also, so you have to
Yeah,
be
right,
careful.
yeah. Yeah, definitely. And
Actually, about this thing, I have to say how when children call you Amma, how you would feel such a love coming up is due to the you get the synchronization with the old happy times, so you feel so happy about it. And even if it is a story, just imagine you are watching a video clip or YouTube something, or even a like TV series. If there is a son and if there is a mom, and that son lovingly calls mom, all that will come. I mean, this is not only through the sound. So we have to understand how these things correlate. How this mind, the Amma is not only in the sound. Amma is in the the perception of Amma, the perception of mother is complicated. It's having all these aspects. So it has the eye faculty, it has the ear faculty, it has the smell faculty. So if you see, why do you like some sceneries in the movies and why not others? Why you like the villain to suffer and the lover to win?
yes,
Why would you
true.
like the story to end, nicely,
Happy, nicely.
happily ever after? We like that. So we can kind of have the perception. We don't want anything to go wrong because we don't we don't like that. So, but if you actually understand Dhamma and understand that this this actually this is just one one stimuli at a time, and these episodes, whatever the things happening, is just another episode. You can actually be so relieved that you don't get agitated. Also, to add to the Joel's happiness in understanding Dhamma, you can actually feel others too. That is the beauty of it. Actually, you might feel the person who is calling you with anything, like Amma or Achi, whatever. It doesn't matter, but what perspective they are trying to call you. Because sometimes they don't have a word, so they are lost to words. Sometimes, I try to say Mahatmya, and one day I told Mahatmya to someone, I can't remember whether it's, and that Mahatmya actually told, don't tell Mahatmya, just tell the name. And
Yes.
I was, I quickly corrected myself. Yes, but it's kind of, we try to be polite. At the same time, we try to, catch their attention and forget the name also sometimes, or even, whatever the conversation goes on. So if I don't say Surangika, I say, some other thing. And if Surangika gets annoyed, and I can feel it, it's something you feel. So these things are so complicated. So we like our name, 100%. We like our name. Why do we like our name? Is we have an idea that it is me. And if you are
True.
called 1,000 times, if I try to call you and say a wrong name, or I might start calling Mrs. Gamage, you might be like, why is she calling me Mrs. Gamage?
Yes.
What's the problem with Dr. Kokila now? Is she like getting some sickness, so we have an affinity, kind of affinity or clinginess to
That
our own name because of our we are used to that.
identity, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah,
As you
no,
said, yeah.
imagine
Yeah.
someone comes to a doctor and say, hi nurse, can you do this? There should be such a understanding for that person, not to say I'm not a nurse, I'm a doctor, but to do that, but sometimes someone might actually not worry about that and keep doing that. Smile and keep doing that. And maybe a day or two later, that person will understand, oh my God, I have told nurse to that doctor. They might come and apologize, likewise. So how we get attached to these things, it's very subtle. And we keep understanding how these things affect us, and when you start understanding that there is no self, actually you can become the reception, you can become the nurse, you can become the pharmacist, you can become the patient, you can become anything. That's how you start feeling kind of everyone, isn't it?
Years ago, these things didn't matter at all, and we didn't know that we are responding in different ways, even for all these words, and I mean how people address us. Now, as I mean, because of true Dhamma, I mean we are paying attention and we are noticing them. Otherwise, we wouldn't have noticed.
Yeah, anything to add, Surangika? Surangika must be doing a lot of board meetings and stuff. Surangika will have ideas about perceptions, isn't it, Surangika?
Dr. Kokila. Yeah, I think to that Sudharma's last point, it's, back in the day we didn't know, and we had all these, different ways that we reacted for different terms. But the other thing is, Even if we felt a twinge, the mind was so powerful that it comes back and immediately gives a justification as to why we thought of it in that way, isn't it? Because it says, I mean, I felt a twinge, or I got indignant because somebody called me amma or whatever it is, but then I'm not old. No, why did that person think he or she could call me auntie or amma? So like that again the mind comes and covers it up by giving some justification, and because of the lack of any insight to the Dhamma or the truth, that is accepted, and then we feel good about it, and then life goes on, isn't it? So,
and a different perspective, a mother actually, someone would feel so happy when Narayana says mother. Like these are so different stuff, like you might feel like you're heard, or you are felt, but actually that's not in that word, but that's how it is. The little children, I just should add it just for the interest actually. Little children, they don't go by the words, they go by the touch. Small children, they go by the touch. Their natural development is also depending on the touch and the loving kindness they feel. So later only they will understand if the mother says I love you. If mother says I love you to a little baby doesn't understand what is I love you. Yeah, that baby doesn't know. But then they are felt loud because of the closeness and the loving kindness that the feel. And but when we mature, kind of, we our mind is
Thiruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi, the great sage of our time. May Aryan Mahansi live long to spread this true Dhamma, the ultimate truth of humanity, through every corner of the planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. Thiruvan Saranai Dhamma friends, I am presenting now the true Buddhist philosophy Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago and again fully awakened by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, showing a very clear and steady path to overcome the sansaric journey, the wheel of death and rebirth created in the human mind, and to feel the super awakening to the moment. This is the continuation of Sermon 9, self-translated Darshan Samapattiya, true Buddhist philosophy preached by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse 5 years ago. As you may know, as you may listen to this true Buddhist philosophy so far, now you know there is no body here, no person here. This is actually a human machine, a kind of a robot. There is nobody here, no person. When one is free from personhood, when the seeker is free from personhood, from the notion of individuality, he will become Sotapatti. That is the one of the stages, developed stage of mind where the seeker is getting into the stream. That means getting into the path to freedom, path to Nibbana. It is called stream enterer, leading to enlightenment. If somebody is entering into a stream, that stream is not going to stop. It's slowly, gradually on its way down. Therefore, the stream enterer, the person who become, the seeker who becomes Sotapanna, he is definitely going to the Nibbana, position of realization, ultimate realization, without fail. That is why it is called stream enterer, leading to enlightenment. And this Sotapanna Arya Shravaka, the Arya Shravaka, they are pure-minded, pure-land, spiritually developed mind of Sotapanna Arya Shravaka will be redeeming from 4 hells. Yes, Lord Buddha has said there are 4 kinds of hells according to this mind. All those are inside this mind. In one thought, there are 31 planes. So, Kama Bhumi, Rupa Bhumi, and Arupa Bhumi. Sensual realm, form realm, and non-form realm. These 4 hells are, 4 lower realms are coming under sensual That means the sensual realm. What are these 4 states of suffering? 4 lower realms. They are, one is hell, the Niraya. Second one is animal realm, Tirisan, Niraya, Tirisan, Lokaya. The other one is realm of hungry ghosts, Preta. And the other one is realm of demons, Asuras. So, without getting into this position, developed position of mind, Sotapatti, there is no assurance of going into these 4 places. But after becoming an Sotapatti Aryan Vahanse, that means this Sotapanna Arya Shravaka is definitely not going to these 4 lower planes, lower realms, because he knows there's nothing outside. He has completely redeemed from outside and then completely redeemed from these 4 kinds of hells. You may have heard about these hells. There are a lot of sufferings happening there. In the animal realm also we can see how the animals are suffering. And there's another realm called hungry ghosts, preta, hunger in different aspects. And they finally landed in a preta ghost realm. And the people who are full of hatred, they are belongs to the realm of demons, asuras. So Sotapatti Arya Shravaka is not going for these 4 places. He is completely redeemed from these 4 places. Sotapanna, Sotapanna, Sakurdagami, Anagami, Arahat. Until reaching the Arahanthood, there is only one thing to do. Yes. These 4 things are Sotapatti, Sakurdagami, Anagami, Arahat. All these are levels of developed mind. The seekers who are following this path to Nibbana, they are passing these levels of developed mind. So until such time they reach the Arahanthood, they have to do only one thing. That is seeing of arising and fading of seeing the arising and fading of aggregates. Yes, aggregates means heaps of thoughts. That means seeing the appearing and disappearing of thoughts, arising and fading of thoughts. Here we are briefing this to you, the nature of the mind. Aryan Vahanse is describing. Here Aryan Vahanse is briefing this for the listeners, the nature of the mind in this 9th sermon of Darshana Samapattiya, true Buddhist philosophy. We know that it is not easy to understand that. Yes, Aryan Vahanse is saying, preaching that Aryan Vahanse knows that how hard to come to this position. It's not easy to understand this position. Therefore, we are trying to match it properly and show that to you. Yes, Aryan Vahanse is describing. Aryan Vahanse is trying to match it properly and show that to you. How you should practice. Yes, how we should practice the path to Nibbana. How this true Buddhist philosophy has become true. Yes. As we all know, true Buddhist philosophy is the first part of this first part of the path to Nibbana as the foundation, layer of foundation. So, Aryan Hansa is telling how you should practice and how this true Buddhist philosophy has become true. Yes. We can't just say that we attain purity of mind. Yes. We just can't say that we have attained the purity of mind, purity of vision, or purity of view, or something like that. We can't just say, now we are having the purity of view. That's like that. We can't say. That should be realized. That should be realized. Dittincha anupagamma silava. In Dhamma, it's saying that Dittincha anupagamma silava. Not clinging to views. Yes. And being morally disciplined, because as we are living in a perception world, millions of perceptions around us. Like because of those perceptions, we are having lot of views also. So many views we have. So Dittincha Anupagamma Silava means not clinging to views. Not clinging to views. And being morally disciplined. Yes. We should be morally disciplined all the time without clinging to views. You should have the realization of that. You should have the realization of that. When you open your eyes and then what you are seeing is not outside. Yes. When we close the eyes for a moment and then we are opening it. And we can see so many perceptions around us. But we are not looking something in outside. Yes, we are looking inward. That means we are always trying to see things outside, but there is nothing outside. Everything is a shadow of the mind, a mind shadow. We are looking at the projection all the time. You should have the realization of that. Yes, we should have the realization of this Dhamma, this truth. When you open your eyes and then what you are seeing is not outside. Yes. Creating inside the mind is what you are seeing. Yes. We are seeing everything created inside the mind. But there is no creator even. You are not seeing anything outside. Yes, you are not seeing anything outside. But somebody outside does not know this. Yes, we are always living with the mundane world people. That means the world from sensual world. People from sensual world. We are living among them. Therefore, but somebody outside does not know, you are seeing in a different way. Yes. They don't know what we are seeing. It is just like talking. It is just like taking an X-ray copy. Yes. Mundane mundane world people are looking at outside and thinking there is outside world, and therefore me myself is here, and they are having the dualistic mind and they are living in that. But when the Sotapatti Arya Shravaka is or any kind of Arya Shravaka of these four stages are living within the sensual world people, mundane people, they don't know how this Arya Shravaka is seeing. You are seeing in a different way. It is just like taking X-ray copy, because the Sri Seeker, the Arya Shravaka is seeing the world. There's nothing outside. There's nothing inside. There is only activity process here. There is no owner for this activity process. Yes, that is the way a practitioner is practicing. But people around us, the normal people around the seekers, don't know about this. They can't understand about this. Now the scientists have discovered so many cameras in a row. Yes, there are so many cameras in a row. To say how advanced camera technology is. Yes, nowadays this scientists are always developing something, and they have developed this camera into camera technology to a very high level, advanced level. When a photo of a man is taken, we can see his skeleton like X-rays. The camera is gone very far beyond than the olden day cameras, because of the features are developed, and those and when we happen to take a photo from that developed cameras, we are not catching a picture, we can see a skeleton. That means it has gone very far, piercing through the body and taken the skeleton photo. So how is advanced it is. It is just like X-rays. Yes, if the doctors wants to see something inside our body to find out any illnesses or something like that, they used to ask us to get X-ray copies. So X-ray has that power to go through the body. Now this camera is also become to that position. How much these features are developed means, from some cameras, if we taken a photo, it is going beyond the object and therefore can't see any photo. Yes, not only that, the further developed cameras, when we take a photo, the photo is blank, empty. There's no form on that camera. The camera founders finally understand there is nothing outside. According to Dhamma, we know now there is nothing outside, but this camera founders, camera developers finally understood that there is nothing outside. That is why the photos are appearing without any image. Why finally there is no skeleton or nothing in the photo, going beyond those elements also. That means nowadays these cameras has the potential possibility to go beyond those bodily elements also. In Dharma it's said like this. සෑම පදාර්ථයකටම හිස් තැනක් තියෙනවා. Every phenomena has empty space, empty or vacant space. All phenomena contain emptiness. Yes, all the phenomena around us contain the emptiness in them. Every practice, the smallest, every particle, the smallest constituent of matter is going with the space. Yes. Rays are going through them and therefore no image to see. When the photo is taken, there is no image because the rays coming through this, going through these cameras, the light rays going through these cameras are so efficient and so they are very clear and very efficient way they can be used. Then the camera knows there is nothing in that photo. That means when we take a photo of that developed camera, no image is there. When the photo is taken, no image. That means all phenomena contains emptiness. There is only one nature of energy here, energy, power. That is why if somebody crushed the phenomena and taken out the atom, there is only power is remaining. Finally, only the power is remaining because cameras are developed up to this point because there is only one nature of energy, power. That is why if somebody crushed the phenomena and taken out the atom, there is only power is remaining. Cameras are developed up to this point. Yes. This whole universe, this whole cosmos is a energy hub. Energy transformation is happening there all the time. Now the scientists can't further develop the camera. Yes. Because there is no use. The scientist can't develop the camera further because finally they see there is nothing outside. That is why when we take a photo from that point of view, the photo is just a photo without anything because the rays have gone through all the objectives and there is nothing, no form is created on that photo. But this can't be described to the world. Yes. As seekers of path to Nibbana, we know there is nothing outside according to Aryan Vahanse's revelation of true Dhamma. But the scientists also came across to understand there are nothing outside because of the developed camera shows nothing outside. But this can't be described to the world by the scientists who found this. Yes, you know, this the people in this world have thousands, millions of wrong views, and they can't just understand this. Therefore, all the time the scientists are not working very much. They are working very little. But the scientist has realized physically there is nothing outside. We understood it mentally. There is nothing outside. That means through wisdom. We are understanding there's nothing outside. But the scientist has found it physically. There's nothing outside. If you are closely monitoring the researchers' investigations, explorations, you can see all these scientists are showing that this world is empty again and again. Only the energy is there. Yes, each and every scientist who is doing researches and investigations, explorations, their final outcome is there is nothing outside. But they are not in a position to talk about them. Yes, but these scientists are not in a position to talk about them to the world. But they say all these are lies. But these but this but they are not in a position to talk about these things to the world because this world is not taking anything at once. They are putting thousands of views and things like that. Their wrong views are hurting. Therefore, the scientists still couldn't do it. But they say like this: all these are lies, not true. This world is not true. Just a nature of power. Yes. Though now the scientists are explaining the outside. There's nothing outside the world. There's only nature of power is there. This is what Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago. Yes. After developing the cameras, now these scientists are finding the outside. There's nothing outside. But before 2600 years, our Lord Buddha revealed there is nothing outside. This world is empty. There is only a nature of power there. Yes. All those what you see are mind created waves. Yes. Because when there are perceptions and when we see one's perception, then we can see the form of that perception, and there will be the mind consciousness is the I consciousness is giving the name. That is how the names and forms are combining, and intention is taken in. So through those intentions and thoughts and mind consciousness. So many views are so many wrong views are created. But all those what you see are mind created views. Mind created views. That is why if a small tiny fire match is lighted and everything is burning, nothing remaining, energy only. Yes, if something catches fire, it's roaring and roaring, the fire is developing, and finally everything is over. This world is like that because there are only energy there, and energy transformation is happening all the time. Though we are telling, most of the people are not understanding because this mind is very babyish. As practitioners of this path to Nibbana, we are telling in a way and we are describing this, but people are not understanding. Yes, how much we are trying to give this true message to the world, but people are not understanding because this mind is very babyish. Our human mind is very babyish. The body machine we got is of very low quality. Yes, our body is very fragile and not hard. Very that means very difficult to develop and they're very difficult to maintain also. The strength is not as much as we think because the mundane people's mind is very babyish. Most of the people are living in a separate mind world. They are acting like babies. The body machine we got is of very low quality. Yes, our body is very low quality. If it is difficult for this body to catch the progressed area, advanced places. Yes, we are thinking that we are very advanced and developed and progressed, but we do not know that we are not improved, not developed and not progressed. Yes, human mind is like that. It is just living. It's just living, running behind sensual pleasure and thinking that we are having a body that can live more than 100 years with the help of this and that, so many programs in the internet, social media. They say with this you can live 100 years, with this you can have a nice skin. Like that, there is a marketing session is going on, but it is difficult for this body to catch the progressed areas, advanced places. We are thinking that we are very advanced humans in this world, developed and progressed, but we do not know that we are not improved, not developed, not progressed. Therefore, we are thinking there are a lot of things outside. Yes, therefore, mundane people thinking there are a lot of things outside. All the elements are there. Yes, 4 great elements are there. Like that, they are the people used to think. The society is given them that kind of ideas, and they are thinking according to those ideas. All the elements are there. I can touch them. We can see also. We are thinking everything is here. This way of thinking is good for the babish mind. Yes. There is an outside world. Those are four great elements are there. I can touch like that. If somebody is thinking like that, it is because of the babish mind enjoying babish mind is thinking like that. This eternal truth can be realized by a developed mind only. Yes, with a wisdom. This eternal truth can't be realized with the babish mind. There should be a developed mind to understand this smooth and subtle truth, eternal truth. Because this truth is very, very profound, very deep and very serious. Yes. We should pierce things and see. The vidarshana, we have to do vidarshanas sometimes. Like that, we have to go deeper and deeper, because this true, eternal truth is very profound. The place where we are talking about is the activity process of the action mind. Yes. Now the seeker has come to this level, redeeming from names and forms. That means redeeming from thoughts. The place where we are talking about, Aryan Mahansa is explaining the activity process of the action mind is a place where there is a place where redeemed from the thoughts. Yes, that means the action mind is redeemed from the thoughts. It is correct. Intentions are creating because of the combinations of name and form. Yes. When the action mind is appearing, true, all the thoughts are vanishing. Therefore, no words to talk. That means intentions are creating because of the combination of name and form. When this action mind is already redeemed from names and forms and intentions, therefore, when the action mind is appearing, thoughts are vanishing. Thoughts are vanishing. No words to talk. That means the seeker who comes to this level do not want to talk much. Thoughts should be there to come outwards. Yes. If there are no thoughts, we can't talk. The words are not coming out. That means at that point, the seeker has become a dumb person, can't talk. No words are coming out. When you realize this truth, the hair follicles on the body stand upright. Yes. Now, Aryan Mahansa is talking about the realization point of this great truth. So, Aryan Mahansa is telling, when you realize this truth, the hair follicles on the body stand upright. That means goosebumps appear on the body. Shivering runs through the body. The seeker feels a huge change in his body, difficult for him to bear it up even. Yes. Such an experience, Aryan Mahansa is clarifying this, his experience, the way of, at the time of realization, the way he felt, Aryan Mahansa is explaining. That means when you realize this truth, the hair follicles on the body stand upright. That means goosebumps appear on the body. Shivering runs through the body. The seeker feels a huge change in his body, difficult for him to bear it up. That means when the mind becomes the nature, body is also having lot of changes inside it. That is a huge change. The emptiness of the world can be felt, can be feel. Now an arahant can feel the emptiness of the world. We know the outside is empty and inside mind is also empty. The world is empty. So at the realization, the seeker feel the emptiness of the world. When the seeker realizes the ultimate truth, his body elements are changing in a big way. That is why always telling, if one seeker is attaining arahanthood, this whole earth is shaking like that. When the seeker realizes the ultimate truth, his bodily elements are changing in a big way. He can't think of that, feeling fear at his first steps of realization. So, at his first steps of realization, the seeker feels some kind of fear. So, it's the experience of a arahant. That is why there are elements, because the arahant's elements are there for us to worship, because they have become a kind of elements that they are not easily breaking down, is easily decaying, not decaying. That is why we have still the Lord Buddha's sacred elements everywhere in our country. That means in Sri Lanka, there are so many relics of Lord Buddha and relics of Arahants are there. That means this body is a part of the nature, and it is separated due to the egoistic thinking patterns. When the egoistic thinking patterns are over, after realization of this true Dhamma, then the mind is combined, mind is become the nature. There's no egoistic thinking patterns. Mind has already become the nature, and the body is also changing from inside. changing from inside out, because the Arahant's mind is very radiant. He has a radiant mind and see through everything, see through every other being's mind. So this is not a small thing. It's a very magnificent realization. Magnificent changes are happening after realization of this true Dhamma, true path to Nibbana. Aryan Vahanse is revealing again after 2600 years. Lord Buddha spread this Dhamma throughout the world, so many places. And now Aryan Vahanse is trying hard after realization of this Dhamma in the year 2015. 5 years he was not going to, he hasn't preached, and from 2019 Aryan Vahanse started preaching this Dhamma with great difficulties, because there were and there are so many people in this society, they don't like the truth, but the practitioners, there are some kind of people in this planet Earth, every corner of this planet Earth, who are very eager to listen to these sermons of Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the revealing of this true Dhamma, listening this true Dhamma, true Buddhist philosophy and true path to Nibbana, up to the point of realization. Nobody in this world has revealed other than our Kalyana Mitra, the great sage of our time, our Kalyana Mitra Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. Aryan Vahanse is showing a very clear path, and not only that, preaching Dhamma throughout his day and night. So, as the seekers to path to Nibbana, we must always try to understand and realize this Dhamma, because we can't do it through thinking as like that action mind. When the action mind is appeared, the thoughts are not giving trouble, because the action mind is redeeming from the thoughts. So we must understand thinking is not helping us to go through this path to Nibbana. So the great Dhamma, the greatest ever thing in this world is this. There is nothing valuable than this. The most valuable thing in this planet Earth is this true Dhamma, true path to Nibbana, true knowledge of human beings. That means showing how the mind is created, how the world is created inside the mind, how the thoughts creating perceptions, and how this body is functioning. Everything is there. Everything is there. To listen to that, we are very lucky to listen to this. Therefore, we are always inviting the English speaking people around this globe to come to listen to this Dhamma through Buddothpada PeoTV 24/7 Zoom and YouTube channel. You can understand every moment there are Dhamma sermons and discussions on this channel. You will very easily you can understand and practice this path to Nibbana whatever religion you are in, whatever way, whatever religion, whatever part of world you are living in, it doesn't matter. What is the color of the skin is doesn't matter. As human beings, if you want to overcome this human suffering, you should listen to this Dhamma. And also you can use www.wisdomofasia.com website. You all can use both of these two to understand what is the truth. This is not very difficult. There is only one way. There are no 1,000 ways to overcome suffering. There is only one way, and the one way is very clearly describing in this Buddothpado PeoTV channel. So think for a moment. You can listen, you can practice while you are working and while you are in the lay house. That means when you are living in the normal home, no need to go to a temple or no need to go to a jungle to listen, to practice this Dhamma. Wherever you are, within your home, within your family, within your village, within your town, you can very clearly understand this true Dhamma. Therefore, there is no competition in this. The only one thing in this world without competition is this understanding this, the nature of the mind, the pure path to Nibbana. Every other thing, there are competitions. All the time, morning to night, there are competition and there is a rat race. But in this understanding of truth, ultimate truth, there are no rat races. Even if you are having a little time in the night or in the early morning or during the day while you are working, at home, while you are cooking, even you can listen. While you are washing, even you can listen. If you have time, when you are working in office, if you have little time at your lunch hour, you can listen to this Dhamma. It will give you so much power. That means you can have the energy of overcoming the suffering. Therefore, as human beings, try to listen to this Buddothpado PeoTV channel, YouTube and Zoom 24/7, and think, if you are a human being on this planet Earth, you should have the thinking, how am I going to overcome this suffering? Because the mind is giving you suffering all the time. The mind is telling you this and that. As Aryan once said, the mind is telling somebody to kill that person, kill that person, kill that person. After killing, the mind is telling to the same person, you have killed that person, you have killed that person. So in both ways, the mind is giving pressure. That means mind is the evil one inside us. So we are listening to this Buddothpado PeoTV to overcome the evil one inside our mind. to redeem from the evil one, we have to try this path. People are doing so many things during their lifetime, even dangerous sports also. They used to practice very dangerous sports also. So this is not difficult for them to listen. Just think for a moment without running. The mind is running very fast. It has a very large power, big power. Mind has power. Thoughts have power. Perceptions have power. They are always showing off. They are having power and they are existing. But there is nothing existing in this world. This whole world is empty. So we should understand that while living a peaceful life, we can live happily. When we listen to this Dhamma, depression and anxiety and things like that never happen. The mind becomes relaxed. Without doing anything, just listening is giving that part. That means when listening to the true Buddhist philosophy and true path to Nibbana through Lord Buddha's Dhamma, through Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, because he is a realized sage, Arahant. He has attained Arahanthood because he has a big power. So when we listen to this Dhamma, our mind is gradually becoming calmer because our defilements and mind impurities are vanishing and we are just attracting this path to Nibbana and to the words of Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. When we listen to this, we are naturally attracting there. Like a magnet. Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is like a magnet. This Dhamma is like a magnet. It's attracting us, attracting our mind and purifying our mind without even our knowledge. That mind, that Dhamma has such a power. That true ultimate truth has such a power to clear ourselves, clear our mind, and therefore you must, as a human being, you must try to understand this Dhamma through Buddothpado PeoTV and try to overcome the suffering. For today, I'm going to conclude this session. Teruvan Saranai, I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our era. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of the planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
Mitrakocham, bless you all. We'll start the Zoom discussion today. Welcome everyone. So you all can start the discussion by any topic.
Therwan Saranai, Doctor.
Therwan Saranai.
If any objective thought not becoming a thing, දෙයක් වෙනවා කියලා කියන්නේ like that.
Yeah.
If something is not becoming a thing, something, at that moment, is that the moment awakening? It says like this, awakening to the moment. Is that so?
Yeah, but the thing is, it has a bit deeper level. That is the only problem, that the thought has several layers. So thought, one single thought has 3 layers, isn't it? So
Yes.
if it's a mango tree,
Yes.
Mango tree has this superficial layer which we all know. Like if it gives you that, we can do so many things for the mango tree, or we can do whatever. So it's very difficult with the mango tree because sometimes we don't really do much with the mango tree. But if someone starts to cut it only, we realize that we have something to do with the mango tree. But that's the superficial layer. But beyond that, there is the the actual perception layer, as well as the real layer, where it is felt as something, isn't it?
Yes, doctor. You mean that first layer is the value we have given, no?
Yeah. In superficial
Yes.
layer, kind of, it's a value. It's a very high value when it comes to that. But all 3 layers are actually, you can understand the dualities also in the superficial layers. But what you feel, you can't really talk about a duality because there's no perception there. So the perception, because there are 3 layers only, this problem is there. Otherwise, yes, after you fully realize this Dhamma, that there is no self, because the self, this is the problem, Champa, actually. This alive feel is the problem. What we are trying to understand is what this alive feel is. So the alive feel, if we feel that the alive feel is real, then throughout it will be the same. But at some point, this system needs to be proved that the alive feel is just there when the stimulus is felt as a thing. That is the problem. So the alive feel is only a creation of the sensory world, in the sense, it's a creation only from this, whatever the eye function or the ear function or the skin function, whatever. That's the only, it's a creation only. So that level, then what we realized, as last time also we discussed, in any experience, no self experience gives you so much insights. The first insight would be, okay, the self is something you feel in one single moment, one single stimuli, and that is not there. The so-called alive feel, that is, we felt as it is our lifetime, isn't it? Like, if you go back to your life, you told several things about your life, you feel that it happened to you. So like you vividly feel that it happened to you.
Yes.
Year
That is
10, year 12, then after that, what happened when you were 20s, then what happened at your 30s, what happened at your 40s, if you are 50s, what happened at your 50s, whatever, whatever. So all these are like kind of linked, because this baseline, we feel like it is static. This happened to me, this happened to me, this happened to me, this happened to me, now also this is happening to me. Now we are trying to find the truth. So that's why we have joined to a Zoom like this. But the main thing is, what is this baseline we are referring to? This alive field is the baseline. So the alive field is not true. It has to be proven. Otherwise, system will not take it. System will take it as a fact. But next day, if someone comes and give another fact, it might go. But if there is an experience, no one can change you. For that, you have to feel that the alive field is just a creation of the stimuli only. If the stimuli is not felt as a thing, this alive field is not there. That experience proves you everything. That is the awaken to the moment.
Right, doctor, right.
There's always, we feel that this is happening, something is happening here.
Yes.
Excuse me, doctor. I am speaking Malni.
Yes, Malni.
I am on the way home from Domagoda. Today I
okay.
can't.
Yeah. That's okay.
I can't join because in the bus there are so many crowd there.
It's okay.
We'll stay today.
You can listen. I will not ask anything.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry for disturbing.
That's okay. So, did you get it, Champa? So, the main thing is, what are we actually trying to understand here is not that stimuli is not a thing. We are trying to understand what this alive field is. If the alive field is real, if we feel it as real throughout, we just believe that. We believe what we feel.
Yes.
That is the thing. So the alive field, if the alive field is there throughout, if the system has no experience of an unalive field, you can't really comment about it, can we? We can't, because we don't know the difference. That's the thing.
Yes.
But if there is an experience, at least for a moment, it doesn't matter if you haven't become of it. Like slowly, if it is once felt, it is actually like a insurance, because then that system is fully aware now that the alive field is actually a creation. Otherwise, what we feel is alive field is me. Then there is that additional power to keep maintaining this power. So the Aranhansi today morning also tried to tell this Bhava Sanya is something that is the Itta Sanya, same thing. That is existence perception. Existence perception is there. 100% self-perception is there. That is the main thing that he tried to tell in the morning. Existence perception is there. Self-perception is there. But when the existence perception is not there, when it is fully realized, self-perception can't do much because it's not there. They both rely on each other, kind of thing. If the Bhava Sanya is there, Atma Sanya is there. Because they feed each other.
Yes, because of Bhava Sanya, Atma Sanya is happening.
Yeah, anyway. It is like same thing, but not same thing. Why the Bhava Sanya is there is because we feel that. We feel this is like existing. But with Dhamma, this is going to change. At one point, it is going to be felt as well. that moment you really fully realize that when the bhavasanya is not there, when the existence perception is not there, the self-perception is absent. Then your drishtiya is gone. It's gone for 6. Why? Because you thought, not you actually, everyone thought that the life feel is like a static thing. Like that's why we are like when the death comes, why are we struggling? Because we feel that it should be maintained.
At Dombagoda, Aryan Wahanse told, if we are in the space, if we are living in the space, there is nothing around us, and then we can't feel that alive feel. That means the me myself is not there. He told that.
No, it is told in different angle. It is to say that if the not with the eyes and not with that. I think he told it. I don't know. I haven't listened to that fully because when the eyes are not working, when the ears are not working, when the body function is not working, there's no there's nothing there. But if someone has this bhavasanya, it will continue. With the Dhamma only this will change.
Yes, Doctor. Yes. It's correct.
Yeah, because just imagine there are people who are going to space even now. They will be
Yes.
floating, but their bhavasanya is there. No? The perception of the existence perception and the self perception, they are both there. It doesn't matter what. So no, I think it's a different angle. Aryan Wahanse is saying those words to let the people understand that if these sensory organs are not there, life really is not there. But the problem is this is the full one moment that it will actually reverse this whole thing. The self angle, atma kone. So the self angle will change only by this experience that when the stimuli is not felt as a thing. But this is the thing. When you say deyakwenne, it has so many meanings. When a mother says the son didn't become a thing, son entered the house, but it didn't become a thing, that can be taken as true if someone's self-view has broken correctly. Otherwise, it may be even in the perception level, it may be in the feel level, we never know. So this Dhamma is only evident to oneself.
Yes, it may be hidden, no, Doctor.
No, only oneself will know that whether the self-perception has been properly addressed. Whether this whole thing is properly addressed in that system, because only one person will know. You know, when we fully realize that the life field is not real, then perception doesn't matter, no? Even if the life field is not true, what is the big deal we are going to talk about the perception?
Yes.
Who enters the door? What enters the door? Whether the door is now flooded, whether the door is not there, whether you are blind, whether you are paralyzed, you can't. Water is entering the house, you are paralyzed. You're on the bed. No one is there to pick you up and run. You are dying. So what? Nothing.
Yes, Doctor. That's true. Yes.
If
There
the
are so many.
perception is
so many
this
things,
this is the thing. So the perception, we do talk about the perception, but the actual, if the self perception is not true, what about the other perceptions? It becomes a joke, isn't it? If the self, if that is the full insight that is important. Even if this alive feel is not true, what about the other stuff? Lord Buddha asked, no, if there is no self, what about the son and daughter? Or something like that. He asked, Puttu Kohinda, something like that. There is...
පුතුන් කොහින්ද දරුවෝ කොහොමත් නැහැනේ. If no me, there is no others.
I mean, that is the thing. Main thing is understanding how this alive feel is coming. How this alive perception is coming. Sorry, self-perception is coming. How this self-view is happening. To understand that we are understanding the whole around everything, yes. But that's the importance of seeing one leaf of a tree. Because one leaf is enough for you to fully understand that the alive feel is not true. It is not there when the self, when the actual self-view is not there. In the sense, when the self-view is there, everything is personalized. I mean, even the alive feel is personalized. That's a good word, actually. Personalized word.
Yes, Doctor, yes.
Yeah, this because this is a word struggle. Every day is a word struggle. So the life, if everything is personalized, that is self-view. If someone has a self-view, normal person, if you take a normal person who has no idea about this Dhamma, Lord Buddha's Dhamma, they look at the world, they are so calm and quiet, very good person, does everything as according to the rule, no killing, no stealing, no nothing bad, no alcohol, no drugs, nothing. Still, everything is personalized. So that's the self-view. Self-view is the most damaging thing Lord Buddha advises us. The path starts from Sakkaya Ditthi. Getting rid of Sakkaya Ditthi. That is the wrong view. Wrong view. Yeah.
That is vanishing with the knowledge of true Buddhist philosophy.
Knowledge is good, but it has to be felt as well to confirm it.
Yes.
It is actually a research. This research is about now lot of friends, Dhamma friends will be really, they are kind of into perception level now. So they understand that the chair is not there, but importantly, even the light is not true. The sound is also not true. Actually, it is a creation of speed. So in that moment, 100% this that coming to that level is the thing. Then now you ask me a question. It's not a thing. You can take it superficially also. Just imagine someone will come and say, who doesn't know that this Dhamma might come and say, I don't care about money. Money doesn't become a thing to me. I don't care about money. What does it matter? Even I don't care about money is personalized. Because this personalized thing or the self-view or self-anger is the most damaging thing in the world. That's why the suffering is ongoing. That's why there is a cycle of birth. That's why there is a whole thought journey or the deeper levels are there suffering. But yeah, This is everything. There's potential for any suffering. But if you actually fully realize that this is Lord Buddha's revelation, actually, Lord Buddha did all the other tactics to get rid of this sadness, because everyone wanted to live happily. So they did meditation, they did the form meditation, they did the non-form meditation. They even they tried to become the consciousness. Then after that, they went into the non-form levels, that is not feeling anything also. So they came to the level that they don't feel anything. This Dhamma is completely different. Here you feel everything, you don't feel you. That's the difference between, because Lord Buddha is the, I think, supreme, why we call supreme, is because of that.
Yes, doctor, it's a wonderful experience actually. Without me, it's everything is there. Without me, yes, that should happen actually. Then only
Yeah.
the suffering is vanishing.
Yeah, that level, the tranquility, super tranquility, super happiness, that we don't have words to say even these things, but that is where there is no self entertaining even that. That's an arahant. So this is a time that this Dhamma is even discussed. Imagine my parents' time, where Dhamma is not discussed. In the sense, we just chanted and we prayed that the nirvana will come to, kind of, it will fall onto our ourself, like it will come one day, it will happen, that kind of thing. But now this is the time period which will awaken Lord Buddha's Dhamma, where everyone can fully realize that none of these things are true. Thought level is also not true. The feel level is also not true. In the sense, they are creations. Mind is anyway a creation. A lot of us are fully aware about that now. Even the life feel is, the consciousness is also a creation. One has to be conscious. So nothing will happen to the consciousness. Consciousness will continue. Because Arahant is not unconsciousness. And there's no, Arahant is not unconscious. This is, consciousness will be there, but it's not going to become a thing. It's
Because the
that,
Arahant has the action mind, no, doctor?
yeah. There's no power. That additional power is not there. There is a release of that power is the main thing. Like elastic band release. Elastic is still there until the elastic dies down. In the sense, the whole body system stops and mind stops. Then only the skandha stops. But there's no panchopadana skandha. Anything else?
There should be so much people should join to this session, I think, doctor. Then only we can have a very good discussion.
Yeah, actually, it's good if that happens. And I think,
Saranai, doctor.
Yeah, Doctor, it's a beautiful explanation that you gave to the question, Doctor, that I feel anyway that as you also said, the power that telepatized into the zygote is the main reason for this self-existent feel, isn't it? Alive feel. So it is the same power that repeatedly happens at the rising of each and every stimuli.
Yes.
Yes, and so as you said that when the extra power diminishes at Arahant level, actually we have to beg permission to talk about that Arahant level. As you also say, we do not have that experience whatsoever, but rationally, I mean, based on the Dhamma knowledge, we can assume that some power will anyway be there. The interaction of vibrations will happen as long as the sense faculties function. But as you also said, that extra power, that additional power, um, that excitation wouldn't be there at that level.
Yeah, it's like a
That's
tree, because tree also
true.
has some
Yeah.
kind of power, no?
Yeah, sure.
This Sattapudgala or the Itta or the what is the English word for that? Like life feel is the actual
That is
correct word, I think.
yeah, life feel, yeah.
That is what is not that is what is not going to be there. So that's why Aranhansi always tell that it is very I mean, it's beautiful to even talk about that. But in the sense, the mainly what is going to happen is the Dhamma itself, full understanding of Dhamma, if it is felt, then 100% there is Lord Buddha's guarantee that this system will never, ever again increase the level of the power beyond that level. So it is never going to go down than human level, because this Dhamma is fully realized when the self view is broken fully. It is confirmed, it's consolidated, then the doubts are not there, Paramarshana is not there. That's the main important thing. That is assuming that self is there all the time in a low, very, very deep level. You don't have to even think about that, because personalization is there even in the light. This is the greatest revelation in Aranhanse's Dhamma also. Even light consciousness, there is personalization, or this is the level that we fully realize that actually even that is strong. That is what is felt is only the speed of the sensory organ only. That is the only thing that is felt. But this when that itta sanya or the bhava sanya is gone, only the self perception, sorry, that's a Sinhala word, existence perception is gone, only this self perception is vanishing, even for a fraction of a second. That's the thing. So this whole thing should change for a moment. The Dhamma should come there directly. We can't predict that time, but it should come properly. That's the 4 steps for. That's the 4 steps for realizing that it is the Anatma at the end. If that insight doesn't come, then still it is not good enough. 4th level should surface. Yes, Sudha.
And Dr. Yes, you said that Jnanato Passato thing. First we should know that, then it will happen automatically. That even if you don't make effort, knowing the message, that is the beauty of listening to Dhamma. Dhamma itself will act on it. I mean, will have an impact. One should have the courage or the effort to listen to Dhamma. So, as there is a metaphor also, no, doctor, that by listening alone you will liberate from defilements as big as a mountain, and what is left would be like a few stones. Some metaphor is also there. So that listening to Dhamma, of course, that is why Aryan answers very first question from anyone: how long have you been listening to Dhamma? Approximately how many sermons? We didn't know that it is important, even that much important. But when we realize it, I mean, more, we feel the importance of listening to it. And when he explained this Janato and Passato, first you should know, then it will happen. Then practicing, I mean, it will automated process of diminishing of defilements. You can't do anything. It will happen automatically when you know it. And yesterday you were talking about Chitta Viveka, Doctor. Aryan Mahanse always says, no, if somebody spends some time in Dobagoda premises itself, the person will come to certain realizations because it has that background for someone to, gain this and experience this. Yes, doctor, that's beautiful. And I wanted to verify something from you, doctor. Now, when we introduce this Dhamma to someone, uh, especially the definition of suffering in this Buddhist philosophy. Suffering is actually when the stimulus becomes true, there is automatically a need to keep it or own it to some value. So that is very bit of a challenge to convince it to someone who is new, because I remember, doctor, couple of years ago also, actually I didn't have this awareness of Dhamma at that time when I was trying to speak about Buddhist philosophy to somebody, a foreigner. What she said was, oh, Buddhism is all about suffering and giving up. They think, they take the literal meanings of these words. Giving up, they think giving up the families, loved ones, properties, and everything. And then suffering, they think it's the suffering in the mundane world. So the suffering at stimulus level is very bit of a challenge to explain, doctor, to someone who is not that much aware of the philosophy.
You shouldn't actually. You shouldn't.
We should let them feel it, no, at some
No,
point.
because no, not that. Because Aryan Hanse also didn't do that. Aryan Hanse did the sermons without anyone alone. They are very comprehensive, but still, when he started Zoom discussions, he slowly has come to the level he's talking now. First, he started saying outside is not true. It's the only thing he kept saying in the beginning. That is the trick. So you shouldn't be even talking about deeper levels until someone actually fully understand that the mango tree is actually a perception. Even that level is very valuable, because if you don't understand that, what about the other levels? You can't really proceed from there.
True.
So
That
we can
helps
slowly introduce that, and then if that person is a very very keen, very open person, open-minded person, they might actually fully get it. Suddenly they might actually fully kind of realize that. Then you can say, actually, even that perception is not true, Even that perception, where is the mango tree? Finally, there is no mango tree. Actually, even in the mind, the mango tree is there, not there, but you feel something. So this Dhamma, there is no hard and fast, straight way to say. But if you go and stand in front of a monk, then that's a different thing. That's a different thing. Because then, if you are talking in that language, if you are actually talking about dukkha satya, or if you are talking about in Pali, that's a different thing. Then you have to be fully equipped with that language and then know what you're talking about. Otherwise, because they are, so imagine if you are Chinese, you have to speak in Chinese. Or at least some language they understand. Same thing if someone is fully into this Pali or Sanskrit or something, then the one who is going to talk to them at least should talk in a language which is closer to that, or completely in the practical aspect only, and then slowly combine them both. So it's a tricky area. You have to feel what their level is. If someone is kind of padaparama, that is, they are very inclined to the words only, it will take a long time. So the words do matter. If the words are very strongly personalized, then it is a bit difficult, isn't it? Because they are looking into each and every word you say. If I say, world is flat, and
they would.
that itself, then it has a kind of a meaning. And then someone would say, no, world is not flat, world is round. So there are two types of thoughts. But this Dhamma is nothing about thoughts. This is not, we are not saying the chair is there. No, we are not saying chair is not there even. We are not saying anything like that. We are only talking about how this chair has formed a life field.
True.
So that is the talk. So this, it is easy when actually someone has some kind of suffering. It is easy because then they are trying to understand the suffering. Even that, some people, they don't want to hear that this is a no self angle Dhamma. So they can be so much into the self view that they would not like to hear that there is no self. So that's in vain, but it can happen. So it's unpredictable how you can deliver.
Yeah, doctor, they have the misconception there. Buddhist philosophy is all about living in isolation, living in a forest monastery, giving up everything, moving away from the loved ones. That conventional perspective. They never know that we can get rid of suffering. I mean, we can understand or realize deeper concepts of Dhamma as lay people. So that is, I mean, general opinion about Buddhist philosophy is that you have to go to a monastery, you have to wear a robe. That is the message that they have got basically about the Buddhist philosophy. In that way, actually, Arana is, doctor, doing a great job. Even we never thought that we would be able to realize this. I mean, as lay people, we thought at some point, because there were certain beliefs like after non-returner level or once returner, I can't exactly remember, someone would not be a lay person. Actually, the definition of lay person and ordained person is also, now when we realize Dhamma, doctor, we feel that they have nothing to do with the robe, isn't it? I mean that uh, that becomes self-evident. I mean, we are not
It is
behind
such
the
a beautiful thing if someone can actually
exactly.
do that. in the sense, if there is no, if you are not a breadwinner, if you are not if you are not if you are not pressed for giving,
You don't
like
have so many
responsibilities, if you are not looking after someone, yes, if you can, actually it is a really beautiful thing, because then it gives you the freedom to fully participate in giving Dhamma to everyone, because there's time limitations now. Time limitation is there. The giving this message is much more easier if this just imagine now you have the 24 hours kind of. So if you just put 6 hours aside, all the, is it 18? Yeah, 18 hours, you can just try to get another system to vibration to become the non-vibration. So that is really beautiful, but that is not easy. So I think it is a very in a way it is a fantastic thing to do, kind of, if it is possible, so that at least those 18 hours would be helping the vibrations to become non-vibration. Yeah, so that's a beautiful thing actually. But it doesn't necessarily mean that others can't do it. But there are limitations to that then. That's the problem.
There is a metaphor I have heard. I can't actually explain it, but the journey towards Nibbana by an ordained person is like a swan moving towards that, but the layperson's journey is like a peacock, that of a peacock, it says, because I can't remember how one monk once explained. I don't know that maybe lot of distractions are there for the peacock. Maybe that kind of thing. It's challenging that one monk.
This is the problem, the concentration meditation was considered prime need for this Dhamma. But as we discussed yesterday also, this some relaxation in the mind and some relaxation in the body is needed. 100% it is needed. And we can fully appreciate that it is very difficult in the day-to-day life. We appreciate that. Actually, it is difficult. But the thing is, the underlying the push towards the non-vibration and research towards the non-vibration, mind towards the non-vibration, effort towards the non-vibration will depend on that system. Can't really say much about it. That's the thing. So, and also the how pure that attempt is. Sometimes Saran Hanse himself says your attempt is not that pure. You're not actually trying to attain nirvana. You are trying to like feel good. Then actually, there's no way that sometimes people may listen to Dhamma just because they are old. Like that was a tradition. I remember as a tradition, people used to, when they see, even in Lord Buddha's time, when they see even before that, I think, when they see a white hair on their hair, they will just leave and try and find some liberation. So what the liberation means is the problem. So why are they leaving to find the liberation? Because they didn't know the liberation. So they are trying to find it. It's okay. But Lord Buddha actually spent 6 years to find it, yes. Because it was not that easy to understand what it is. But he didn't give up. So none of our friends can give up. Giving up is not in Lord Buddha's Dhamma. So no one is going to give up. This Dhamma you can't give up. Actually, there's another way to think about that too. You can't fully grab it either. That thing Lord Buddha said, Vayam nokaramin, what did he say? What did Lord Buddha say?
I
That
can't
swimming
remember
thing, he
Kisiwa
said.
Nokara. Yeah.
Yeah, he said something about that. So you're not just floating
Vayamda
also.
Nokarami. I also can't remember that.
Yeah, it was a balance. There is a balance. That's the problem.
Mm.
So as if you try to grab the idea of nirvana also, it doesn't happen. But you don't give up the idea also. So it's like kind of in the background. There is no so as a working person with so much responsibilities, I don't appreciate that. I appreciate that it is difficult, but I don't think it's not impossible.
And in the society, Dr. People, actually, this is something, a general thing about the society. They believe, okay, this is not the time for us to think about them. Our kids are small. There is a group of people like that. Still, there's time to listen to them. So it would affect the family life if
That's
we
also
listen
because
such.
of those views, isn't it?
Yeah,
There are so many views
waves,
about Buddhism.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, because this Lord Buddha's Dhamma is a understanding and realization Dhamma. So the whole thing that you were talking about, because even a lot of venerables, monks, they also try to say, come to the monastery, come to the monastery, come to the monastery, leave this karma, sensual world, leave the sensual world, come to the monastery. It's not a bad thing. Actually, if someone can, it is good. But the main thing is absence of truth is the main problem. If the truth is there, what you do is irrelevant. But I think from point of view, it is much easier. Aranvanse says that there are two aspects. One aspect is dukkha patipada. Dukkha patipada, yeah, it's such a difficult thing. With time, with effort, with distractions, yes, 100%. But they also can fully realize it. There are sukha patipada as well, though. But
So
even that sukha patipada, there may be people who never realize the actual Dhamma.
So, Dr. Sukha Patipada is that of monks. So, what?
Yeah, so
Dukkha
someone is
Patipada.
actually earning for you. So you don't have, you just have this only the Dhamma focus. But it doesn't matter. That's the thing. Nowadays, I think it doesn't matter at all, because if you are trapped in a tradition where you can't be open-minded, because Aranwanse never prohibits anyone to do anything. He just says Dhamma. That's all he does. He's not putting a supervisor behind you and trying to see, what are you doing? Are you actually listening? No, he doesn't do anything. He just tells Dhamma. If someone enters the Zoom, he will talk to that person. If someone is lucky, he or she might get the advice, and that's it. Lord Buddha, Buddhism is very famous for this. There are no rules as such. There are rules for a monk, but there are no rules as such to a normal person, because you can't put a rule. But then, when it comes to an arahant, actually, Lord Buddha has put so much rules so that the arahant will not get destroyed, or overused, or basically to safeguard the arahants. It is.
Now you referred to that Miss Champa asked about this Aryan Vance's explanation about what if you were born in the space, because he said that to me also, that is to explain that even without the sense faculty experiences, the alive feel will be there, but the self perception wouldn't be there. No? Is that the point, that sense faculty, imagine if you are born in the that you are born in the space, so eye wouldn't perceive a thing, ear wouldn't perceive a sound, no smelling, no tasting, no bodily sensation, but still that vibration telepatized into the zygote will have an effect, some tendency to attachment, some alive feel will be there. Is it so, doctor? But the self
I don't actually get it, so I have to not answer that question, because I don't get it in what aspect he said that, because there are so many aspects I have heard he saying that, because this is a metaphor he is using. So metaphor can't be actually used as a actual phenomena, because the body sensor not working, he may be taking it as an example to show the body sensor not working, because body sensor is not needed if you are, because it's just space is just, you're not touching anywhere. So the body, but the thing is, I don't know, because the coldness.
No, what he said was, doctor, at that point, the I wouldn't perceive these trees, chairs, those wouldn't be there, sounds wouldn't be there. So what is this world? World is created by the sense faculties.
Oh, okay. In that sense, yeah, maybe. So he is trying to build up a metaphor to say that if there is no world, the emptiness, he's trying to make a metaphor though. So don't stand on the metaphor.
Yeah, it's a metaphor.
Yeah, it's a metaphor. It's a metaphor. It's not a real life. Real life, you can't talk like that. But it's a metaphor to say, if the whole outside is empty, whether you will have a self-perception. No, actually no. But the self-view is there is a problem. But actual thing is, if these sensory functions are not working, life should not be there. But this, what happens is, even Aranwanse says this in a different way, anesthetize fully, and then eyes are blind, ears are not working, you're deaf, you're blind, and the whole body is anesthetized. Where are you? No, nothing. You're not there. That is to show that this alive feel is coming from the fast vibration of the sensory organs. That's a metaphor to show that. So the loke sunya lesa balava. That's Lord Buddha's word is look at the world as empty, is again the same thing Aranvansa is trying to reproduce as a metaphor. If it is sunya lesa balava, there is another word after following that. It says there is no self.
Now also, Doctor, when everything becomes mental constructs, it is again empty, isn't it? I mean, now with this Dhamma also, we experience emptiness.
But you feel something, no? That is the feel also should be fully realized. Yeah, then light is not true, sound is not true, the touch sensation is not true, deep touch or soft touch, the temperature, the smell, the taste. These are the main culprits of the alive feel. Consciousness. The main reasons for the consciousness is the 5 sensory organs and the mind. Mind is a disaster because it has the emotions also now. And you take the emotions as mind as well. Everything is personalized. This is a view. But this view will not break just by learning something, because that is brainwashing. Just because you brainwash someone, if it is working, you can brainwash again. You can say something else. Next day he will listen to that. But experience is different. Experience, you can't erase the experience. Yeah, what were you going to say?
No, Doctor, those, you said emotions. Emotions are manifestations of that extra power, isn't it? Of extra power that generated.
No. There are normal emotions. All the emotions are not this happiness and the not sadness, extreme sadness, anger. just normal. There is a level of Domanassa, Somanassa. I don't know much Pali, but there's so many aspects that is a part of the mind, because you can't live. Human has the mind. Mind will not vanish until you expire fully.
Yes. Mind is again the stimuli, isn't it, Doctor?
A mind consciousness is a stimuli, the fast speed of the thoughts. Yeah. That is what is called mind.
Now, little while ago, I was like, now when I look this side, there's a garden light, and beside there's a cottage. So again, I look at the garden light. So we feel it is the garden light that I saw before. Now again, I'm seeing that. So that is the ignorance, isn't it, Doctor? That we believe that the existence of that. So that is the
that's a belief
that
as
we
well
have
as
to
a sanya.
There's
a perception as well.
Yeah.
Perception as well. Itta sanya is a perception. Bhava sanya is a perception.
Because
sanya is a perception that we have. So even if you don't think about it, there's a perception that the that just imagine you know your son is behind you. You are in a queue. You know your son is behind you. You're just talking to the person in front of you, but still don't you feel like the sun is behind you? It's a perception.
Yeah, that's true. That's what I was
Yeah,
trying
so
to
the
say.
perception is not the problem though. Perception is not the problem. Actually, believing in that is the problem. That's taking it serious is the problem. Taking it for granted is the problem.
And
If
Doctor,
you fully realize Dhamma, it doesn't matter whether they are front or the back or the side or the whatever. It doesn't
yeah,
matter.
and the fact that they all are in vibratory nature, this, arising and ceasing of the,
That should be felt.
yeah, that should be felt.
That is the whole thing, we can say that, but should be felt as well.
But Doctor, the human system cannot capture that, no? Will we be able, like that extreme speed, everything arises and ceases in 17 chittakshanas, that speed. That's why we feel as if things exist, no entities exist. That
Not in
should be this.
if you're talking about the mango tree,
Yeah, that
no,
should
you
be
might feel it. You might feel it.
Through wisdom, no? We have to it
Yeah.
should be discerned through wisdom.
Yeah. Aranwanse says Dombagoda, that Dombagoda talk, I couldn't finish it still. I mean, it's so difficult, it's so long. But in Dombagoda, he talks about this, the just let go and just walk. And so the command is walk, right?
Yeah, Doctor. Yeah. Very
Command is
recently.
walk, so you do the walk. So the walk, it will not become a thing. So the problem is you have to feel that.
Yeah,
That
he says that, Doctor,
walking without you is a
contemplation.
feel. That's the problem. You can walk with you. You can walk without you. So how can you explain that?
True, it should be felt, Doctor. But when you actually...
But there are so many caveats, like pitfalls, because you can go into a meditative state and you might float also. So that's the problem. So there are so many aspects into this.
Yeah, Doctor, that
with the self-perception. So the main understanding here is there is no self. So the Dhamma should start from there. So there is no self. So what happens is there is a stimulus, whatever stimulus, whether it is walk or whether it is mango tree or the cross sound, that stimulus, if it is felt as real, a life feel would be there. If it is not felt as a real thing, a life will not be there. It has to be felt though.
In that walking meditation,
because
Doctor,
you know that if there is something in front of you, what is in front of you, Sudharma, at this moment?
Now,
did you say cottage?
Yeah, a cottage. It's the cottage in front of.
Yeah. So can you really even understand that it is the cottage only there? You are not there. Actually, it is the cottage.
That only that experience, yeah, Doctor. When you mentioned it a little while ago, when you're talking about only the experience will be left without the sense of self.
Yeah, even the experience, it is not falling either side. Actually, that is anidasana. Anidasana or appatittita is it's not falling anywhere actually. It's just an experience. Only it is. So definitely you can't really say that, can we? And you don't need to think about too much about chittaksana and stuff. It's an experience. Aranansi says that. And definitely it is an experience. Because you may be walking for hours or minutes. It can be a small time, it can be a long time. It doesn't matter what the time is. Actually again a feel in the mind only.
Mental construct.
Yeah, it's a mental construct. This mental construct is different. The actual sensory constructs are different. But we use the word thought for everything. Even Javan, in the language, we call it Javan Sit, I think. I think there is a problem there all the time because the word Sita is used in different aspects.
Now we use it interchangeably with the stimulus also.
I think the best word is stimulus.
Stimulus.
For one, because it is very tricky, you know, like because when you talk about Javan and all that, that is inside the thought. You're talking about another aspect. So it's too much for English soon. But what I'm trying to say is these words can be very gibberish, very difficult. Can give so much problems, but the experience has no problem. So everyone should be able to drop these words anyway. So otherwise you become padaparam. Drop the words and try to feel. Words can't help you anyway. Words will be helping you for some time. Words will give you some idea about this Dhamma. But definitely you might have to give a distance from the words and just try to feel it. And I think with rest, mental rest and the physical rest, it might give you a chance.
And after understanding this action mind, the role
You can't
of mental,
understand the action mind actually. You have to feel the action mind.
Feel it, yeah. For that, this role of mental images is important, no? Especially walking meditation. When we explain that point of contemplation to a group of practitioners, how the body comes to action when that mental image of walking arises. It is not just you doing it. It is the same with writing or driving or cooking, simply cutting something. So that should also be explained thoroughly before the points of contemplation.
That's what I was trying to tell you. You don't have to worry about chittaksana and all that. Experience is the most important thing. Because you may be cutting carrots for some time.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily matter what happens. It just if you fully realize that there is no the action is happening without you. It's a realization, though. It's actually a experience. It's a fourth step.
Mhm.
It has to be felt, though. That's the thing. Release of life feel or release of you losing you, or kind of whatever we say. Doesn't matter what we say, but the experience does matter.
You feel it a lot while driving, doctor. Because I actually, a couple of years ago, for the first time, felt it while driving, because that contemplation happened, and because I was shocked to find that things happen without personal involvement. Like, but not regularly, we don't feel it. But anyway, there is there was never a self, no. So that knowledge, not only driving, whatever we do, it is just happening. Everything happens automatically. But the first experience comes in even maybe cook while cutting vegetables, as you said, while driving, even walking. Uh, how come you walk without like falling
When you say
down?
that, I don't know whether the mind is involved or not. It is a bit tricky there. Whether the mind is involved or not. It is the trickiest thing ever, you know. When the experience is there, if the mind get involved, the experience is actually hampered. Kind of it doesn't progress to the non-vibration. Because
it should be free of everything, no hindrance of
and
the
it's
thought.
not a good thing to do anyway. Driving shouldn't be attempting to do it while driving. It's a very tricky thing, especially if you are driving in a very crowded area. Maybe if you are driving like 5 hours straight in a straight road, maybe it's okay because no one will put a road vehicle in front of you. It's a bit tricky. You have to be careful.
That doctor doesn't. Sorry.
Tirosana doctor.
Yes.
No, I just want to ask a question. Like that suffering exists in the mind, no, and the mind is an illusion. No, mind is not true, no. Because of that, can we say that suffering does not exist or suffering is not true like that?
Suffering is there even in the amoeba. Suffering is there even in the worm. Suffering is there in the cockroach. Suffering is there even in the Brahma, Brahma. You can't. So the thing is, Venerable, the understanding this whole thing about the life field is the main trick here. So the one stimulus, but that's why we talk about the stimulus. When we talk about the stimulus, the mango tree has these all three levels. The non-form is the actual field side of it. The consciousness side of it. So just imagine you're looking at a mango tree. If you're looking at a mango tree, the mango tree, it's if you're seeing something, definitely light should be there, isn't it? And you're looking at something, you definitely, the mind is fully working. If it's a human, it's fully working. Only humans have this ability of the mind, this profound mind. I mean, we can talk about in other ways also, but the humans are the basic species that has a profound mind ability. So when you look at the thing. Definitely now, because you have seen the mango tree before as a child, you know what it is. Now this will come as mango tree. Lord Buddha said, the gital kiri karanna bෑ. Gital kiri gital උනාට පස්සේ gital kiri karanna බෑ. That means if you have formed butter from milk, you can't form milk again from the butter. So now it will definitely come as a mango tree. But and underneath that there is eye consciousness as well anyway. So in this Suddhashtaka, or the mango tree is actual stimulus. You have this the light component of it, sound component of it, touch component of it, how solid it is, how there's whole 3D, 7D, whatever there's whole thing coming in there. But if you remove even the mind component part of it, just imagine if you are actually piercing this one thought, if you fully realize this mango tree is nowhere, mango tree is anyway irrelevant, because mango tree is a production of the mind. Actually, the mango tree, someone gave a sound to what you saw. As a child, someone showed it as a mango tree. So that's why you are telling it synchronizes to that level. Now again, the mango tree is coming. But you can't avoid that. As Lord Buddha said, it's now happening like that anyway. But the actual mango tree, there's no actual mango tree, because if someone doesn't know English, they will call it, if someone is only fully aware about Sinhala language only, they will call it ambagaha. And if someone comes and say, no, this is not an ambagaha, this is mango tree, and that person will be looking at you and saying, no, this is ambagaha. But then this sound doesn't necessarily mean anything, but this mind vibration, mind wave is a production from the sound wave and the light wave. So yeah, the mind wave is not true anyway. So the actual, the mango tree is not there, definitely. Even the perception level. Now, when we come to the form level, we kind of get the point that it is a perception. The mango tree is a perception, sanya. Then is the perception of the mango tree true? No, actually, there's nothing called mango tree anyway. It's actually what then there's a question. Then what did I see then? I see something, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even if you remove whole thing, the mind component of it, you see something. What do you see? It's a fast one. Actually, what you feel is the fast vibration of the eye only.
Yeah.
That is the mind, the eye consciousness. So that is through eyes though. If you are not looking at it, it's a different story. If you are touching something, it's a different organ. All these 5 sensory organs work like that. But now as an adult, what comes is the mango tree, yes. But when you actually fully realize through and through, you understand finally what you feel as the mango tree is finally, when it comes to the end part of it, it is only the fast vibration of the eye you feel.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
So the consciousness all the time is you feel as separated as you feel it. That's the consciousness. But actually speaking, it is a misconception. It's ignorance that gives you that idea that it is me.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Because why are we calling that there is a me? Is because there is a feel. That's what that Aranahanse's example that the Sudharma was trying to say and Champa was trying to say was Aranahanse's example he used when if you are in the space, what what would you be? Like in that example, it's a metaphor only, it's an example only. But what it trying to say is, if there are no sensory functions, there is no you. So it is the problem is all the sensory functions gives you the idea that there is someone feeling it here. All the 6 sensory functions. So all the 6 sensory functions should be fully realized to understand that the speed of these sensory functions give you this whole phenomena of self. But actually, it is not true. So when you understand, even the sound perception doesn't have actual sound there.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
So likewise, self-perception doesn't have a self there.
Right.
What you feel is a fast vibration of the sensory organ only, whatever that is. If it is a touch sensation, it's a fast vibration of the sensory organ, whatever involved. If it is a skin, if it is a taste, it is a tongue. If it is the smell, if it is the nose. Likewise, if it is a sound, just if you are in a monastery and you hear a peacock shouting, as soon as the sound arises, peacock arises. You can't prevent that.
Yeah.
If you have fully aware previously, child will not know what it is. They will be questioning. Who is that? They will question. But now for an adult, directly sound arises, peacock arises. That's a normal phenomena. But apart from that, self arises. Where is that coming from? That is coming from ignorance, because there's a full misunderstanding from the beginning. For the whole samsaric journey, there's a misunderstanding that the life field is happening here, in here. The misunderstanding of the sensory organs is you. The life field is you. That's the misunderstanding. It has been a pattern, habit forever. So it's a very difficult habit that takes so much time, and that's why arhants are rare. So even if you to feel this truth for a fraction of a second, it is very valuable experience for you to feel the absence of a life field when the peacock sound is not a thing. Actually, if you are piercing the peacock sound, Dhamma should come there completely fully. It should not stop anywhere. So all the 4 steps will be coming fully. What are the 4 steps? It is, if you are thinking about it, actually, if the mind starts working, if you hear a sound and the mind starts working, there is no experience at all. But if the piercing to happen, fully realization should be there that the perception will come automatically, as not as a thing. Then it will go directly to the level of the field. This is the thing that is rare. It's awaken to the moment. Why it is rare is always we are in the side of the thinking. But there should be a moment without the power of thinking. So what our mothers usually do is, initially when Naranavansa says this Dhamma, they do the practical aspect of it, thinking. That is not going to help them, but it will help them initially. That's okay. Naranavansa says it's okay, because you have to practice this a bit, so to become it a habit. So after that, they will, with noble friend will tell repeatedly, don't think, just don't think. Then, but again, even though after noble friend's advice, this pattern of thinking will occasionally come. But there will be a moment without any thinking, this piercing might happen. That is the awaken to the moment. So in that moment, the life field will actually this power, this self power will be not there, but the experience will be there. Whatever it is not as you can't really explain it as a peacock sound there, but sound will be there, but the life field will be not there.
Right.
So if you practice in Dombagoda, you may
Yeah.
have even experienced it, but the problem is a lot of the time, if the mind is very strong, experience doesn't come easily because a lot of the problem is the mind is strong. So either something else will come to the mind or the pratipada will come to the mind. So that is these are the pitfalls of our strong mind. So you can't help it, but this will calm down. Slowly it will calm down. With the knowledge of Dhamma, slowly the mind power will calm down. Then only this piercing can actually happen. Yatabhuta jnana, that is the piercing I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So Yatabhuta jnana, the whole truth should be fully known for the Yatabhuta jnana to work. It is like a knife which you have how do you say that in English? Which you have made so sharp.
Sharpened. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sharpened.
you sharpen it all the time, but you don't keep checking. But once you cut it, only you know that it is sharp enough. So, but you can't really do much. You sharpen it and cut it and see. That's all you can do. If it is not sharp enough, you might have to sharpen more.
Yeah. Okay.
Anything else, Venerable? Anything else to
That's so.
clarify?
Yeah. Thanks a lot. Lot of merits. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Yes, Sudharma, anything there?
Yeah, Doctor, that explanation was very clear. Actually, when you explain, I don't have to add anything, Doctor. I don't feel I'm not getting any thoughts related. So when you said, I also took it seriously when you said the mind is strong, it itself is an obstruction. That is why those days, Dr. Pinna, whatever we say as an experience, he says it's the mind, what is this? They're just thoughts. Having said a big story to get that from him, it's the mind. We get really disappointed. Actually, at that time, we didn't know the difference between uh, thinking and telling things and talking with the feel. So it always hinders. And I have a very beautiful I have a few beautiful experiences related to mind and field, Doctor. Now, actually, back in Sri Lanka, after returning from Singapore, I wanted to give some chocolates to some colleagues and actually the students. So I had several packets. So I had it in a handbag. And so when I walk around the school like Santa Claus, I was just sharing it with the colleagues and friends. But actually, I didn't have a lot of them for everyone there. So there were people actually I shouldn't have given them even, but when I met them, I couldn't help it. I have given them, and ultimately I found the close ones were not getting anything because I didn't have anything to give them. So if I had been judgmental, if if I went by the mind, I could have like selected people and given them to them. But see, even I don't know sometimes why I have given them things to some people. So ultimately, I was like, it made me smile also. So the difference between the mind and the feel also, I mean, it's a very simple thing, experience I had, but I felt I have gone by the feeling at that point. So when the mind interferes, of course, we act more rationally. Am I correct, doctor? You can please correct me and explain this. It's a simple experience, small experience.
Yeah, again, the problem is here, Sudharma, whether you have the
Yeah.
self-view or not.
Hmm. Hmm.
Whether you have personalized even this experience, the
Yeah.
way you talk, I feel as you have even this experience has been personalized. This
Hmm.
personalized business is very tricky, you know, like
I have done. I have.
even not the words,
Hmm.
not the
Hmm.
words, because worm doesn't think, no?
Hmm.
The amoeba also doesn't think. But there is
And now
personalization
I
of the,
feel, doctor, it is so real to me. They were there, and I was
yeah,
giving
the
chocolates,
perception
and
level
I
is there.
am.
I have told you.
Yeah. Hmm. Hmm.
At that point there was no issue, but the perception is still there, no, that you did this,
Hmm.
you did that.
Yeah.
The thing is, perception is not the problem. Self view
Hmm.
or the self perception is the problem. Actual
Hmm.
chocolate is not the problem.
Hmm.
So I don't know whether you can get this point. So
Yeah, doctor, actually, I wanted to ask, actually, why did it happen? Now, I realize I, I have only a few things now to be given to them. So I have given, I mean, I don't know why I have given them to some people who were not that
now
friendly
imagine
or.
Aranvanse is there. Just imagine Lord
Hmm,
Buddha is there.
hmm, hmm,
So Lord Buddha even think about it?
hmm. Yeah,
Will Arhan say, if actually I don't know,
we can
I
choose.
can't
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
think Arhan say will
yeah.
even plan to buy
Do
some
anything.
chocolates
Yeah,
and give.
yeah. No,
it's
no.
I
Yeah.
don't think it will happen, but just imagination. This is a metaphor only again.
Hmm,
Just imagine Arhan say has some food and there were few kids and
hmm,
he few kids some maybe Nelly or something, because Aryan Manse may have some Nelly with him. So
hmm,
just imagine he gave some Nelly to few kids
hmm,
and there is nothing left for one kid. Do you
hmm.
think Aryan Manse will be he will
Worried.
apologize
No,
about that? He will
no.
apologize, but that's it.
Hmm. Hmm. No, what I
Why?
cannot
What is the
account.
difference between what
Hmm,
is the difference between a layman or
hmm.
someone in the path and Arhanse or Lord Buddha? What is the difference? What is lacking there?
Action will happen without any
Self
burning,
perception is the one which
Yeah,
is not
yeah,
there.
yeah, there, yeah.
Every perception
Only the
else,
action.
every other perception is there.
Hmm.
Chocolate
Say.
perception is there. Menelli perception will be there. Then there is not enough stuff to give is there. Every perception will be there, but without the self
Hmm.
perception. Where there is a difference.
Hmm.
So how can you compare now?
No way. Yeah.
No way. Just imagine someone does as same as Aran Hanse does with the
Hmm.
self perception. Aran Hanse does it without the self perception. How can
Self.
someone say that?
No. Only.
How someone can even predict that? It's only
That's why,
self-evident.
Doctor Aryan Vahanse said when he visited Matara Monastery to one lady, you never know, even a Buddha comes and bumps into you. No, you will bump into Buddha, like he said, because nobody Yeah, nobody could recognize him even when they saw him for the first time. He said, even if the Buddha arrives, you will bump into him. Like
Mm.
outward
Yeah,
appearance does not
even a
matter. Yeah.
king
Mm,
who was going to see Lord Buddha, Lord Buddha was in the hut
mm,
in that night. He was in that hut, and the king also came there. And king said, "I'm going to meet Lord Buddha." Lord Buddha didn't say anything. He
mm,
started talking about Dhamma or something, and then finally king realized this is Lord Buddha just by listening to Dhamma only. So you can't outwardly, you can't really understand anything about anyone,
mm.
whether it's a monster or a Aryan.
Doctor, intelligent people are like more
What is
towards
intelligent?
mind.
Intelligent, yeah,
Yeah, it's a
intelligence
label
has
like,
nothing to do with this. Yeah.
yeah, no, planning is done. There are people who plan to the, I
Lord
mean,
Buddha is the biggest planner, so don't say that. So the
mm,
planning is another ability which in the mind, it's okay. These abilities are not lost.
mm,
Just because the self perception is gone, other perceptions are not gone, other abilities are not gone.
mm,
None of the abilities are gone. If do you think if Lord Buddha was, I think, as I remember, he was the warrior.
mm,
He was the warrior before he was suitable to become the king of the kingdom, king
yeah,
of even
king
the
of
world, I think.
3 realms, no? King of all 3 realms.
In before becoming Buddha.
Before.
I'm talking about Siddharth Kumaru,
King of Kings. Yeah, King of Kings. Yeah.
yeah, he
Sakriti
was
Raj.
suitable. He was suitable for any. He was the warrior. He has all these abilities. How can
Mm,
he has all the abilities? Do you think they are all lost? No,
mm.
nothing is lost. It's just that he's his.
Absence of the self. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all. Self vibration, self perception, self view. These are the things that will go first. What goes first is self view.
Mm,
Then the self perception will slowly die down. And when it is zero only, you can call an arhat. Champa, is there anything else? I think we have about 15 minutes more.
Doctor, in that Dhammapada session, Aryan Mahansa said, when the vibration you have taken so far with so many habits is called you.
Yeah. How did he say it in Sinhala?
මෙතෙක් එච්චර කාලයක් ඔයගොල්ලෝ පුරුදු කරපු දේවල් වලින් තමයි මේ දැන් ඉන්න තත්ත්වෙට මේ දැන් මම කියන ස්වභාවය හැදිලා තියෙන්නේ. Present vibration.
Yeah.
Habits, due to habits.
Yeah. You know, this chocolate thing is also like that.
Yes, doctor. Yes.
Sometimes there are some things, I mean, not because that Sudharma told that I'm trying to relate to this system as well. You know, we have some kind of habits where if someone comes, you want to feed something, or if someone, if you're visiting someone, you want to take something, or there are so many things, you know, like they are acquired through this system and kind of felt as a must to do. There are so many trickier ones than that also, where even the way you turn your head may be like that. So the way you shrug your shoulders may be like that. So there are very specific ones that, you know, even sometimes you know, sometimes when talking to kids, raising the voice a bit, it's because they don't hear anyway. but these are habits that there are so many habits. If you really investigate on these things, you can realize how subtle they are. Actually, you might catch very subtle things as well. But remember, the most dangerous, most long-standing habit is the self-perception. Oh, this alive feel. That's
Yeah, doctor, I have also heard, as Ms. Champa said, Dharyanwa says, you are nothing but a bundle of habits. That is what she was telling, I think.
Yeah, but beyond
Yeah.
that, that is the second layer kind of thing. But below that is the bundle of vibrations.
Bundle of vibrations. That's the ultimate truth, isn't it, doctor?
That's not the ultimate truth. No, that is not the ultimate truth. Non-vibration is the ultimate truth. How can a vibration be the ultimate truth?
Yeah, no, bundle of vibrations, I mean reality, no?
That's the reality.
That's the reality, not ultimate truth. It's a word game, as you said. We get really confused at times. And doctor, yeah, now something nice came and it disappeared.
That's how mind works.
Yeah, and doctor, there's 8 pure elements that you said, bundle of vibrations. So that is another way to say that is a bundle of 8 pure elements. No, Shuddhashtaka, they are also, that's the vibration, the smallest thing. So to
but
see the
to come to that, now the peacock sound is also a vibration. That's a mental construct. That's these are very tricky areas. You know, like we have to fully realize all 6 senses. So
and
when
doctor,
you try to fully realize,
when you refer to that incident again, now something popped up. So sometimes I was comfortable or guilty when I had nothing to share with people, guilty. But I don't think there was the self perception at that point. I didn't contemplate or did anything, but that guilty consciousness.
the problem is the perception is there. I don't know, it depends. It's only self-evident to you whether it is just the habit or just without the self-perception or with the self-perception. It is very tricky area, because self-perception only brings this worry or the guilt, because they are the hindrances. Hindrances, this Uddacha Kukucha part is the worry or
Restlessness.
the restlessness is the Uddacha. Kukucha is the worry or the yeah. So the this if it wasn't a thing, none of these would be even discussed here. Nothing. You will not even remember whether you have given the chocolates or not.
Yeah.
It would be like as if you have brushed your teeth. You don't remember whether you have brushed your teeth. Do you try and remember? But you fully remember this episode now? That you ran out of chocolates?
And then there, doctor, that came. Now see, because some not contemplation, some self-awareness kind of thing arose as, see how when the feel acts, it's like this, that kind of awareness happened at that point. If the mind had done that, I would have picked and chosen people people without any picking or choosing. It has happened. All went. I mean, whoever came my way, I have given like a robot functioning. So that
No, the
awareness
problem
happened.
is not that moment.
Yeah.
Problem is afterwards.
Afterwards, yeah.
You need to really differentiate these moments. Because at that moment, I agree that you didn't even think about who you are giving or who you are not giving.
Yeah.
But afterwards, you are having it
kind
has
of
become
worry.
a thing. Yeah, that is the perception that you have about the past incident. So it has become a thing afterwards.
It's so subtle. No. Yeah, true. That incident became a thing.
Yeah, that's the thing. So that's the thing. Aran Hanse says even this no self, whatever these things also, we take it for so much granted, that becomes a thing. And there are so many aspects if you're talking about. I don't think, as Arana says, this talking will never end actually if you are talking about Dhamma. Because just imagine why someone is like, imagine why Vishaka didn't persevere to the next level. No, there's no talk at all about that. And why Gatikara is not going to the next level. There's no talk about that. It's not a must, but what I'm trying to say is, what is preventing these things, There are so many aspects into it that the caveats or things that prevent people from actually fully realization or becoming that full realization is actually becoming the non-vibrational.
Yes.
So yeah, there's so much ignorance everywhere that even in the little bit of ignorance means a little bit of a vibration, little bit of the power. Yes, still it is there. But the most important aspect is if someone has fully gotten rid of the self-view, then there is this reassurance that the vibration will never get worse again. That's the beauty of this Dhamma.
Yeah, these open discussions are really important, Doctor. Now, actually, without any intention that it will be enlightening thing I just told, but uh, it really helped me to, your explanation really helped me to see a different angle, another angle of it, another aspect of it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So this Aranhanse gives hints to different levels. You know, if someone is talking about even non-vibration too much, he might say something differently. That is to actually reduce the ego going towards that side. So the ego is very tricky, you know, ego. So ego or the mana udacha vidya. So these things are very tricky things. That's what I'm saying. So the why, if it is very easy, I mean, everyone would be arahants by now, isn't it? Doesn't happen that way. Especially this with the less wisdom, maybe we stagnate here and there. So why the stagnation is there is because of the one thing is, as someone or you Champa said, I think you maybe why because of the so much distractions. Yes, it may be, but it's mainly our own research is not good enough. You know, when we just imagine, now I'm telling you this only, you only. When you do something good, you feel good. Without self-vibration, you feel like you have done something without self-perception, you felt good. And then when you did something without the when you did something with self-perception, you felt bad. Who is feeling this good? Who is that person there? Who is feeling good about that moment and bad about this moment?
It's again the self.
Yeah, these are the tricky areas. You know, you now that is the field side. You are talking
actually,
about the
I
feeling
wanted to ask
aspect.
Dr. Kokila once. Actually, I didn't have time. Now, when you talk, it's like so neutral. No excitement that, like of others. I mean, we feel it. So, was it like that before you listened to Dhamma, or is
Oh,
it an
never
impact of?
like that before.
Okay.
You may not have heard. I have talked to Aranvanse sometimes. I don't know if you remember about maybe the second or third time I listened to. We were talking over the phone. First time I was so scared because I was talking to a stranger. I was so scared because I found the phone number. I was asking about Dhamma. That's the first time. After some time, that I was not that scared to talk over the phone. But it was something I have never done in my whole life. I never talked to anyone like that. I mean, I don't even talk to my friends even that. I am very kind of towards the silent side. But then one day I was telling Aranhansa, this I was ranting about Dhamma. I was I don't know, I can't remember how I did it, but I remember how much power I had in those words. I remember now I can say the same thing without that much power.
Yes.
But
So it is.
Aranhansa laughed at me actually, and he said, "You are like talking like my sister now," or something like that. He was joking at me because I said so much good things about Dhamma. I was appreciating the Dhamma, but it was now only I feel the difference.
Power.
Power. So
Yeah.
this the power, but I can shout also. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. That's the thing. It's
Even though
slowly
you shout,
changing.
that power is not there. No, that I don't know. I feel a difference that I wanted to ask it from you. Even I thought I should ask because it's very different.
It is not to the level of Aranwanse, but Aranwanse is I mean the fabulous example of that. His voice changes. He can shout. I have heard him shouting so much. I mean, sometimes someone comes to the Zoom, definitely we feel that he's purposefully coming to ruin the Zoom. Just if Aran Hansi is there, we have no issue. He will be like, he can handle any situation. He can even put him, like chase him away. He can do anything. But so no one can actually even understand by listening to him that he is talking about an unvibration. If you actually not fully aware about this Dhamma, you will be judging by the words. Even the tone, you can't really judge by that. It's a difficult area. But the vibration is something you can feel underneath that. So it is a tricky area. We improve in that. Actually, we improve. I don't think we will ever improve to the level of Aran Hanse, but definitely we are actually following him.
Yeah, although we are not following it, it naturally will happen out of the maturity.
Yeah. You know, we can tell things to even patients very sternly, like very, very strongly. We can still say the same thing
in a mild manner, in a very
we still say
calm.
Strongly also, but not without that power. That's different. Very different thing.
Without that burning, actually, no, doctor. It's just the raising of the voice.
Yes. This is an art, actually. This Sankara is an art. Pachi Sankara, Kaya Sankara. So the Kaya Sankara is the one which you practice when you are cutting or when you are walking and all that. Pachi Sankara is another art. Another thing that that you will experience, and the mind is a different. It's a different entity because mind is the perception comes. I didn't have enough chocolate to. So that's where the perception is so powerful still. Suddenly that perception is powerful, you know. So there can be some perceptions which are powerful. Now, can you understand? I was trying to say that, but I don't think I said it correctly. The habits. So the habit is that I would like to give chocolates to everyone. That's a habit. Or specifically to my friends. So this habit is a actual you now. So when it is damaged, it's hurting now.
Hurting because the self is being yard.
So these habits are very subtle and we need to pick them up. So like someone gets imagine someone is given a chance to talk in a forum, then they might feel it very difficult to control because They don't want to do it. In another way around, if someone is doing that all the time and someone else get the chance, that might be felt very badly as well. So these habits are really interesting aspects that you can pick up. Otherwise, why are you upset about not everyone not getting a chocolate? And there are specific caveats in that also, like there's a specific friend also, which you might be able to pick up. I think our time has gone. I think we didn't feel that.
5 minutes. We have taken 5 minutes extra.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. We worship our Advance.
Dhamma friends, we worship
Thank you
our
very much. May Triple Gem bless you.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Join. So the reading.
How you would feel such a love coming up is due to the, you you get the synchronization with it.
Years ago, these things didn't matter at all, and we didn't know that we are responding in different ways, even for all these words and how people address us. Now, because of true Dhamma, we are paying attention and we are noticing them. Otherwise, we wouldn't. Sometime, and she openly told her son to tell her not to call me Amma, just to call me Akka, sister. And such a story also came up in the discussion.
Yeah, but that's so superficial, isn't it? These are all superficial because
superficial, yes.
because all these are like mind perceptions. These are actually not true. And if someone actually strengthens with Dhamma, none of these things would matter.
Of course.
They might call you Archie also, so you have to be careful.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Actually, about this thing, I have to say how when children call you Amma, how you would feel such a love coming up is due to the you get the synchronization with the old happy times, so you feel so happy about it. And even if it is a story, just imagine you are watching a video clip or YouTube something, or even a like TV series. If there is a son and if there is a mom, and that son lovingly calls mom, all that will come. I mean, this is not only through the sound. So we have to understand how these things correlate, how this mind, the Amma is not only in the sound. Amma is in the, the perception of Amma, the perception of mother is complicated. It's having all these aspects. So it has the eye faculty, it has the ear faculty, it has the smell faculty. So if you see, why do you like some sceneries in the movies and why not others? Why you like the villain to suffer and the lover to win?
Yes.
Why would you like the story to end, nicely? Happily ever after, we like that. So we can kind of have the perception. We don't want anything to go wrong because we don't like that. So, but if you actually understand Dhamma and understand that this actually this is just one stimuli at a time, and these episodes, whatever the things happening, is just another episode. You can actually be so relieved that you don't get agitated. Also, to add to the Joel's happiness in understanding Dhamma, you can actually feel others too. That is the beauty of it. Actually, you might feel the person who is calling you with anything, like Amma or Achi, whatever. It doesn't matter, but what perspective they are trying to call you. Because sometimes they don't have a word, so they are lost to words. Sometimes, I try to say Mahatmya, and one day I told Mahatmya to someone, I can't remember whether it's, and that Mahatmya actually told, don't tell Mahatmya, just tell the name. And
Yes.
I was, I quickly corrected myself. Yes, but it's kind of, we try to be polite. At the same time, we try to, catch their attention and forget the name also sometimes, or even, whatever the conversation goes on. So if I don't say Surangika, I say, some other thing. And if Surangika gets annoyed, and I can feel it, it's something you feel. So these things are so complicated. So we like our name, 100%. We like our name. Why do we like our name? Is we have an idea that it is me. And if you are called 1,000 times, if I try to call you and say a wrong name, or I might start calling Mrs. Gamage, you might be like, why is she calling me Mrs. Gamage?
Yes.
What's the problem with Dr. Kokila now? Is she like getting some sickness, like so we have an affinity, kind of affinity or clinginess to our own name because of our like kind of we are used to that
identity, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
yeah
As you said,
no
yeah.
imagine someone comes to a doctor and say, hi nurse, can you do this? There should be such a understanding for that person, not to say I'm not a nurse, I'm a doctor, but to do that, but sometimes someone might actually not worry about that and keep doing that. Smile and keep doing that. And maybe a day or two later, that person will understand, oh my God, I have told nurse to that doctor. They might come and apologize, likewise. So how we get attached to these things, it's very subtle. And we keep understanding how these things affect us, and when you start understanding that there is no self, actually you can become the reception, you can become the nurse, you can become the pharmacist, you can become the patient, you can become anything. That's how you start feeling kind of everyone, isn't it?
Years ago, these things didn't matter at all, and we didn't know that we are responding in different ways, even for all these words and how people address us. Now, because of true Dhamma, we are paying attention and we are noticing them. Otherwise, we wouldn't have noticed it.
Yeah, anything to add, Surangika? Surangika must be doing a lot of board meetings and stuff. Surangika will have ideas about perceptions, isn't it, Surangika?
Peruan Sanai, Dr. Kokila. Yeah, I think to that Sudharma's last point, it's, back in the day we didn't know. And we had all these, different ways that we reacted for different terms. But the other thing is, even if we felt a twinge, the mind was so powerful that it comes back and immediately gives a justification as to why we thought of it in that way.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Because it says, I felt a twinge, or, I got indignant because somebody called me Amma or whatever it is. But then, I'm not old. Why did that person think he or she could call me auntie or Amma? So like that, again, the mind comes and covers it up by giving some justification, and because of the lack of any insight to the Dhamma or the truth, that is accepted, and then we feel good about it, and then life goes on, isn't it? So,
and a different perspective, a mother actually, someone would feel so happy when Aryan says mother. Like these are so different stuff, like you might feel like you're heard, or you are felt, but actually that's not in that word, but that's how it is. The little children, I just should add it just for the interest, actually. Little children, they don't go by the words, they go by the touch. Small children, they go by the touch. Their natural development is also depending on the touch and the loving kindness they feel. So later only they will understand if the mother says I love you. If mother says I love you to a little baby doesn't understand what is I love you. That baby doesn't know. But then they are felt loved because of the closeness and the loving kindness that the feel. And but when we when we mature, kind of, we our mind is built. Oh my God, no, not built. Mind is, how do I say that? Mind is forming. Then we want people to express that, as also feel that. So there are different aspects. Females would we would like to hear it, kind of thing. There is psychological aspects of these things. But what I'm trying to say is, so there are so many different aspects to one perception. The perception is Amma. Can you say the different aspects to different people? Imagine a stepmother. I have seen like a video clip one day. The stepmother was working, or stepfather, I can't remember now, but she hears the stepson calling him mother. And she was like so overjoyed. She was dancing, kind of something like that. So why does that mom mattered so much to her? So the word mom or amma brings so many different feelings to different people. One would actually stop and cry because their mother has died, or mother is not there. But other one, like the Canadian story, that person who the mother didn't treat that person very well, the hatred comes. How come is that? So we can understand so much different aspects of this, but just the same perception, same thought, bringing you so many different and also enjoys experiences. The word job, how it affected him. Good job. No one really cares about the word job in different aspects, but when it is heard, he felt that. But likewise, what we feel is really depending on what your world is, what past experiences are. So it's all kind of depending on your past vibrations, I would say. And the past vibration, if you feel the same thing now, it's not a big deal. It's just the synchronization effect. And so be it. You don't have to worry about it. So you kind of, when you try to understand Dharma, what happens is you kind of, you kind of observe how this senses work, and the mind sensor keep jumping up and down. Yes, Surangika, I think I interrupted you. Oh, I don't know.
That's
I can't
okay,
remember.
Dr. Pulkita. The perceptions thing that you mentioned, particularly about the emotions aspect of it, is also so the thing about the mind consciousness is that it is a culmination of all the other sense faculties, and I thought maybe we can talk about it a bit more because Joel is reading the book, and that might help him get more context around it. So when we think about the sense faculties, and we spoke of this the last few days, so the experiences that are gained are only gained through the sense faculties. So what actually happens is everything that is experienced is only a perception. So that's why, we've talked about mothers, fathers, children now. In the last few minutes, we've spoken about Amma, and we've spoken about, yesterday we spoke about sound and having different cultures, having different connotations for the same sound, and therefore taking on different meanings. Then we talked about the mother giving different, somebody can be sad when they think about the mother, somebody can feel happy when they think about the mother. But even for that mother, can you see that if you think about the sense faculties, every sense faculty will give rise to a perception, because if we think about the eye consciousness or the eye, all that it will emanate is light. So the feeling or the sensation that gives rise from that from the light consciousness, we that is the perception of light. So with the ear, it is the perception of sound. With the nose, it's the perception of smell. But then we don't leave the smell, that basic sense of smell, as smell, right? What we see is, if we go out into the garden and we smell something, it's the smell of a jasmine flower. So where did the jasmine come about? How did that come about? So if it was a basic smell, then everything should be smell, 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 right? Smell of, the smell of flowers. All flowers should be the same smell, but we don't take it like that. We take it as, the smell of jasmine, or, a bad smell, the smell of, a dog having gone past and left some poo on the outside curb next to your gate or something. So where did we put those labels? How come those labels were attached to those basic perceptions? So everything that is perceived and experienced is coming from these 5 faculties. And the way the mind conscious works is it combines all these sense faculties and takes it into one thought, which is the object. So if we think about a jasmine flower, that perception will come to mind. But if you have touched a jasmine flower before, you can get the sensation of the touch, the smoothness of the petals. In terms of color, you will know that it is white in color. And then the smell, the fragrance of the jasmine. But when someone says jasmine and there is no jasmine flower even in sight, all those perceptions, the smell of the jasmine, the fragrance, the smoothness of the petals, the fact that it was light, all that comes to you in one flash, isn't it? So that perception is what we call thought. But can you see that in that thought, and this is where the illusion comes to, what you read in the book, and I'm sure there'll be more and more context and detail given as you keep on reading the pages. These perceptions, now in that thought, consider the thought. If somebody says jasmine flower to you, immediately the thought object will flash in your mind. It will flash, and in that flash you'll see the color white. You'll remember, or the fragrance will come to mind, and all that will come, and even the sound, jasmine, will kind of internally it will reverberate in your head. So how did the sound jasmine come out into your head? And then how did the fragrance of smell come to mind? There wasn't even a jasmine flower in sight. You haven't even physically touched a jasmine flower. Somebody just said jasmine. So can you see that that mind object, that thought that we hold on to and attach so much value to, did it actually even have the fragrance? Did it even have the smell perception in it? And yet we think that it has all those embedded features, isn't it? Did that perception of light actually have the light component in it? Was the white actually there? All that was thought was jasmine. And all those perceptions arising out of those sense faculties, which are relevant for that particular thought, arises in a flash. But
And
it is arising in a construct, isn't it?
that will get complicated also, Surankika. If it's a rose and you kind of telepathizes into something else related to rose, this is just like the rose that I got from my, in a previous relationship or something.
Yes, yes. I mean, it can get more and more complicated. That's
complicated.
Right. Yeah.
And that is the thing. I mean, how come, as you said, just a sight brings all these into, that is the beauty of this illusion, actually. the beauty of this illusion is in the sense the miraculous mind of a human. I think that's Lord Buddha has once told that it's the most beautiful film. He told Chalana but I think that's kind of a film. It's the most beautiful film is in the mind, because it's really thing like if I say Niagara Falls now, all of you, you know, without a gap of a fraction of a second, if all of you have heard that before, all of you can synchronize to the something about Niagara Falls. If you have seen a photo of that, you would, you know, it might come to you. You know that it is watery. When I say Niagara Falls, you don't think about a rocky feeling. No, you definitely know it's kind of watery. But if I say Sigiriya, you definitely know it is rocky, isn't it? So this is the beauty of the mind, and you keep understanding more and more. The emotional part also is a factor. If you actually went to Sigiriya with someone, that is a different story. Then I'm saying Sigiriya for something else now here to describe the Dhamma, but someone might remember the trip that they went to Sigiriya, no? Likewise, so many this beautiful mind we have, the humans, is actually used to understand the mind. I think Franka said it one day. We understand, we kind of pierce into the mind through mind. Actually, kind of we use the mind to understand the mind. We use the mind to understand the sense faculties, isn't it, Surangika?
Yeah, and I think, Joel, one of the most beautiful lessons I think that our noble teacher taught us, and which we have reflected over and over again, is the thing that I might not have said it as beautifully as he has told us, is that if you consider a phrase that we have all grown up with, right? Jack and Jill went up the hill. Now you read it in so many books in your childhood days. We've read it as well. So we have a picture, isn't it, that immediately springs to mind when you say Jack and Jill went up the hill. Now, if you consider that you're reading that sentence of a book, you will immediately, you know, Jack and Jill went up the hill, the sound, even if you don't say it out loud, the sound kind of emanates or it kind of reverberates in your head. Then there will be a picture even that will kind of, you'll imagine a little girl and a boy going up a hill. Or you might even remember a little book, the book that you read, and there might have been a little picture on that book. You'll probably remember the picture, or you'll a hazy picture, whatever that you can, you know, that flashes in your mind at that moment. Now, how did all that happen? So if that picture had like a blue sky and a little girl with a pink dress or something, all that you will remember, like the pinkness of the dress, the blue of the sky, then the sound, Jack and Jill went up the hill. And, you know, it even actually has a bit of a rhyme, isn't it? All that will come up, like springing up. So how did the sound perception come out? There wasn't a sound. All you did was read a sentence of a book, and that also not out loud, but quietly. So that is why our teacher said, consider how illusory this is. Was there a sound in that sentence? You didn't even read it out loud. And yet you felt the sound, didn't you? You felt that when you said Jack and Jill went up the hill, you felt that there was that perception of sound. Was there actually a sound? The perception of that light, the pink dress, the blue sky. You thought that there was blue there, you know, and you thought there was pink in that dress. But did you actually see pink? Did pink get conjured up in the mind? You felt as if it felt so real. The perception feels so real, but was there anything in it? Was there actually light in the perception? So when you do that to every sense faculty and the perception that arises from every sense faculty, you have that aha moment where you think, oh my God, what we have read and understood and laughed and cried and learned and all these things and crowded all these thoughts and notions and knowledge into our head and went on and had a life, learned, educated, got married, laughed, cried, did all these things. Didn't we do all those from these perceptions? Were these perceptions true, or what on earth have we been doing? And then you realize, actually, we haven't been doing anything because there was not a self here. As we discussed yesterday, this is just the system, the mind and the phenomena of the mind. The sense faculties work as long as there is a breath. The sense faculties give rise to a sensation. That sensation is called perception. And that perception, depending on a person's background, depending on a person's education background and so on, that perception also will be different. Like we spoke of yesterday, the culture. So one culture can have a different perception, another culture can have a different perception about the same type of sound. So all these things have then culminated to give one an impression of an object, give one an impression of a person, a name and a label. And all these things have accumulated and accumulated and accumulated over the years to almost to kind of imprint itself into a persona called you. Or I have had that experience, as Dr. Kokila said right at the beginning. How do you explain yourself? How do you describe yourself? It says, I am Jack. I own a house on whatever. My mother and father are, an eminent lawyer and a doctor or something like that, Or I have that MBA or this PhD. Isn't that the way we describe? And then we say, no, but who are you? And then, they are scratching their head and wondering, what on earth is this person saying? I've already said that, I'm that one and this one and I have that, I have this. But aren't those things that were described all also perceptions? And then, you start wondering about all these things. So it's these things will gradually, I think, unravel, isn't it, when you keep on reading the book? But just mentioning, just thinking about that thing that you said about feeling very light when you read that book. I think Dr. Kokila, that explanation that the Buddha has said about different people, how some people can grasp the Dhamma and the truth relatively quickly.
Very quick, yeah.
Yeah, and so I'm sure if our noble teacher joined this Zoom, he occasionally does when he's not busy, he would also be able to feel as you do, Dr. Kokila, when Joel speaks, because those are things that can be felt, Joel, by those who are, advanced on the path, so that you would really benefit if our noble teacher also joins at some point. So keep joining us until you'll have a lucky day when he joins.
Yeah, and his questions are.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Madam Surangika, you told about a book and the sentence. So when I was reading the book, this Aryan Vance's book, it says, "If the book is a book, it's a thing kind of thing." So we see it as a book because we perceived it as a book, but it's not a book. Something like that. So I was like,
I can't hear you. Oh, are you not? Oh, can you hear Suranka? I can't hear.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Joel. Is the line clear?
just name it and just say, okay, it's a flower. I think
you
will
dropped
be...
out a little bit, Joel. Do you mind just repeating after the word book?
Yeah, we heard the book and then there was a gap. We couldn't hear.
It's raining here. So the book is like something called thing. The book says, what I read, it's a thing. We perceived it as book because we heard it long time before in the past, as I know.
Yeah.
But if we see a flower and just not name it and just see as a flower and see the beautiful thing in that and just not name it, I think that is the state of mind that Lord Buddha is telling about.
Actually, no, it is much deeper than
Yeah.
that. Much deeper than that, Joel. So, because you brought it up, I had to tell you now. So, just imagine you are looking at what is in front of you, Joel, now.
Banana.
Okay, so you have a banana now. So just imagine. So it is the eye faculty which is working, isn't it? Eye faculty is working. So you see a banana. So that is the first step we understand. We see something, yes, but we perceive it as a banana. That's all right. That's from our whatever the learn thing, yes. But then the next thing is the mind consciousness or this perception true? No, it is a construct. We understand that. But then there's still the consciousness, how do I say that? Eye consciousness or the light, the feel. Because even the baby, if you go to your baby time, Joel being a baby, so the baby didn't know anything about a banana. The baby would be staring at that. But what baby sees is just baby feels something, that there is a difference, but the baby feels the light. That's all what happens in the beginning. Even in that sense, there is kind of a life feel. In that, what Lord Buddha explaining is, even that is actually a perception. Even the light is a perception. So in that, what we understand is this, the life field we have there also is a construct. That is actually or like a sensory organ construct, because the eye is happening so fast. That's why we see the light. For the example of that is, Joel, if you have seen lightning happens because of the million times sparking is the lightning. That light we see. It is the same thing in the eye also. It's a fast occurrence of the eye receptors, which causes us to have a synchronization with the light. So there is always a synchronization. Because there is vibration here, only we can see. If there is no vibration here, if I am blind, whatever the vibration out there, we can't synchronize. So what I'm trying to say is, even the baby felt alive, but so Lord Buddha actually even has addressed that. This one thing that we have to understand is, even at that point, what we feel is the speed of the receptors, speed of the sensory organs. So when we understand that, even the feel, when you touch your banana, you might feel something, but even that is a construct. Do you get the point, Joel? So if you see
Yes,
something, you
doctor.
feel a light, even that is a construct. So actually, there is no way that you will be hidden anywhere, kind of trapped anywhere. That is what the actual thing is. So when we understand the banana, we'll take it as an example now. how banana works is, banana is a mental construct. You now know that. I don't think I need to explain that because you have understood it very properly now. And then it is the I consciousness that works. And how we feel that the banana is like a thing is because that it has that component of the I consciousness as well. So the I consciousness as well as the mind consciousness. So when we understand these both things, so how we feel that there is a banana is because we have a perception that it is there. When we listen to Dhamma, what actually happens is, what happens is, with the help of the noble friend, we understand that it's actually not a thing there, because usually, before listening to Dhamma, the banana is there on the table. Can't you see? Yeah, there is a banana. But now we know this kind of a perception we have. I mean, so someone might call kesel. Someone might call something else. In Tamil, it's something else. A Chinese person might say something else. So in English only, it is called banana. Or someone might say, oh no, it's not banana, it's a plantain, So any perception we have is according to our culture, as we said, according to our language, anything. Whatever that perception is actually a vibration that has arise from these sensory faculties. But the problem that brings the suffering is not that, not actually the banana. The suffering is from the idea that it is there. So this feel of existence actually is misunderstood. Basically, we can say in simple terms, is misunderstood because we feel that because of the speed of the eye, we feel that there is something, and we misunderstand that it has that I am here and there is something there. That's how the duality has come. And actually this duality is part of the illusion too. So this duality is the understanding of this Dhamma actually breaks this duality. When we understand there's no this side here, it is actually just the stimulus only. So if you keep understanding Dhamma, it is very easy for you to understand what has actually happened is there's a perception of banana, yes. Whatever happened now, because we are adults, whatever it comes is as banana, yes. Or if you know it as banana. If you don't know the English word, it will known as kesel. Even if you feel that now, imagine you erase that banana. Even after that, you might feel that there is something there. Even that is wrong. That even something there is wrong. Actually, that is why it is felt like something there is because of the speed of the eye faculty. So the whole thing, we call this actually 3 worlds, we call it, because one world is when we feel that everything is outside. As you say, on the table there is a banana. But we keep understanding this is actually in the mind. But then the next point we understand is all the perceptions in the mind are not true. Then the weight of all the perceptions, the job, the whatever that we were talking about, all the perceptions you understand, and what's the big deal? They are all perceptions, yes. And then the next level is that you feel it as existence. Something is there, That is also due to the sense of faculty, the eye. If you see it, but if you touched it, it's a sense of faculty of the skin. Even that is due to the speed of that sense of faculty. So that's it. I mean, there's no way that you can be tricked, but you will continue to taste the same banana forever. Someone who understands Dhamma will continue to taste and they will be tasting it much more than before, because we are so flustered. No, we are not even, we don't know what we ate for the morning, because we are so thinking so much in under so much pressure. But now, without much pressure, you feel, as you said, you feel so light, and you will actually feel everything. But what that means is you are not going to get trapped in that as thinking that it is true. You know that they are sense reality, isn't it? Did I tell it properly? Can you add something, Suranita?
Yeah, okay. Then Dr. Koka,
And
yeah, so I
Joel,
think,
did you understand, Joel? I mean, I was trying to say that it's a bit deeper than only the mind perception.
Yes, doctor, I understood.
Yeah, all good. Yeah, anything, Suranita?
yeah, so I mean, just to break that down a little bit more, so that so-called banana thing, I mean, if you consider it, all that was discerned to the eye was an object, isn't it? So when did the banana become a banana is another million-dollar question that our noble teacher, because there are 3 types of wisdom that has to be ascertained or realized when one breaks down this thought and pierce the thought, as Dr. Kokida said, in order to really get the meaning of it, and then not have the defilements of aversion, clinging, and so on. And in order to do that, the mind object, i.e., the banana, has to be unraveled, analyzed, dissected, whatever you call it. So, if we think about the banana, you said you have a banana in front of you. When did the banana become a banana? And she said that the baby in the cot didn't know that it was a banana. So, what the light or the eye sensor perceives is just an object. And so it was that object that maybe in your childhood days, even at nursery or wherever, the teacher said, held up a banana and said, children, this is what you call a banana. And then they did BANANA and taught you the spelling. It said that banana is typically yellow. It starts off as green and then it becomes ripe. It's a yellow, you eat it, you have it as fruit, and all these facts have been fed into this so-called system, and then this object called banana comes into being. So that is the way the banana, and then if you have it, but if you touch it, what do you feel? It's only solidity, isn't it? So if how did the solidity become a banana? Again, each time that banana is seen, as we said earlier about the jasmine flower, all those perceptions, whether it arose from the light consciousness, whether it arose from the smell, the distinct smell of banana. Maybe you had a banana the first time you had it as a child. Then you might have had different types of bananas. All those perceptions will telepathize in that moment when you see the banana. So whether it's the smell perception, the light perception, and so on, all that will then constitute that experience of the banana for you. But consider, for example, if you had bought a bunch of bananas and now you think the banana is real, moment you think the banana is real, and also then the banana exists, that's another sensation. And that is the most damning of sensations, because it arises out of ignorance. If you do not understand that it is a perception, that how this banana came about through all these perceptions, the basic perceptions constituting the mind object called a banana, a person who does not know that will believe that there is such a thing called a banana, and then automatically the duality, the person who experiences the banana, savors the taste of the banana, automatically gets manifested there. So that's where the duality happens. I think we're running out of time. Maybe we can pick it up tomorrow, but there are various facets of that you can explain, which if you don't hold the correct perception as to that this whole thing is a construct, you can invariably get caught in the defilements, isn't it, Dr. Kokila, of how the aversion can happen, the clinging can happen, and so on. just
Yeah,
from a
if
bunch of
there
bananas.
if there is a thing, definitely there you are there. That's how it happens.
Yeah.
Whether it is the field level, whether it's the perception level, or whether it's even the outside level. When it is outside level, we can kill for a banana, we can fight for a banana, we can steal the banana, we can do anything. You know, I mean, we will never do that for a banana, but you know, just for an example. So that's how we kind of you know, if you take it as like $1 million. So if I say $1 million, we know that it is kind of a big thing, isn't it? We have like a perception about that. And if you get if there is $1 million on the table, kind of now the it's not like the banana now. It's quite different now. You know, the interest is different. The where to keep it now is a different thing now. There's so much to do. But yeah, we have to put it in a safe, or otherwise you have to put it in the bank, or you don't know how to look after it now because there's so many things to do with $1 million. So that's how the things get complicated. So the aversion or the delusion brings the aversion. So the and the craving, the craving part is so complicated. If you keep understanding this, it would be so beautiful. If you actually understand that it's just a perception, you will definitely put it in the safe. Yes, because if that is the way that you have handled money so far, whatever the money you put it in the bag, you just put it in the bag. You don't care because that is what you have done so far. You know, you get $1 million, what you have done, even if you get 1 rupee, if you have put it in the bank, now you get the $1 million, you put it in the bank, that's what you know. So you just do what you know. That's what it is. But you know, the heaviness that you get from getting that is not there because the perception is not that big. The heaviness is not there means that is the beauty of Dhamma. But the problem is if you feel it as existent, you are still in that. There is still you are there because then you can think about the $1 million in the safe. Oh, I have $1 million in the safe now. So that can keep coming and going, you know. So till the perception is there, the suffering is there. But when you understand that even this perception is not true, whatever you feel about it is also just, whatever the sensory organ. If you think about it, it's the mind sensor. If you see it, it's your eye sensor. If you touch it, it's a touch sensor. What's the big deal about it? There's no big deal about it. If someone actually try to actually steal it, or actually what happens in these countries, usually you get scammed. Imagine you wake up one day and see the bank is empty because someone has scammed you and all the money is gone. You will feel something. If you definitely will cry if you are in, the value gives the response. The value is a problem. Actually, what you do with that is not the big problem. Whatever the value given is the suffering part. So the value equals suffering. That is the thing. I think we'll continue. We always run into the 4 o'clock Zoom meeting, so we will hand over the Zoom meeting to the Sinhala Zoom meeting now. So we worship Paramahansa and salute him for teaching us this beautiful Dhamma, and thank you all Dhamma friends for participating, and thank you Joel for asking so much interesting questions, and may Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Doctor, and all
There was
Dhamma
an
friends.
Dr. Gopala and all Dhamma.
Therun Saranai. First of all, I would like to pay my utmost respect to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. Pada Namaskara Karami, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa Avasarai. May all of you blessed by the Noble Triple Gem. As usual, today is another Dhamma talk from 6 to 7 from Sri Lankan time, the evening. So, Buddothpado sermons, according to what Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi has preached, all these sermons are very valuable, and also where you can meet true Dhamma there. After 2500 years, we can listen to this true Dhamma through these Buddothpado sermons, where you can find more than 10,000, nearly 12,000 sermons. You can listen to these sermons, which will be a golden opportunity in your life. And also all these sermons are preached by under different topics. Sometimes you can listen to all these sermons. If not, you can listen to certain sermons where you can find all the sermons, you get the same direction to the Nibbana. So if someone follows these sermons in a proper way with the guidance of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, definitely you will be able to end the suffering of samsara. You will find the ultimate truth there. You will find the real truth, what Lord Buddha has preached 2500 years ago. Actually, we heard Dhamma from our childhood, but it was really limited. We were Buddhist. It was limited to the paper, the birth certificate. But when we start listening to this true Dhamma, we realize that how a person become a real Buddhist, and also what this real Buddhism is. The philosophy of Buddhism, Satyajnana, it was covered with dust. Nobody was able to reveal this Buddha, state of Buddha. Our Kalyana Mitranan Mahanse, he himself has experienced this from his childhood. This is what he is revealing to the whole mankind. So, as a result of this, after 5 years, he is giving the truth to the whole nation for the sake of this mankind, for the sake of this living being. So, this Buddothpado PeoTV, this English channel, is one of the results where we can give this true Dhamma to the whole nation in English language. That is one of his intention, irrespective of his religion, caste, gender, whether they are poor or rich, whether they are irrespective of this of the status of a person, so they can achieve their target if they want. Actually, if they can understand, if they can feel this true Dhamma, definitely they will find the true path to Nibbana. Not only this pure TV English channel, so even in Tamil, in Sinhala, a lot of avenues you can find. The whole day whole day in the sense English in English you can listen in Sinhala sermons. There are so many sermons you can listen to, and also Zoom discussions, continuous Zoom discussions, nearly 18 hours in Sinhala, so you can listen to them. If you are interested in these two Dhamma, you can listen to them. And also practical sessions every day you will find, even in Zoom and also in Metmal Meheni Aramas and also Bhikkhuni Aramas all over the country. You can get this practice. You can lively join these sessions where Kamatahana is given. And also the International Meditation Center in Dombogoda, Gangabada as well. So that is another place where you can book, you can go there, even most probably poor days. So directly Aryan Vahanse is conducting these conducting these go conducting these sermons for the sake of this mankind. Other than that, Zoom discussions are going on. So they are the people, the followers or disciples will be able to solve their problems taking Kamatahana, and also they can question directly, they can talk directly with Aryan Vahanse. So there are different times from 5 a.m. to nearly it goes 8:30 a.m. and another one starts from 9:30 to 11:30, and also sutra discussions directly engaged by Aryan Vahanse, especially for the nuns and monks. So which is a golden opportunity where he explains anybody can join there. Right after that, Andolanatmaka Deshana, which is very common, which is very unique, that is for the Lokaya Attakara Nogat, the people who do not believe the mundane world. So they can directly join and they can directly discuss with Aryan Vahanse. Those who have well experience, more than 2 years experience in listening to this Dhamma, so they will be able to, those who have not understood, so due to different things, problems, those who were unable to understand, those who were unable to feel this Dhamma, so directly Aryan Vahanse, he himself gives the Kamatahana to his disciples. So there are so many avenues those who are interested in. And also, other than that, these relics, worshipping of relics and giving relics to these other places, in religious places. So that is another important thing. So there are also how people gather these places and how they worship, and also there that they will gain the opportunity to listen to this Dhamma as well, because Aryan Vahanse's discourses are telecast there. Small group discussions are done in different places with the monitoring of our Kalyana Mityana Mahansi. So there are so many opportunities. Anybody who is interested in these Buddothpado sermons, so there are so many opportunities where others, those who go to the temple, worship flowers, and come home and do a little bit of meditation. So they don't get this opportunity actually. So what you have to do is you have to have a thorough understanding about this philosophy, what Lord Buddha has preached 2500 years ago. The same thing you can listen in these Buddothpado sermons, no doubt. So this is very, very important. Listening to this Dhamma. So what always this Dhamma says is that uh, you are thinking, and you are living in this mundane world. So who am I? Where am I? You have to find. So this is the most important thing. If somebody wants to listen to this Dhamma, so this is the place where you have to have a good understanding. Is there a thing called mind? So, so if you have listened to this through Dhamma, under this topic, the topic mind, under this topic, you can have a series of Dhamma sermons, Dhamma talks, because most probably all of us all of us wanted to learn Dhamma from textbooks and from knowledge. We try to gather knowledge. Sometimes we try to pass exams, thinking that Dhamma will be there. And also we try to read books, even when we were small actually. We wanted to go to the Sunday schools. And also we learned so many things as a subject we have learned in our research sheet against that Buddhism. Maybe you have that credit passed or distinction pass or else a pass. But are we Buddhists? Have we realized this true Dhamma? That is the question arising. So writing to a paper, knowing knowledge, is that enough to understand this Dhamma? Or passing exams, will it help us to understand this Dhamma? Then what about this practical knowledge? Lord Buddha has preached Pratipadaven ma pudanno veti. Amisen ma pudanno, malin ma pudanno noveti. So this is what Lord Buddha has taught. Even we did not know this practical, what this practical is, what this philosophy the Lord Buddha has preached is. So actually there we are failed actually. So we did not use that practical side. We do not become practical there. Only we acquire a significant intellectual knowledge. Most probably before understanding this Dhamma, we ran after this intellectual knowledge. But if one can recognize the fact that Dhamma is not in the textbooks, although we try to find it from textbooks. Lord Buddha expounded the truth to the humanity as a path to freedom, eradicating the suffering or this unsatisfactoriness or the misery. What we really need in this life is the freedom from dukkha or the suffering or be peace. Throughout our life, we are suffering. We can't find it out because when we are happy, We don't feel that we are suffering there. That is also suffering. When only it comes with something sad, we think that we are suffering. So even it is happiness or sadness, both we are suffering there. As a human being, throughout the life we are suffering. This is what we can't understand. So no point of talking about that because nobody wants to talk about this suffering. So actually, after listening to these Buddothpado sermons, we understood that the suffering is there with the whole mankind. So there we try to find what is dukkha, what is this suffering. If we look at this suffering or dukkha closely, we will understand that dukkha is due to this existence of the so-called me. Me. Commonly, normally, we all say, I'm sad, I'm suffering, I'm unhappy. Not only that, I am suffering because of this person, because of so and so. I'm suffering because I lost this. I'm suffering because I lost this. I'm suffering because I wanted it. I did not get it. In this manner, we attribute the arising of dukkha to various things or people or situations outside. We thought that because of this outside, we feel this dukkha, we are suffering. So we try to find out that suffering from out, such as when we do not get what we wanted, when we lose that we like the most, likewise, we try to find it. In all these situations, we say, I am suffering, I am miserable, I am happy. Dukkha, it happens to me. Isn't it so? So just imagine, this is the normal situation we all face. Now we understand, actually, to be thankful to these Buddothpado sermons. Now we understand that this dukkha or suffering is for a somebody. If there is nobody, then how can there be any dukkha? This is very deep insight, which we usually do not see or comprehend. However, if we come to understand, realize, or recognize this truth clearly, it is very simple. We talk about this Nibbana, the path to Nibbana. Many try to attain Nibbana, or in other words, to realize the truth. Isn't it so? Even for a moment, have you ever felt that you have a mind? Have you felt this? Even we uh, even we did not want to talk about this mind actually. So often we say, I have a mind. We didn't think about it, but we say that we have a mind. My mind is joyful. My mind is miserable. These are the words always you utter. Oh, unhappy. I am very bored. Whenever the mind is, there is dukkha, unsatisfactoriness. Whenever the mind exists, there is joy and sorrow, the duality. So when you understand this, when the mind is there, you feel that sorrow, happiness, misery, all these things are there. So there, the duality starts. Joy and sorrow is there, the duality. Actually, mind never stays at one end. According to Buddothpado sermons, Aryan Vahase clearly explains us. It is always oscillates. If there is one end, it implies the existence of the opposite end. The duality is the nature of the mind. Here, Lord Buddha taught us the reality. We can understand that the intellectual knowledge or data or theory is not enough. However, when it comes to the true knowing or experiential knowledge, it is questionable whether we have understood the teachings correctly or got the essentials that it is pointing to. Almost most of us have not understood the pointings correctly. Do you recognize that somebody or sense of an individual exists in that so-called knowledge? Here, knowledge means objective knowledge. If one says, I know, it merely means a knowledge acquired through senses. Then there exists somebody or a sense of individuality and an object of knowledge. So, what you are looking for? Sometimes that is the question most probably Buddothpado Aryan Vahase is asking. Path to liberation, path to freedom, or are you looking for a solution to this samsara, the burning sensation? Are you confident that you know the truth or Dhamma? Are you confident that you will not have any birth after this body drops off? Do you have any proper experience of this experience by your own? What is this mind? Where is this non-formation of mind occurring? One may think that he or she will not fulfill his desires or the thoughts arising in mind. Most of us consider that all subjects of mind are to be things. Also, everyone knows that thoughts are the mind itself. The mind has no independent existence. The thought, for example, your house, your child, your husband, your jobs, anything else, whatever the thought it is, itself does not fulfill desires. Such thoughts are impermanent, that is, anitya. Thoughts are coming, seemingly appear and disappear. So all these things are very common to do these Buddothpado sermons, where always Aryan Mahansa is explaining. One can ponder the impermanence of objects in this manner. For example, any object seen outside is impermanent. It breaks and decays after some time. This way one can think about the impermanence of objects, considering that leads to develop detachment from objects. By contemplating in this manner, one may think that he or she will be fully detached one day, and the truth will be revealed at some stage. You can try this manner, but soon you will understand that this endurer is endless. But if one can achieve practically, it's good. But unfortunately, it will not happen. Practicing this way, you will definitely come to know that craving will not happen. At some point in some, we also tried out, but at the end found out that it does not work that way. So if you go on practicing this way, craving keep rising, because we believe that there are things outside. As long as we hold on to this existence of things outside, we can never see this. We will never come out. We will never become free. This is not the path to Nibbana or freedom. There are many misconceptions in the society. Relating to this spiritual path. Most minds are filled with such an force agitating their minds. So if we can discuss these things, yeah, if you can listen to these Buddothpado sermons, You are really aware of this real truth, with this real truth. As long as there are things outside, dukkha is inevitable. No cessation of dukkha. If you are trying to find this truth honestly, if you try to practice this honestly, given as taught in these Buddothpado sermons or well-trained teachers, as an honest attempt to know the truth, you will be able to find it. Most of us are trying to find this incorrectly, actually. So, where we can find it at this mundane world, even today, because most of the people are try to find this from outside world, go to the temple, offer flowers and giving pujas and uh, offering pujas different ways, even by doing donations and all, to make the buildings and buildings and giving alms. So these are the things we try to do. Most of the disciples of Buddhothpada, so they have understood, they have gone all these places where they thought that they will find this nirvana. So in turn, they have turned to this Buddhothpada, the family of Buddothpado, because they have realized with these failures where we did not find this Nibbana there. So with these failures only, we come to know that the outside world, we can't find from Nibbana, from this outside world, even from meditation, where we used to do. With different beliefs and concepts having in our mind, we listen to this. So all these misconceptions and beliefs scattered after listening to these Buddhothpado sermons. We got to know what the truth is, what the truth really Lord Buddha has preached through these Buddhothpado sermons done by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. Our time is, our lifetime is very short. So because of that, we don't have time. No time is left. So we have to have that correct teaching and path. The path should be investigated by ourselves. The kamatahana, when we talk about this kamatahana, the kamatahana that suits us should be selected by ourselves. So we can't give that responsibility to somebody else. And also no one can do this on behalf of us. Only our Kalyana Mitranan Vahanse can uncover the message. Only he can uncover this message. Although whatever we did, whatever we are doing, whatever we will do, so Kalyana Mitranan Vahanse should be there. Only he can uncover the message. So it is our duty to walk along the path according to the Kamatahana given by Kalyana Mitranan Vahanse. So while going on the path of Nirvana, before finding this, did we get this real Kamatahana? Did you get this real Kamatahana from somebody else? So they were unable to explain that really, because they did not have the explanation, the real experience. So they were unable to give it to their disciples. They just had only the knowledge. But you understood that Nirvana is there in these Buddothpado sermons. So we believe that the truth is there. So once we heard these sermons, we understood that the truth is there. So the message is given. The message of the truth is given, but it can be only pointed out. So this is what Aryan Mahansa is doing, what he does. He's pointing out the Kamatahana. He's pointing out everything. He's giving us, first it gives as a message, as knowledge, we have to have it. So how the pointing is grasped depends on each one's state of mind and spiritual maturity. So it is up to us. We have to take it. Once the Kamatana is released, it is our duty to take it in the correct way. Until such time you see the teaching or pointed through the correct mental attitude and angle, realization will not dawn. Mere thinking on the teaching or pointed will not get you there. Realization of the truth is very rare. This is very, very important. That is why some people, some disciples, when we listen to these Zoom discussions, there are some disciples who have listened to these sermons at a stretch for about 4-5 years will have not gained this. The state of mind is not in the proper place. Sometimes you may have heard R&R say is very strict on them. So this realization is not that easy. Because just thinking or pointing will not get you there. The realization is the most important thing. This is not available publicly on a plate. Only useless things with no value become famous in general public in this world. So this is true. The profound truth will never get accepted by masses and publicly available. That is why even Lord Buddha has taught only a pinch of people will get this. Others, the rest of the mind is mundane world and going in the circle of samsara. Since it is hard to comprehend by human mind, it is natural to deny or refuse. Sometimes even you feel sorry about the people who do not understand this, people who do not want to believe these Buddothpado sermons, but that is the nature. We can't make them realize. Even in the period of Lord Buddha, even that era, the same thing happens. The Chundasukara is next to uh, Lord Buddha, where he was living, but he did not understand this Dhamma. So likewise, the same manner after 2500 years, the same manner. So we can't force it and give it to the people. Because we see this happening everywhere now. Anyway, we must try our level best to search this truth only. What Aryan Vahanse is doing here, pointing out what he has experienced by himself, what he has researched. Even he is always pointing out, like Lord Buddha, anybody has the right to check if there are any doubts. Nobody is forcing anybody. Even Kalyana Mitranand Vahanse is not forcing anybody. So we have to have that experience by our own. You have the right not to accept it. You have the right to accept it. It's up to you. Kalyana Mitranand Vahanse is always asking us, don't believe what I say. You investigate this and check it by yourself. Sincerely, what he is pointing out, and build confidence on the message. Experience it. Then only accept it. This is what he says. You all can understand what I say. So you experience it, accept it. If not, do not accept. If you are not seeing the message, experiencing it, if you feel that this is something, if you believe that this is something wrong, but you have to have a proper investigation about this by yourself. So there, if you feel that, you can reject it, no doubt. This is what Lord Buddha said. So nobody is forcing you. You can experience it. Then only you can follow this by yourself. If not, you can reject it. So this is what Lord Buddha has given. And also Aryan Mahase has experienced it, that giving it as a message. And giving it all the sincere, earnest seekers. who can see it, who can experience it by themselves. So, with his all compassion, he wants to give this to the whole mankind. If you really thoroughly believe, if you have that trust in this spiritual path, and also if you keenly investigate, recognize, experience this truth by yourself, if so, then you can clearly see that there is no thing called mind. The so-called mind is non-existent. How do we say that there is no mind? These things are very common to all of us. There are many books, sermons he has written about this mind. In reality, there is no thing called mind. It does not exist in reality. Only seemingly exists. If that is so, then how do we say we have mind? How do we say we think, we talk, we remember so many things? I know you, I love you. So there Many people naturally think the existence of such mind. This is not easy to cognize the no mind. Keenly investigate what is this all about. Mind is that which momentarily appears and disappears. It does not exist constantly throughout. Even everywhere we are to understand and recognize this fact. So to understand this fact, so you have to have a proper guidance from this philosophy of Lord Buddha. So once you understand that, you will understand that there is no I, my, mind concept. There is no mind at all. Only these sensory faculties are working. So Buddothpado sermons take you to the real path of Nibbana. So this is the one and only path for Nibbana. To eradicate your suffering, you have to have this path rather than going in different ways. This is the only path you can find this Nibbana. If you want to eradicate this suffering, this is the only path. Buddothpado sermons will help you, will guide you, no doubt. So what you have to do is, you have to have the message of our Kalyana Mitranan Vahanse. First of all, get that message and try to understand the message given by our Kalyana Mitranan Vahanse, which is given by Lord Buddha 2500 years ago. The same thing he preaches in his sermons, more than 10,000, nearly 12,000 sermons. So no doubt you will be able to eradicate your sufferings with the help of these sermons and with these practical sessions, plus the Zoom sessions where you can directly talk to your feelings and all with Buddothpado and Vahanse. So there is nobody at present to give you the right kamatahana to eradicate your suffering, which will become zero, no doubt. So this is what Lord Buddha has preached 2500 years ago. The same thing is preached by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse in Buddothpado sermons, where it's like a gem you will find, no doubt. So as usual, the time is up and we have come to the end of this Dhamma talk. So I would like to wish you all like this. May we all have the courage to look deeply. May we have the wisdom to let go. May we awaken to the moment. And may all beings be free from suffering. May all beings be free from suffering. So I would like to wind up this Dhamma talk right now as the time passes. I would like to pay my utmost respect to our Kalyana Mitranan Vahanse for encouraging us. Pada namaskara karami Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse avasarai Therwan Saranai.
Good afternoon, everybody. Therwan Sarnai Aryan Mahasa. Therwan Sarnai, everybody. Let's continue reading the two Mahasa Vedan to page number 50. Samadhiya is due to your continuous effort to be mindful by focusing on the blank white screen at the background. You begin to develop an uninterrupted awareness of the blank white screen. This effortless, peaceful focusing of your mind, watching the thoughts, is called samadhi. Once you arrive at the state of samadhi, you always only see the blank white background. In this state of samadhi, you don't pay attention to the colors you see on the screen. You would only focus on the blank white screen. Always seeing the blank screen is ultimate wisdom. Samadhi automatically develops the 5 spiritual faculties: sattva, virya, sati, samadhi, prajna to a higher clarity. Prajna is wisdom, the wisdom that makes you realize the pure truth. The wisdom of realizing the pure truth is also known as awakening of the Dhammacakkusaya. It means that one sees the truth. We are not able to realize the truth at once. Therefore, a little samatha meditation, concentration meditation, can help you immensely to keeping your mind at one point. A bit of concentration to keep your mind from running away will help you go on the path and realize the truth. If you had practiced the Anapanasati meditation before, then as soon as you realize that your mind is trying to wander away, you would know how to bring your concentration back to your breathing. In the same way, you have to learn to bring your concentration to see that whatever you see outside is a lie. You know that you are always being tricked by your mind consciousness, and the mind makes you feel that the outside truly exists. Believing in the outside world is called anusotaya. Now you have to learn how to avoid getting tricked by the illusion. You always get tricked. It is very difficult to stay without getting tricked by your thoughts. You have to apply a lot of effort to avoid getting tricked by your mind. Therwan Sarnai, everybody.
Therwan Sarnai. May Triple Gem bless you all. I think some of our Dhamma friends are participating to the Mudita programs today, so they will not be available. That's fine. We'll continue the discussion as we can. So we worship Aranase for his guidance and his, we can start the discussion. I will continue to talk and but you can join at the Surankai is here. So what Shani was talking about is today about this mind consciousness and you know that how this illusion has tricked us so far and how it has brought this burning inside. So the burning is actually, we have talked a lot about this in Sinhala discussions, but I'll bring it back again, that the burning itself is me. There's no separate me. I think that is the difficulty in understanding that this burning has brought us to think that there is someone here. That is our kind of understanding, which is fair enough. I mean, if there is some burning here, which is not even relevant to the situation, of course there should be someone to feel the burning. That's how it is. That's how the interpretation comes. It's in kind of not voluntary. It's involuntary because no one has to teach a child or a person that that there is me, even if there's no kind of proper language system. Even if what we take the example is someone growing up in the jungle with the animals. If there is a human, still that sense of self or the self-perception will be there. How that is happening is because of this burning happening here. The burning is not there. Actually, doesn't necessarily matter whether you are seeing or whether you are hearing, whether you are feeling or whether you are thinking. Doesn't really matter. So, but if you really understand this system, the system will continue. The burning will not be there. You have don't forget that the bodily sensations, pain, if there's any pain, you cut your arm or you have fractured your bone or whatever, if there's anything that has happened, the tenderness, the pain, everything will be there. Because that is because of the sensory organs. They will be there. But if the misunderstanding of that it is felt to me is not there, and that even sense of self is not there. Actually, it's something you have to feel. That will actually bring you so much tranquility, even in the middle of any physical damage. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. Whatever the physical damage it is happening, or whatever mental damage it is happening, because we know that anything can happen in this life. This dream continues, but if the burning here is not there, then it's just another occurrence, another stimuli, another spark, whatever the way you call it, just another incident. So that's what we discuss every day. And Shani was talking about, if someone's mind is so flustered, they can try to do some concentration meditation. But this understanding about the sensory organs and understanding that there is actually no self here, it has nothing. Actually, it is the most important thing. not just only concentration meditation is not going to give you happiness, because it will give you some solace, some tranquility for a the time period that you are doing. But this Dhamma is going to give you unparalleled, unlimited in every condition, in every, whether you're standing or every posture. Nothing matters for this tranquility, for this awakening. So that is what is important here, that we are actually trying our best to elaborate on these first few steps in this Dhamma. We don't talk much in detail about the latter parts, because the most important thing is to come into this experience of non-vibration, and that is where the actual path begins. So Joel is also here. Joel can ask a question if there is anything wondering from yesterday.
Yes, doctor. I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
From this thought pattern, how can I moreover, these thoughts are disturbing because of social pressure. If you don't have a job, why you don't have a job? If you're not married, why are you not married? These kind of questions from people make me to worry more. It's that's the problem that I have. So how can I face this?
Yeah, the why a question would worry you, we can dig into that, because there are so many questions people can ask, whether specifically someone close to you, or even someone not close to you, can bring up a question like that. But why a question can reach you, even, because not all the questions reach you. I mean, if you get my meaning about reach you, is like, doesn't fluster you, it doesn't make you wonder or ponder about the question. If the question brings you some value, that is where the problem is. The question has brought you some it has a major value, because as I as we discussed on the first day when you started the discussion about the thought, I actually elaborated on the point that whatever the aspects we have so much stuff in our mind, like so much stuff hidden, even we don't want to touch these areas. So these areas get actually just one word can boil them up. Just one one aspect of even a picture can brought it up, even a voice can brought it up, even a topic can brought it up. So that is what is happening. A topic, that's the question itself is annoying you. The question itself, not just because it is being asked by someone. Question itself is bothering you, even subconsciously it's bothering you anyway. That is what it is, because if you're not even bothered about, why are you wearing that shirt, you'll be like, oh yeah, who cares? You won't remember even that someone has asked that question. But because that this question is very close to you, very dear to you, the question itself is subconsciously working there in your system, that has become a thing to you, and that has the ability to make you feel that burning. So that is what it is. So the question, if you keep understanding how this system works, actually there's no difference in between asking why are you wearing that shirt today and why are you not doing a job today? It's this kind of some it's kind of a question, isn't it? But if we ask an intimate question itself suggests that it is dear to you, or it is very close to you, or is it just value? There's a kind of a value to you. So the value, how does the value come from? The topic job has a value to you. Topic marriage has a value to you. There's so many aspects to it, because I am not going deep into that, because but in your mind you will understand what I'm trying to say, that there's so much deeper aspects into that. The deeper aspects, if you dig into that those aspects, you can understand why there's a big deal about these topics, the topics itself. So imagine someone is from Sri Lanka, I mean in where when we live abroad, if someone is from Sri Lanka and Sri Lanka is undergoing some calamity, how that topic is so sensitive to that person who is living here, because they have an idea, isn't it? They don't get an idea when some other country which you even don't know is in trouble. You might feel something, but at the like particularly, I don't think it will kind of give you a lot of burning. So when if we keep understanding how this mental formations, how they give actually no, the other way around, how they have become so important to you is when they come again and again and again and again. So as a child, imagine you are like 18-year-old, you didn't have a job, you didn't have to think about a marriage, but slowly these ideas from the culture, because this culture is different, cultures are different too. So imagine you are in a Western type of culture. If you are a Gen Z kind of some generations below, in the near future, I think there would be a trend that no one would get married. Well, no one would wonder about who is doing what, specifically some countries, they don't worry about what you're doing. They don't really marginalize you, identify you by your job. So if you are self-employed, you're just doing that. If you're doing some cleaning, you're a cleaner. Doesn't necessarily matter, but in some cultures it does matter. So likewise, all the environmental factors, all the social factors, this brings you the value. The value is molded. When we talk about mother, we talk about how the value is brought about. Even though if the baby was changed in the initial bit, if the baby was accidentally changed, that baby will be telling mother to someone else accidentally or unknowingly, but still that memory, that thought will carry a heavy burden, because you feel it as real. You just, this mother did this, mother did that, my mother is like this, or my mother didn't look after me, that in the other way around, there's a big story that you can tell the other way around too, like my mother didn't want me, my mother didn't like me, mother hated me, treated me badly, whatever the way that they have the story. This is the story that we have for your 35, 45, 55 years of age. That's this drama, this story, this film. It's ongoing. And that's actually what we talk about. This mind consciousness is actually just a formation of, it's just a manifestation. But when it comes again and again and again, the power of that thought becomes so much that you feel the burden too much. So just the word job might piss you off, just make you agitated, angry, irritated, or self-conscious. Actually, that word itself make you to understand that burning is brought about. So you feel kind of understand this now. So that is who you are. Actually, there is no the word. If we say I feel this, it's not actually not that. The I is a misnomer. It's actually a just an idea that we have. The actual what we call I is that feel that you get, the burning that you get. So this Dhamma is all about understanding the everything, not just part of it. So if you keep understanding this Dhamma, you will realize how this propagates, how this story propagates. Story began when you were like 16, you were doing O level, and if you did O level, and then you did A level, then you have like a different thing. You just start studying. You do a degree. You do some kind of further studying, and then there's a pattern that society, or we can call it society, but there's actually the family, everything brings about a pattern that this should happen, this should happen, this should happen, this should happen. And yeah, likewise, it's the same to everyone. If you ask everyone in this forum, that's the same thing. Everyone has an agenda, like the given agenda. It's actually a given agenda. It's environmental, it's social, it's it's, but from our point of view, we don't really much talk about that. What we tell is it's actually in the mind sensor, because mind sensor has this whole lot of stories. A king, if you think about it, just a king. I mean, we can't talk about kings that much at this era, but still, if it's a king has a different world. They has to look after lots and lots of wives, and that kind of pattern. Who brought that pattern? There is a pattern, but now that pattern is gone. There's no kings at this time of the time, but there's a different pattern. And if you think about maybe in 100 years, the pattern would be completely different, and no one would be even questioning whether anything is happening to you. And you might be wondering and pondering, why no one is asking me any question? No one is bothered about me. Actually, that might happen too, because everyone is so self-conscious, so self-centered, they might not even ask about anyone else. That can happen too. But what I'm trying to say, this is all a manifestation of the mind. If you can understand that, actually, and also how one thought has come to that so much importance. Like if someone's job is so important to them, and if you started to not like it, or if someone if you take a simple thing like you wanted a different kind of life pattern, but you don't get it, kind of that what you want, the aspiration of that, or the thinking about that makes it much gives it much more value. And if someone talks about anything like that, when someone is coming to your home and talking about, I went for a holiday and all that, then you might be like, oh, that's so good, I wish I can go. Likewise, there's so much things that we prefer, we like, it's our kind of the dream, because every person's dream is different, the world is different, their aspirations are different, and their views are different. But common to all the humans is the self-view. They have the view that it is happening to me. So I'm touching everywhere, bits and pieces everywhere, so you might get confused. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is you have to understand why some topic will make you agitated or anxious, and get angry or even react to that, because another question might not worry you. If someone asks you, can you do this? And you will be like, oh, okay. But if someone asks you, can you find another job? And you will be like, what, even the word that, that brings you so much, synchronization to that, the things that you don't want to explore. So one way is to understand why this is giving you so much power. So you are, if I'm imagining, I don't know whether my thinking pattern is correct in that way. I'm thinking you don't have babies, Joel. Do you have a family at the moment?
No, I'm not married, doctor.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
single.
So in that way, like imagine a mother. The mother's world rolls around you. You will understand from your mother's point of view. Mother's world rolls around the children's lives, and when they get older and the children are moving out, they feel like empty because they are like they didn't have babies when, like, imagine they got the first baby at 20. If it is like kind of any family, like basic, and now the mother is 70. You have had the baby for 50 years now. Your child is big and the child has even children, but this one thought, the daughter or the son, how that makes you, so agitated or happy. It can be either way. It makes you kind of get that burning or feel that makes you. It's a very complicated story then. 70-year-old mother having a 50-year-old son and worrying about that 50-year-old son, or even thinking, how can I die? I want to live with my son. Or other way around, why son is not looking after me? Why son can't call me? Why son can't come and see me? So the world revolves around topics or stimuli or the thoughts. Our thinking process works in such a way. So why you in your story, you have your own waves. They are all waves, though. That's the thing. They're all thoughts. So if for some reason you decide, or you felt as not marrying or marrying, whatever, that has given you some power. That word marriage even has given some. It has a power. That thought has a power. That you have to understand. How did that happen? That word didn't have that much power when you were a 20-year-old boy. But now why it is having so much impact on you? In the sense that is you. The impact is you, actually. Don't forget that. Because when we talk, the words can carry you away. But the burning is you. There is no separate you. That is why we feel alive. So that is the problem that you have to understand. Why it has given you such impact. Why you are. Why this. The job. The word, even the job, can make you irritated. So, do you actually have an answer? Why? Do you understand this? All these thinking patterns are just construct, and how this is working. But what has made you to worry too much about these things?
Yes, doctor. Like today only, I downloaded this Buddothpado book from Chrome.
Yeah.
And I've started to read this. But in our culture, like when they, even known people, unknown people, when they meet you, the first question is, are you working or are you married? If you're married, why don't you have children? Again and again, we face the same questions.
Yeah, that's the thing. That is not found here. That's actually so intimate questions that's a cultural thing that is there. But in a way, in a way, some cultures are actually open to that, you know, like you're used to that, you know, you're okay with that. But what made you so protective about that question, though?
Because they ask about it again and again, it started to make a big impact on my life.
Yeah, but why
like,
are you annoyed is the problem, because if someone asks some other question, you might not get annoyed, isn't it? So that's what I'm trying to say, that these topics annoy you anyway. I think they annoy you anyway. I think that has the word, even that word might bring you up some unwanted, burning, so that you don't like to bring it up. That's what it is usually. And so the culture is, yes, the usually, you know, the neighbors know everything about the house, but here neighbor knows nothing. But that is the kind of the pattern. But that doesn't necessarily mean this is correct or that is correct. You know what I mean? Like, can't really say that the pattern here is correct, because there's no kind of there's some good things about these things too, but there's bad things as well. Everywhere that is the same thing. If you're living in a jungle, there are good things and bad things. If you're living in a like a very open society where everything is questioned, all the privacy is not that much important, they keep asking the intimate questions like that. That's kind of one way of culture, isn't it? But there's a different way also. But a lot of people are depressed here too, kind of agitated here too, anxious here too. So how that can happen? Because they feel, actually mostly this side, the European countries or the English-speaking countries, they feel isolated. They feel helpless. So these ideas about, you know, the why it is hurting you is actually because the same question has brought you so much burning. So the burning is depending on what our views are. That is how it is. So so do you actually worry about actually how can you live without income, Joel? How do you have any other sort of income?
This forum, I cannot tell.
Yeah, that's okay.
Answers,
that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, if you have income, that doesn't
Yeah.
bother you. That's what I was trying to say. Because the income is the main thing. The job is for income. Job is to find food, you know, like just to get fed and to buy some clothes, and you have some comfortable life, isn't it? If that is there, then it's not a big issue. But burning comes from, as I told again and again, burning comes not from that factor. Even not from the point that they ask the question. Burning comes because it gives you so much value. And basically, if you start hating a job, you might get this idea that the job, either job destroyed you or job, something like that. It doesn't necessarily matter what it is, but it has given you that, sadness, anger, pondering thoughts in the past. Depression is actually pondering thoughts in the past. You know that as a counselor, you know all about that. And this future, of the future. So someone's question is just a sound. Just a sound. Question is a sound. Question, discussion, it's all sound. This now you hear in this Zoom discussion is a sound. But then this, how that sound gave you so much, hatred or anger or anxiety or stress or, some kind of burning. That's why we use the burning, because there's so much words to use if we use multiple words. But burning is the fire you get by hearing just a noise. But how did you get that? How did you get? That's what the science of mind is. You learn the science of the mind here. You learn how a sound has brought so much sadness in someone's life. How did that happen? Because you heard a sound, but your mind understands that as something, and that has so much meaning to you that it brings you kind of agitation. And if that same question is being asked again and again, you would feel like even punching that person, even though that person has never asked it before, because that question was being asked. The question and the person who asked, that the person who asked may be even completely unknown to you. Like they just met you and you say, oh, where do you work? And you're like, here it is again. And but that person was just trying to make a conversation with you. And then but the burning here is back because of the telepathization of that, the word, or the telepathization of that mind, the thought. This synchronization brings back all the burning you had before. That is why we feel like going back to that burning again and again and again and again. So if you understand this process, next time someone asks that, you'll be like, oh, this is what the burning is. Your actual, your understanding goes a different angle, because the burning comes, but you identify the burning, not the actual person's problem. Why this person is asking me a question. It doesn't happen to you. You get the burning and you are like, here comes the burning. Yeah, that's how you will be understanding this Dhamma first in the initial bit. What do you think, Surangika? Do you have another aspect to discuss this? Because there's multiple aspects to anything, because there's so much different entry points to a topic.
Therwan Sanai, Kokila, and Therwan Sanai, Joel, and my friends. Yeah, I think I think Dr. Kokila is trying to give you different angles of it, and also without trying to put too much of our just the usual terminology that we typically use in the Zoom discussion. But invariably, I think because we are talking about the truth in this Zoom discussion, there is also a bit of a challenge in not using some of that wording and some of those aspects to really explain what is happening here and the problem with this so-called thought as well, isn't it? Because ultimately what we are trying to say is that why has that thing irked you? Why is it that, hearing it over and over again become so much of a bother? And that is what Dr. Kokila is trying to explain. That is because that word has been given a value to you over time. It is a perception. The perception now in society also, we talked right at the beginning about societal norms and conventions in different cultures. There is these different expectations that, everybody has to have a job. A man has to have a job and then fend for his family. This kind of old, probably some societies are still kind of stuck in time. You can say that, but then some cultures, you don't have to, just as Dr. Kokila said. So depending on what culture, what background one has grown up in, these are basic stuff. that, for example, you have to, if you're 25, a woman has to get married. Otherwise, the mother or the father or somebody will say, why aren't you getting married? And there's societal pressure. There is pressure at home, pressure from society and anywhere. So that asking that person, why are you not getting married, would not be a problem for that young woman if that young woman also did not have a value given to the fact that marriage is a thing. But if marriage has become a thing and that perception has grown stronger and stronger as that person has grown up now, marriage there was no meaning to marriage when that girl, why young woman was a little baby, marriage didn't mean a thing. But when did this marriage become a thing? When did marriage become a word or a reality? Because as that child grew up, he or she in this case, has been told various things. We have given names, labels to various perceptions that have come across, that have manifested through our senses. And we have given objects names. We have given objects names like mother, father. We have given objects like school. There are friends. You have to go to class every day. This is what you do on weekends. You are Jack. And when you grow up, you have to be a good boy. And then you have to do your exams well. All these things have been fed into you. This is just basically a program. So when each of these objects have become more and more real to you and you start to believe it, the objects are there, and then this duality, I think we spoke of yesterday or day before, the sense of self comes about because these objects are given meaning, and then these objects mean something to whom? And then this automatically a sense of self gets developed here. It is a misnomer, as Dr. Kokira said. There is no self, but it is that sensation, that feel that arises when somebody names a thing and calls it mother, when somebody names a thing and says, there is a rainbow. You get this feeling. There is a sensation that arises out of that thought process, and it is that feel, the sensation, that through ignorance is being called or labeled the self. So this whole thing gets magnified, compounded from childhood days. Labels, names, conventions, norms, societal practices, cultures, all these things accumulate and accumulate to the point that every word has a loaded meaning to it. Now, in the culture of, some African tribe, if you say something, it might not mean a thing. Even the language, even a sound, a particular sound can mean one meaning in one culture and a totally different meaning in another culture. I mean, we have come across this, although nothing comes to mind at the moment. I'm sure you would have come across such words. So how did that happen? How can one word, one sound, mean something different in another culture and something totally different in another culture? Isn't language also perceptions? Now, the perception that was given to the sound in Sri Lanka can be totally different to the perception of that same sound in another country. Or if I say if we say job to a very remote African tribe, they wouldn't even understand what the word job means or the sound job. So nothing would trigger them. That word would not mean anything to them. But if it is told to a person with that background that you have had, with the stimuli and the objects and the attachment of value to each of those things, with that background, then it has become a thing. But it is not something that is happening to a self. That is the importance of this particular forum that we are trying to bring to the fore, because understanding the fact that this is just stimuli after stimuli that has been programmed, and it is just a system that is occurring, and it is this stimuli that has got a value attached to it unerringly, not out of your doing. There is no one doing anything here. That has now inadvertently, unknowingly and unerringly given a value to it, so that now when you hear about it, because without even acknowledging to yourself that stimuli, the thought, the job, has become valuable to you, because you might have grown up in a background where you know that a job will give stability, a job will give income, a job will give you a good lifestyle, so on and so forth. So even if your circumstances at the moment is okay, you are in between jobs and you're taking a break, the mere fact that somebody is reminding you or questioning you brings up through telepathization the value that has been attached to that particular word. But as Dr. Kokila said, it is only a sound. When did the sound become job? When did the sound become stability? When did the sound become that job that person meant means I am incapable of it, or that's what that person meant about it? How did all that happen? That is because of that value attached to it and the telepathization of all the perceptions that are associated around the job have, unbeknownst to, I can't say you, unbeknownst to the system, has become of value, and which is why that heavy feeling, the irritation, the annoyance comes up at that point. So instead of taking it as a self, if one can, as Dr. Kokila said, look at the thought and understand how did this thought become annoying to me? What is behind the thought? What is this word? How come this word is so irritating? Why did I give value to it? Is there anything here that is of substance? Isn't that word just a sound? That is what we are trying to help analyze by understanding the mind and the mind process, because ultimately, whether it is a societal norm or a convention or an accepted value or anything out there, there is nothing. The fundamental tenets of this Zoom discussion and the teachings of the spiritual teacher is there is no self here. The self angle and that ignorance has to be dissipated. That collapses when one understands the mind and the mind process. It is nobody's doing. That is fundamental, absolutely fundamental, that this is nobody's doing. If one takes ownership of the thought as this is my thought or this thing is said to me, that is where this whole thing really, the pain, the suffering lies there. So if we can understand that the five senses, the sense faculties, are the things that are giving us the perceptions arise through these sense faculties, and without these sense faculties, there is no way that one can even ever experience the outside world, so to speak. Then the stimuli that is coming is realized as just a natural occurrence.
And Surangika, the other thing is, this is this topic that Joel brought up. Imagine a person who's separated. Just imagine someone has separated. Now, it's a big deal as well. Now, like the if someone has separated, and if in a culture where it is a big deal, then people would be questioning about the separation. Then I have some experience. The diagnosis of the cancer, but the patient doesn't want to bring up the topic of the cancer. Stuff like that, they get even they get annoyed. It's only few, but they get annoyed with the idea that there is some problem here in the system, the body. That why is because it has so much power that it brings him down. It gives some sadness, some anxiety. There's so much health anxiety here anyway. So this sensitive points, I would say that would be the better way to put it. I think there are so much sensitive points that we don't understand, and even the society or so-called society, anyone can ask a question anyway. But when separation is a normal thing. Imagine in the world, everybody is separated. Will anyone question about the separation? Oh, everyone is not married. No one will question about the marriage at all. How does this, even one word, bring so much power? Because there is something different. So this is the variety of perceptions we have. If there's someone is married, there's someone is unmarried. So of course, if someone is tall, there's someone is shorter. If someone is having high income, of course there is someone who has low income. So there's always, multiple perceptions. Anytime, any society. But the thing is, how one brings you suffering, and the other way around, it changes this generations. If I'm, because like when I was younger, when we talk like that, the peer pressure, the parental pressure is to marry. And I don't know whether I would do that to my kids. I can't imagine myself doing that to anyone. Well, of course, if they want to, they can, but I can't imagine myself doing that to anyone. So just even before listening to Dhamma, so the pattern of thinking keep changing. But what doesn't change, well, the pattern of thinking, pattern of the world, pattern of the dream keep changing. What doesn't change is this the feeling of self, feeling of existence. That doesn't change. It's always, it's there. That doesn't change. The Lord Buddha, actually, this truth, we talk about this truth. Truth is actually about understanding this feeling of existence. Did you get the point, Joel? Do you get anything about this, the way we talk, or you don't get it?
I got it really, really in a good way. And I mean, this forum is just healing my raw nerves, which have been so raw. So yeah, I'm getting, I'm great. I'm thankful to you all for opening up certain things like this and healing a person. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for asking questions too, because if we talk about Dhamma, we just talk in one kind of language, which Surangika was trying to tell, because we are so used to that, we kind of tend to do that. And I really like to change the way we talk, unless someone like you come who doesn't know anything about Dhamma, but trying to get things, how does this suffering come from? Why am I suffering? Why am I getting annoyed? Why can't I be happy? Even if someone asks me a question, why do I care so much? What is the problem with me? Is it a problem? Why the same thought coming to me? Why can't another thought come to me? Why everything revolves around me? And there's so much value in questions, because the explanation takes time. But yes, an explanation is so personalized too, because the it's so personalized that we haven't seen. I have never seen any of my Dhamma friends. We don't know each other. I know Suranka lives in Australia, but we don't know. I don't know anyone in this. We have like thousands of Buddothpado followers, but we don't know anyone. We just hear their voices, yes, but we kind of get into kind of one form of understanding that You know what our noble friend is trying to tell us, that this suffering is stemming from the feel of existence and the idea that we have, the wrong idea we have. There is a self who is suffering. I am suffering. This is happening to me. I am listening. I am talking. I am acting. Basically, I'm a doctor. If I say I'm a doctor, I mean, I believe that. Sincerely, I believed that before. And now it's like a joke to me. Like, I mean, joke in the sense I'm still a doctor, yes. But what I'm trying to say is kind of, it's in this dream that, you know, how do I believe that this dream is actually real? It's like a manifestation. And the consciousness, basic consciousness, that is also actually due to the speedy vibration of the self sensual organs. That's all what happened. That's all what happened. But we have so much suffering because we didn't know this. But if the suffering is not there, you will be so light, so happy that you can't even explain, and so much tranquility. You will be doing whatever you have to do. You have to feed someone, you will be feeding someone. You have to look after your parents, you'll be looking after your parents. Or whatever. There is some actions, yes, because that's until your breathing happens, your body will have some actions. And until the breathing happens, you will be talking because and mind works, and also you will be thinking. Those are the only few things that we'll be doing. Some actions, some talking, and some thinking. And these things will not stop until the breathing stops. And that's it. So much tranquility from understanding this Dhamma. And you will just try to heal others. That's all. That's all, isn't it? Sranka, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, and the other important point is the whole beauty of understanding the fact that this is a non-self. This whole self-perception is a misnomer. Is that, and this is the thing that fundamentally makes everybody in this society suffer. Whether they are people in wealthy homes or in a poor man's house. We think, wealthy people are great and they're happy and enjoying all the time, but no, they're not. The suffering is given a whole different meaning in this pure truth. But what I was trying to say was, when the self-perception is not there, the whole thing about beating yourself up, there is this entire society, the depression, the suffering comes from the fact that you beat yourself up, that either you haven't done something or you should be doing something or you want something. Something is always, that is the thing that you're beating yourself up. Either you're worried about it. If you're happy and you got something, then you're worried that that will go away or that will disappear. So even in a relationship, you're worried that the relationship will finish or that person might get fed up of you. I mean, I personally have gone through these things because you see the way these things happen. If it is wealth, then if it is a businessman, the businessman will be worrying that the business will fall under.
Yeah.
So either way, there is suffering. And why is there suffering? Because a thing has become real and there is a person to which that thing is happening. But when through this truth, one understands that this is just a process and there was no self here for it to be caused to a person, that this is just a natural phenomena. Now, when a tree is growing in the forest or a tree, a seed becomes a plant and the plant becomes a tree. It takes its nutrients from the earth and it has its whole full root system, all that happens. The branches sprout out. It turns into the sun. It takes whatever from the sun. And then, the flowers turn towards the direction of the sun. Do we say that the tree has a soul there? The tree has a self there? No. It's a natural phenomena that things grow. The seasons change. Plants grow. So why have these human beings, through this ignorance, taken this misconception and said that all these things are happening? They don't say that I have these sensors are there and the sensors are me. The sensors are there now.
And through sensors, there's hormones too, which really
Yeah.
does the same job. Yeah.
No, I mean, if we think that everything is within our control, then, is your blood circulation within your control? Is the breathing happening because it's within your control? How many things within our digestive system is happening? How many things in the respiratory system is happening without your own volition? So does that mean that there was a self there controlling? No, but outside, through the thoughts, there is this whole ignorance thing happening where you think that the thoughts are mine and my body is mine. And that is where the misconception lies. So breaking that down is what this truth is all about. Because once you do that, you stop beating yourself about anything, because you understand there is nothing to beat yourself about. And then if there's nothing to beat yourself about, there is no stimuli, or there is a stimuli still, because the law of the mind, this, what should I say, the natural occurrence of the thought process still occurs as long as, like Dr. Kokila said, as long as there is breath in this body, in the human body, the thought process cannot be stopped. It's a natural phenomena. As long as the sense faculties work, the sense faculties generate sensations and they turn into perceptions, and that gives rise to thoughts, and mind consciousness is born. That cannot be stopped. That occurrence is a natural phenomena that has to be absolutely driven into one's penetrative thinking. It is a natural phenomena. No one is doing it. And if that is well entrenched, well embedded, you can give up the notion that there is a self here. That is what we are trying to shine the light of truth here, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah. The way that the way we misunderstand the whole human body is actually it is so much. It's a beautiful illusion, I would say. Kind of how we change. Like when it comes to the teenagers, how the teenagers feel. The teenagers, how they feel is completely different to how maybe a 20-year-old will feel, because they start to feel the pressures, as Joel was starting to say. I mean, 20-year-old might feel the pressures. The teenagers, they don't have much pressure. I mean, their mother might say, can you study? But, they don't have the pressures of, living or trying to, I mean, very rarely sometimes, very rarely a person may do a job and feed the younger siblings because the parents are not there, something like that. But usually teenagers' world is completely different than if you take the 20s, the hormone starts to, the teenagers, the hormone starts to work, but the 20s, they manifest so much features in the body that is amenable to reproduction. So the reproduction is just part of this system. So what we think about these things is completely, different. So that's where the society comes, the culture comes, the environmental aspect comes, like the genetical aspect comes. Everything comes together. But the actual notion of self is doesn't change from animal to even worm will have that sensation. So it's so beautiful to understand this humanity, as well as you can understand the trees as well. You can understand how even a sea creature, how they change, they keep changing. So it's so beautiful. I think it's a beautiful research, isn't it, Joel?
Yes, doctor. Like, I have another question. I think I have a short period of time, but I just want to ask, when Madam Surangika also spoke about this self kind of thing, are we discussing about our ego?
Actually, yeah. So the you brought it up. So you brought it up, and that's I haven't actually brought it up because it may be too much. Because you brought it up, I would say actually the topic marriage touches the ego. That is the problem. That is the self. That is what it is, isn't it? That is what it is. So but we don't talk in that aspect because our main, because you are new, you just have to keep understanding how this ego happens, isn't it? So the ego happens due to a reason. Ego happens due to a misunderstanding that there is a self. And what we are trying to say is how this ego has evolved into so much powerful thing that suffering is related to ego. But ego in English literature is slightly different to our the way we talk, because the English literature, the ego word is used when a person is so much full of pride too. But that's
like
not
conceited.
So it's complicated when we take the English literature meaning. But when we talk about the ego, actually it is about this self, so-called the alive field here, the actual the self kind of vibration. So it is slightly different what we call ego and what English literature calls ego. So don't misunderstand the words we use may be slightly different to what you call ego. Because if I tell my children the word ego, they might tell, no, I don't have an ego. Like they will be like, no, no. So when they say no, what they mean by I don't have an ego means they're talking about that pride, kind of that aspect. But in our aspect, when we talk about ego, that is kind of a deeper meaning, because every being, even if it's a kind of every being has a ego, but in humans it can manifest like really big because of this mind. Because the mind makes it so big that it is kind of like a bomb, I would say. It is because of that our mind, like kind of this human mind, because the mind makes everything bigger. Does that make sense? Does that make sense, Joel?
Yes. I'm listening to it. Yeah.
Yeah. So the ego is actually, when we say ego, we can take it as a layperson meaning as well. Yes, it affects our ego. But in our kind of deeper meanings, this ego is me. There's no separate my ego. That's the thing. There's no my suffering. There's no my ego. There's no my problem, my depression. There's nothing like that. It's this burning is me. So that is what we are trying to understand, how this has arisen, how this self vibration is continuing to give us problems. The ego has so many meanings, as you said. Every weird topic, some topics doesn't touch your ego at all, but some topics touch your ego so deeply. If someone, a beautiful girl, just imagine a beautiful girl, she's like the most beautiful actress in the world. I'm just taking an example. Someone tells her that you think you are beautiful. No, the goddess type of beautiful person than you. That sentence might not affect a normal person, like, yeah, of course there are, but that actual, if that person's self vibration is too much on that beauty of that person will be so annoyed by that topic. She might run away from that topic, or she might actually not talk to that person ever. So that is how it is. So this we never know where our defilements lie. Like defilements is like where our this egoistic factors are lying, isn't it? Anything else? I think are we running out of time? I'm
Yeah, I
not
think
sure.
we are running out of time.
But we have 5 minutes. Yeah, we have 5
Or do
minutes.
we?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's, I think that self-view and the self-identity itself is what we are talking about in this Zoom, rather than that ego, as Dr. Kokira said, from a Western standpoint. So definitely has a meaning, and it is applicable, as she said, to all living beings, not even only humans, but it is magnified in humans, Joel, because we have such a big mind, and that mind itself is, it's very ironic, because it is, according to the truth, the way it is, the mind itself is required, this egoistic mind. And when I say egoistic mind here, I mean the self-view, the magnified self-view and the self-identity is only in human beings, because of the mind being such a big thing. But that mind itself is required to do the penetrative insight in order to transcend the mind itself. It is you use the mind as a tool to transcend the mind, because there is no way that other animals, I mean, you see them suffering, right? You see them becoming a spoil of another animal, and all that happens to animals. But you can also see that they're helpless, isn't it, in the way the animal kingdom works. When we see these on Discovery so much, the deer gets hunted by the leopard or by the lion, but can they do anything about it? No. Every deer, the fate of a deer is that. But can they get out of that vicious cycle? They can't. And they have a very small mind. That mind is completely incapable of taking them out of this self-view or the suffering and this whole cycle that happens along with the cycle of suffering. But it is man with that big mind of his, which is also bringing us all this suffering. If we continue to have the self-view, it is that same mind that is used to penetrate and see the truth. So that's the beauty of it. But I'm sure if you downloaded the book and you start reading the first couple of pages, you'll start getting an idea of what how this whole thing is unraveling. Particularly, there'll be a good explanation about the sense faculties. And I'm sure you'll have plenty of questions again for this forum as well, Joel.
Yeah, it's so beautiful actually, that because I kind of avoid that word because it can hurt people, because that was actually told by my children too, because they kind of, the way they react, I understand that complete meaning to them, the word ego is different. So kind of I try to be careful, because the listener might misunderstand for pride, or the whatever the meaning that they have, so that actually, Joel, the explaining this Dhamma in English is not easy, because if I say awareness is being taken already. That word is being taken, but we are aware that I'm on I'm sitting down. I'm in a room, and the temperature is so high. I'm aware, but that's not the awareness that we talk about in Dhamma. We talk about, that's why actually we discussed, and Aranwanse has put a different word called super awareness, because the super awareness, what we try to say is that you kind of have the awareness that there is no self. So because we can't say that in a to that normal awareness word, so we kind of put another part to it and try to say it in a different form because the identification is different. Because super awareness, you're not actually just aware about things, you're aware that there is no self. So that's the new normal way that that the how the there's no burning inside. When there's no burning inside, the sense of faculties just work, and you communicate as you did before. You do your whatever the expectations that everyone has, or whatever expectation that there's a pattern of living. That pattern of living will continue. If you are teaching, you will teach. If you are you just continue to do so, and that is not the big deal. Actually, finally the suffering is not there. You will feel so much tranquility, and then you will start actually you will infuse it to others too, like, because it's in vain that if you keep it to yourself, because it's nothing. It won't happen because there's no self. It won't happen. So the understanding of this truth has nothing to do with a religion, though. So, and that's a big, beautiful thing. It has nothing to do with any religion. Any being is suffering. Any being, even having the all the imagine a billionaire. If we say billionaires should be happy, has you can have whatever you want to do. No one will question also, because the first question Joel asked was about social questions. But then imagine this with the social media and stuff, how much social pressure they develop to themselves. It's weird. This world is so weird. So they have, they, even if they don't look at that side, just imagine no one is looking at the Instagram or the Facebook or the whatever the the whatever they have. This I don't even know what they have out there now. So these things, even if you don't have an account or you don't look at them, people still worry, like the even after being a billionaire, if the suffering gone, if you don't feel any suffering, and what point you will suffer is when you have to die, because you have to leave everything you have experienced so far. It's going to stop. No one likes that. No one likes to die. Even a beggar doesn't want to die, because that's the feel of existence. Yeah, this is so beautiful. Thank you, Joel, for asking questions and making this forum so beautiful. And I think our time is 3 minutes late, so we will hand over this Zoom to the next Sinhala Zoom meeting. And we worship Aran Hanse with so much gratitude for being a noble friend. Thank you, Joel, and thank you, Surangika. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Rebecca, for holding the Zoom discussion. Thank you so much. And Shani for starting. Thanks.
The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 48. You can call this a kind of meditation. When you receive a thought, you should look at the mind without the image. It is similar to looking at the theater screen without looking at the images on it. This scene is like nirvana. It is like seeing the truth. Realizing the truth is known as the awakening of the Dhammacakkusaya. Awakening of the Yathabhuta Jnana means you see the true nature of all things. You understand and realize how all things come together to form this illusion. Once you realize the truth, you will no longer be tricked by this illusion, by this feel. The moment you realize the pure truth, you awaken the wisdom of Aloko Udapadi, Vidya Udapadi, Chakkun Udapadi, and Prajna Udapadi. Now you know how to see the illusion. You have to put a great effort to realize the illusion outside. You need to apply the 5 spiritual faculties Sattva, Virya, Sati, Samadhi, and Prajna to realize the illusion outside. Sattva means you are willing to understand what the truth is. You know how to look at the screen and see through the images and be aware of the blank white screen. You are aware that what you see outside is only a feel and that is not real. Sadhanusari is a person who sees the truth in this illusion. You have to develop an effort or virya to see the truth in this illusion. You have to see the truth in every thought you receive. Satya is when you practice being mindful to see the blank white screen at the background. Later, this Satya develops to a Samadhi. Everybody.
Sarana Shani. Thank you for reading the book for us and starting our session. We all pay our homage at Aryan Mahanse's feet, Theruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, and may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. And we warmly welcome to this English Zoom discussion from 2:45 p.m. Sri Lankan time until 4 p.m. And we also thank our technical team, our friends who are behind the screen, always helping us to conduct these Zoom discussions. So as usual, Shani read two pages from the book that we are following, The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2 book. So still we are at the beginning. We are still talking about the thoughts and what is meant by the world created by the sense of faculties. So we are still discussing the very basic facts. So little by little, some light is shed, and now we know that the world, what is called the world, or the materialistic world, is something created at the sensor level of different species, so including the human beings. So the capacity of the sensor faculty will create something, and which is an illusion. Actually, what happens is, due to the speedy vibration, something is created at the sensor level, and the functions of the sensor faculties will together form what's called the thought, which is another form of vibration. So everything is a thought, basically. So thoughts are whatever you name, it's a thought. House, trees, daughter, son, mother, car, everything is a thought. So why we say that the thought is an illusion? It's simply because due to the speed, something is created by this sense of faculties, but due to the ignorance or avidya in Sinhala, it's assumed that it's what is there, it's really existing, but it's actually a picture created or a reflection created in the mind. It's a collective function of the sense of faculties then and there, which creates some form of picture. So we either get attached, clinging, or we reject, or we feel averse to these thoughts which we think is really outside there. So this is the basic teaching of Buddhist philosophy. Actually, Buddhism is not a religion. It's not another religion, but it's a kind of philosophy. So irrespective of the culture, irrespective of the original religion or the geographical situation, any person can study this and see the truth. Lord Buddha used to say, come and see. I mean, he never asked us to blindly believe what he said. He said, each of you can come and see this Dhamma and then understand it to yourself. What is meant by this Dhamma Chakshusha, which was mentioned by Shani, is that opening up of your wisdom. Actually, it is not the physical eye, but it's also, I mean, can be called as a third eye, where it's the wisdom which is used to understand this Buddha teaching. So I warmly welcome all our friends who have joined Dhamma discussion today. We can start the discussion on some topic or something that was read just now from the book. Teruvan Saranai, all of you. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Teruvan Saranai. Yeah, we can start a discussion if someone can actually bring up ideas, that's also fine. I think in the book reading, are we slowly going towards the field, or have we finished that bit? Yeah,
Still, I think we are just sort of halfway like of that. Still more to read on that topic.
Yeah. So either any one of you can bring up an idea.
Thiruvaan Sannai, Dr. Kokila.
Thiruvaan Sannai.
Friends in prayer, worship to our Mahansa. If our friend Joel doesn't have a question, I'd like to ask, maybe we can ask him to just interrupt and ask any question that he has during our conversation. But until such time, I was just wondering whether you can elaborate more on the mind consciousness and the feel, and the thing that we say, happiness without happiness and sadness without sadness, the distinguishing between the emotions and the feel. How when we try to discern the sensation arising from the sense faculties, we've discussed this, that the mind consciousness is the trickiest of them all. I think, Dr. Sakuntala, you dealt with it a little bit today in the morning Zoom discussion. I think quite a few people asked various questions as well, but just on that aspect about distinguishing the sadness arising from the mind consciousness as an innate feature of the mind consciousness, and the sadness as an innate feature, as opposed to the sense of heaviness that we identify separately as self-vibration. If you can just give a few more examples than the usual example that we always give about the Buddha scolding the venerable Buddothpado and sending him out of the thing. And the typical other example we give, like, when we meet a friend after a long time, there is an initial sense of happiness. But that is just in the periphery, or almost like a surface-like happiness. It doesn't really, there is that calmness that is deep within that remains unperturbed. If you can just give a few more examples, because I think it would be good to clarify that a bit more, Dr. Kokila. Thiruvaan Sannai.
Yeah, that's
Hello,
really
doctor. Hello, doctor.
Thiruvaan Sannai.
I'm Joel here, doctor.
Yeah.
Connecting my question to Madam Surangika, what she asked about this mind consciousness. Yesterday you said about how to come out of the mind and live happily. I didn't understand that. So can you just give me a clarification on how to do it? Thank you.
Yeah, they both are related questions. So, okay, going, I think Surangika won't mind if I start from Joel's question.
No, of course not.
Yeah, so I think here, I don't know whether Joel can remember, I started talking about mind consciousness or the thought. It's a thought. So this, I'll elaborate in such a way, I don't know whether that will clear this, but I'll try. So just imagine this current dream. What I call the dream is just this world. So when you wake up in the morning, can you see that the whole lots of things, like I have to quickly get ready, dress up or cook something, send the kids to school, go to work. Okay, has to put the beans out, stuff like that. So there's so many things. They are just thoughts. So that is the mind consciousness. But the problem is, the mind consciousness has that, because it acts very fast. If you research about this mind consciousness is very, in the sense that anyway, the consciousness, when the word consciousness comes, you feel like as anything is existent because of the other way around. If you feel something existent, we call it consciousness actually. So the consciousness is where we feel something happening. So in that sense, the mind consciousness is that we feel like mind is existing. That is due to the very speedy occurrence of these stimuli. Stimuli, Joel, when we refer to stimuli, it is each and every thought. Because thoughts happen very fast. We even can't differentiate that we are driving as well as listening to music. Or we are reading a book at the same time. You hear the background, a noise in the garden. So, or anything like that, you're cooking, you're at the same time, you're concentrating on a podcast, something like that. So, but according to science as well as Lord Buddha's Dharma, each and every stimuli is quite different and they arise and they subside without our knowledge. But the thing is, this because this happens so fast, we can't even differentiate anything like that, and we feel that this mind is existing. But actually, there's no big deal about this because it has happened anyway. But the big deal is that because we have misunderstood this whole thing that it is actually existing. The misunderstanding or the ignorance is the main problem, that we feel that this is seriously existing, but it's actually not. If you can, that with the in Sri Lanka we have something like Torang, or in abroad we have like some fireworks. Even with the in they make I can't remember Sri Lanka the word that they with those gadgets they make up happy 2026. Just imagine like that in the sky. How do they do that? They do that through the very fast occurrence of lights. Similarly, it's a simile. It's a metaphor. Similarly, that is what happens in our systems too. It's very fast occurrence of the vibrations in the eye that we feel as light. Very fast occurrence of the air. Actually, they are receptors. There's so much receptors in this body. That is why we feel alive. So those when the vibrations happen so fast, that is what we call actually sound. At the same time, when these get activated at the same time, a thought process starts. That's how a child actually starts to think. If you go back to the child life before thoughts start, you can't remember anything. Why? Because that's the time that you felt. You just felt. But then thought starts to happen, and first thought may be mom, then second thought may be dad, or even bayang or something like that, because we use so many different words. Or you may say in some houses they may say dada, mama, it's quite different from each household, but whatever the words, whatever the perception, the idea is to identify something. So when we feel something, we try to identify. That's our human nature. So coming back to Joel's question, what we really do is we understand what happened. That's all what we do. So we understand that before becoming trapped in this mind, because it's actually a trapping, because you can't feel anything anymore. You just keep thinking, because you get up, you see the bathroom door, you know, it's a bathroom door, even though you're not even conscious about it. You're not even, you know, thinking about it specifically. But if you were supposed to ask someone what happened in the morning, or what happened before the fall or something, they will definitely say, I was going to go to the bathroom door, but something was there on the floor and I just slipped on it. How did that happen? Until such time, they didn't pay much attention that they are going to the toilet and all that. But it is there underlying. So the mindful world, or the mind, or this dream, I usually call it dream because it's much easier to understand. So that the night also you might see a kind of a dream with all the perceptions. Can you see? If you see your, we'll take an example, you see your friend in your dream, you definitely know it is a perception. Perception is kind of gives you idea that it's not real. Even just by saying perception, you know that it's not real, because you saw friend in the dream, but you know it's not real. The problem in the real world is because you feel like living, because this skin is working, eyes are working, ears are working, tongue is working, you know, so and there's a thinking process as well on top of that. Now you feel like alive and you feel like you're inside a world. That's the thing. This has to be actually understood first. Understanding only leads you to understand that actually the duality that now directly in front of me is a door now at this moment.
And Dr. Kokila, there is an interruption from time to time. Don't know whether it's from my side. Others must be hearing. Is it Surangita? Do you all hear Dr. Kokila properly?
Yes, we can hear clearly, Sudharma. Dr. Kokila, we can hear you clearly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think Sudharma, you might have to move a little bit to find a better place with the internet. So so when we try to understand the perception, when we try to understand this dream from morning to night, you are kind of in a dream, but we don't know that. That dream is full of stuff, you know, like you do stuff, you talk, you think, when you do stuff, what do you mean by that? So you know, brush your teeth, you get ready, you dress up according to the occasion and go out, come back, do shopping, cook something, eat something, sleep, talk. What else do? You don't do anything else other than that. So, but what actually happens is, these are kind of perceptions we have. For an example, if you are very old, you might actually forget. There's a disease which can happen that you keep forgetting. The perception. If you tell, could you please get up? They don't know what is get up means. They just stare at you because they don't know what is get up. Can you imagine that? If you have seen, you will not ponder. It's actually a thing which can happen. So what happens to that? There is a problem in the perception. So that they can't identify the perception. So I'm telling all these things to understand the perception. So the perception of things, people, the story, the day-to-day life, the whole thing, the world is in our mind. So this mind consciousness, every word we say, every word that comes to our mind every simple thing that we do, because we can't do something we don't know. If you say something like ching ching ching, I won't do anything because I don't know what it is. But then if someone knows actually if it's like a proper word, I just made it. But if it's actually a proper word, someone would act, someone would talk, someone would think about it. But if I don't have a perception about that, I won't. So our world is our world. So kind of my world is bit of, English, at times it's Sinhala, but the language is just the way of expressing the mind consciousness. So that's the normal humanity. But the most important thing is Joel's question: how do you actually liberate from mind? It's not like a mechanism you jump out of something. It's actually understanding that this mind is not real, and the value given to this mind consciousness goes down, and one day you can feel this in single stimulus, whatever the thought, you might be able to feel it, like you are actually not in this kind of, you will be directly in the field, and even that, so that's beyond Joel's question. Even that, you can feel if you actually know that even the feel is a mirage, because feel is also there because of the speed of these sensory organs, then you might be able to understand the feel of non-existence, or the absence of duality, because we always have a duality, but the absence of duality. There's no big deal about this experience, but the main important factor of this experience is that you understand this continuity feeling we have, that someone is existing, is broken there, because you understand that actually if the stimulus is understood, that the power of the stimulus is not there, the feel of existence is also not there, and that is so blissful state. So that is the important message here. But the question again comes where how. That's a big question. How? Well, that's the whole Satara Satipatthana, that's the whole Pratipada, that's the whole Satyajnana, that's the whole truth. That's knowing this properly, knowing how this system works, knowing how humanity works, or even how an animal works, or how any, investigating on every aspect of living being, because every living being feels the feel of existence. Can be single cellular organism. Like we call them bacteria, but the bacteria doesn't know that it's a bacteria. But the single cell organism. But even that single cell organism have a vibration, so that there is some activity, so that also feels the feel of existence. But the beauty of the humans are the single cell or multiple cell organisms, or even animals. That we know animal world. Even animals, they don't have a expert mind system, so they can't really understand the mind as well, because the humans have a mind, yes, but they can actually understand the mind too. That's the beauty of that. So the understanding the system of mind, system of sensory, other 5 sensory organs, system of feeling existent, system of feeling alive. How does we get into the notion that we are existing, we are alive? That is how it is. That is how it is. And there are if you say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, if you ask me how am I going to liberate from mind? There are so many factors into that. so many. I don't know whether I can finish it, but there's so many. One is having a very deep keenness, or keenness, or if there's any other better word for that, like a really keen to know the truth, keenness to know the truth. I would put that as one, because only few people will feel any interest in this, because people are interested in seeing movies, people are interested in seeing a scenery, people are interested in having maybe touching your partner or anything, any bits and pieces. So these are the like experiencing the sensory organs basically, but very few people would be keen to understand what happens here. There are so many, actually. If you research about the world, there are so many who are trying to understand it. So many neuroscientists, so many the physics, or even neuropsychiatrists, because there's so many attachments. And in spirituality, people who are interested in spirituality, they all research about this. What is this consciousness? How do we feel alive? What is the difference of being like feeling alive here and the animal feeling alive? Why there's so many different patterns? Why one person is different to other person? Why twins are different? What is happening after birth? What is happening after death? How is this power different? How can we kill someone at one point and cry with sadness in the other moment? How is our power changing so rapidly? How can we like be jealous of someone at one particular moment and also at one point say that I really love you? So how can we do this? How can we change so rapidly? There's so many questions out there. Nobody wants the answer. They just go on and on and on. And suddenly when closer to death, they think about, oh, where am I going now? I should go somewhere. Yeah, they're planning where to go, basically. So that's how it is. That's how normal our day-to-day life. That's fine. I mean, I'm not telling anything against that. But what I'm trying to say is only few people are keen to find the truth. So that would be one, I would say. And actual effort to find the truth, because you can get a small curiosity. Okay, what is happening here? Oh, next time, I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. Just I don't know, who cares? You give up. So that you have to have an effort to actually research about this, and ability to research, because you have to have a good kind of deep inquisitive concentration ability to research on something. If you're so flustered you can't research on something. And the other thing would be actually have a proper mind system, which is not affected by any psychedelics or any drugs, I would say, substances, or which is not always corrupted with other stuff. Because when you have so much, if you're fighting to survive, or doing a job the whole day and trying to earn money and survive, that is the only thing you will be concentrating on, because you don't have much time. So the time kind of I would say some physical and mental, some peace would be very much good for this. And ability to appreciate the different personalities, or kind of different entities, where there would be people out there who would feel better than you, kind of who would feel wider than you, that I would say, not better than you, because it's all our experiences are through our 5 sensory organs and the mind. But we have different abilities. They are different. They are very unique sometimes, and we have to appreciate that. And if someone is telling a kind of a practical thing, you can listen to and see. That's where we start to change. If there's something that you hear and you feel that it is kind of true, and you feel that, because if you have like a good quality mind, without without any crazy ideas like needing to earn money, like you have to do something, or you are overwhelmed with some emotions. In that moment you can't do this, but if you actually have like a small time for yourself and then some calmness, that's enough. You just have to have some peaceful moment to understand these things without any craving for any sensory kind of organ or a thought. So if you get all these things, you might not get all these things at one point, but you might get here and there, because you might take a leave and then go for a walk.
Teruvan Saranai, my dear friends. So, once again, we have come together to listen the profound truth. In other words, which has been preached about 2600 years back by our Lord Buddha. So, this opportunity was given by our spiritual guide, the most venerable Buddothpado. For that, I'd like to pay my humble worship at him. Before we start our explanations, I would like to recap the things that we have discussed or we have learned in previous sessions. So the most important thing that we is the fact that saying the world is our mind. So we got to know how Lord Buddha said like that. We learn how this world is represented with a thought. So ultimately we realized the building block of the mind, or in the other word, the building block of the world is a thought. So investigating how one single thought gets created would help us to understand everything about the world. The world in the sense It contains your friends, your home, your social relationships, your social interactions, and also it includes yourself also. So that means any thought, if you try, if you try to understand one single thought, that means you are trying to understand the entire world. So again comes a question for us. It gives rise to a certain question for us. How you say so? So as I told you earlier, the building block, the unit, the ultimate building block of the mind is the thought. So how do we say the thought contains everything? The thought contains every worldly perceptions. So in order to see that, in order to realize that particular thing, you have to understand how these thoughts get formed. So in Pali, it says the truth of Samudaya, Samudaya Satya. So if you are able to understand how these thoughts get formed, that means that you are understanding your mind. In other words, you are realizing what sort of a world this is. And also at the same time, you will be able to understand the impermanence nature of the thought. So what does that mean? The impermanence nature. Anitya. In Pali terms, that is called the Anitya. So people tend to believe in conventional Buddhism, monks most of the time, monks will say this Anitya, the impermanence. The word impermanence refers to the things that the materialistic thing, the decay, or the decaying of the material things. So as an example, they try to point out that that ourselves, our body our body does not remain as it is. It gets older. As you grow older, so your body, the appearance of the body will also grow older, and also until the later stages of life, after the death, what will happen to the body? It will decay. At the same time, that principle is applied to the rest of the other worldly objects as well. And they try to show us everything you deal with, everything you interact with. Nowadays, basically the materialistic things, ultimately what will happen, they will broken down into pieces and they will decay. So in the conventional Buddhism, these monks, try to emphasize this fact as the anitya. But we must understand this is not the true Buddhism. So everybody knows these worldly materials are not permanent. So even before Lord Buddha came into this world, everybody knew that. So if you are born, you have to, and death is inevitable. If some kind of a materialistic thing is there, so it will be broken after even 100 or 1,000 of years. So that is not a new thing to reveal into the world. So, but we know Buddha revealed something new that never heard before. But the anitya, if the word anitya refers to that was not a new thing. Everybody knew that. But what Lord Buddha said is, as impermanence, all refers to the thought. In the sense, in other words, we can say your mind is not permanent. The impermanence nature of the mind. That is the unique thing that was revealed by Lord Buddha. So people tend to think, people was believing that their mind will remain static. So after even birth, some kind of a consciousness will travel from one soul to another. So most of the people nowadays even they believe that these kind of things happen to us. That's why they believe in gods. So after being dead, you will be going to heaven. You will be going into heaven. You can end up. You can join the noble status in heaven. Or if you do bad things, you will be gone into certain unpleasant realms or hell, or you will have to stay with evil if you do bad things. So likewise, people were believing that. Nowadays also the same kind of beliefs are there. They believe that after the birth, after the death, your soul will be traveling from one place to another like thing. But Lord Buddha said this, what Buddha said is totally different to that. But people who got some misunderstanding about Buddhism are saying Buddha has said so, but that is not the true Buddhism. Buddha didn't say action and effect Dhamma. Action and effect mean if you do good things, you will add more merits to your soul. If you do bad things, you will accumulate sinful things into your soul. So that is the action and effect Dhamma. But it has been there even before the Buddha's time. People were believing those kind of things. But what Lord Buddha revealed to the world is something totally different. Something that had been not there before. What was that? That is the cause and effect Dhamma, not the action and effect Dhamma, cause and effect Dhamma. It is somewhat similar. It has some kind of people get some confusion in between two things because they are more or less similar in nature in their wordings, but there's a huge difference between cause and effect Dhamma and the action and effect Dhamma, which was practiced even earlier times before the Buddha's arrival. So we have to be very careful when you start to understand this truth. So Buddhas do not, we can't say Buddha revealed some concept that has already was there. Buddhas, every time Buddhas reveal never heard before Dhamma. What is that? That is the cause and effect Dhamma or dependent origination Dhamma or Paticcasamuppada Dhamma. So what was trying to say through this, what is the message that Buddha was trying to say through this dependent origination? That is the impermanence nature of the thought. In other words, the impermanence nature of your mind. So as at the same time, Buddha said, Chitte niyate loko. That means your mind represents your entire world. So now we can figure out it as through this dependent origination what Buddha really wanted to emphasize to the world is the impermanence nature of this world. So people tend to think, Buddha has told the impermanence nature of the materialistic things. No, that is wrong. The materialistic things that you engage, that you interact in day-to-day life are not the things actually existing. If you understand this Dhamma very clearly, the material things that you interact with are also thoughts. So it is very difficult to understand as soon as you hear these things, because how we can understand these materialistic things are thoughts, and also the animals, the humans, the universe, the planets, and the earth, as well as yourself, are also thoughts. Because of they have been made through the thoughts. Since the thoughts are not permanent, that means this worldly, that we can realize the worldly things are also impermanent. That is the impermanence which Lord Buddha expressed. It is not the anitya that ordinary conventional bhikkhus say. It is not the dismantling the things, the objects that are there in the world. All the through the cause and effect Dhamma or the dependent origination Dhamma, you will understand how these worldly perceptions get formed. So, if I tell it in very brief by the senses, with the action of the senses, the certain perception will be formed. So, if the perception happens to be the light, that process is called the vision. Through the vision, your senses are capable of generating the light, creating the light. In similar way, your ear faculty is capable of producing sounds. In the same way, the taste buds or tongue will create you a taste. So all these perceptions will come together to form a brand new kind of a perception. That perception would be an apple. It is another kind of perception. So where this apple got originated in the mind. So can you assign a particular place for that mind? No. This happens as a result of combination of all the impulses that are coming from each and every sensor. They are also themselves electrical impulses. But each and every electrical impulse had some kind of a perceptions because there is some kind of a field underlying. This field gave rise to certain perception. If the perception happens to be the light, in the sense for that process, we call that we are seeing that particular red color in the apple. So similarly, in similar manner, so we hear the sound of the apple. Somebody said at the age of childhood, at our childhood, somebody said this kind of if this kind of a figure is shown to you, you call it as an apple. So that perception also comes along with that initial perception. So what will happen? Those two get merge each other, and also you get some kind of a taste in it. So that perception also comes along with that from that particular sensor. So all these combine each other to form the perception of an apple. But the apple is not real because it is a mental creation. So as it keeps on coming again and again and again, we tend to feel like this apple is as a real thing, because your touch sensor also gives you kind of a feeling of a 3D nature for it. So, and also the texture. You tend to feel the consistency or the texture or the hardness of the apple. So that will, so you get convinced that this apple is a real object. So then what happens? If there is an apple which is really existing, there should be some kind of a living being to perceive, feel that existence of the apple. So what is that? If you, whenever you tend to feel some kind of thing, some perception as real, so that perception itself gives rise to another kind of a perception of a person who is there to feel that particular existence feel. So then another thought comes. So who is that person behind everything? That person is me. So you think the person who is feeling that existence of this apple is me. This is the way how yourself has been built. It is as it happens as a result of certain processes happening in the nature one after another. So this is well explained. This can be well explained through this dependent origination Dhamma. This is the dependent origination. This is the cause and effect Dhamma. This is not the action and effect Dhamma. Buddha revealed this thing, how your worldly perceptions became a live thing for you. At the same time, how your existence feel bring about. How you feel that you are a living being. That is well explained. That can be very well explained through this dependent origination Dhamma, not by the cause and effect Dhamma. That's why every Buddha who has been born so far have revealed this Dhamma, and they got the state of Buddha understanding this cause and effect Dhamma, not the action and effect Dhamma. That the cause and effect Dhamma or the dependent origination Dhamma is a Dhamma that had not been revealed by that certain era. Within that certain era of Buddha, people were believing about karma in the sense, if you do a good thing, you will get a good result. If you do a bad thing, you will get a bad results. And also, these results tend to get accumulated within your soul after after your death. You will be gone to somewhere lower or higher realms according to the amount you accumulated through your actions that you performed during your lifetime. That is the karma bhumi, or the action and effect dhamma. It is there. It had been there even before Lord Buddha came into the world. They were practicing these things. They were believing on these things. If you do a good thing, you will add more merits to your soul. And if you do bad things, you will collect bad merits or bad sinful things into your soul. So at the end, after your death, these good merits or bad things will follow you. So that will direct you either to the heaven or the hell. See, all these things are beliefs. People were thinking like that. Those are again your thoughts. You think like that, but you really don't know these things going to happen or not. It is a fake thing, a fake kind of belief. So if that is actually, we can't say it is a very good bad thing, but that is all right, because in the absence of the real truth, so people will behave as good persons during their lifetimes because of they are very afraid of doing bad things, and they will behave as good persons in the society because they get some kind of a scary feeling that they might have to go to lower realms if you do bad things. So that will prevent the person to, that particular person to do bad things to the society. At least for the society, it is a good thing. But Lord Buddha said, what Lord Buddha said is totally different from that. If you are able to see this, if you are able to realize this cause and effect Dhamma, there is no place for the action and effect Dhamma to act upon you. So it is, so once you fully understood this process or mechanism, how your soul gets created, so that will convince you that there is no individual here, living being here. At least for the knowledge, if you follow this instruction, you will tend to realize, you will tend to understand, yes, there is no such a living being here. And you have never been born. Even in the past, I was not here. Only a thought. Only a thought. Except a thought that I am a live human. So you are believing a thought that you are a human being and you have been born on such a date, and you are a person, grown-up person, and your age is this much, and your occupation or your occupation is this, and so and so. All these are thoughts. You think. So once you, we'll take an example. So if you meet with a fatal kind of accident, if you go into a state of coma, so will there be a kind of a self-identity within you? No, you don't know who you are. You don't know whether you will die or you have already born or yet or not. You don't know anything. So after some time, if you get up, if you regain the consciousness after the state of coma, you don't know actually what is your name even. You don't know that you are living person or not. So all the things have to be fed from outside, little by little. Then again you will tend to feel that you are a living kind of a being. So how these things were fed? Through the thoughts. So you know how the thought have formed with the sensory inputs. So in the absence of the senses, so you won't feel like that you are a living being. So then you have to find out, then you have to understand what sort of a thing these senses are, how these senses behave, what is actually meant by a sensor, how these sensors capture this light, sound, taste, smell, and so on. So there is some kind of a investigation has to be carried out to understand your senses. So if you do this experiment, you will realize actually there is nothing called senses as such. All these are electrical sparks. So electrical sparks gives rise, electrical sparks give rise to certain kind of perceptions. If this perception happens to be the light, that is the point where your I is born. So at the same time, you tend to feel this light as really existing thing because of the energy that carries along with the initial vibration. So it tends to feel that light is as a real thing. The same way, the sound will be generated within your senses due to the resonance or the telepathization. So you know how this telepathization happens. Yesterday and day before yesterday, we were talking about those things. So if it happens to be producing kind of a sound, that is the exact place where your ear faculty or ear sensor is born. So all these perceptions come together to give rise to another kind of a brand new perception, that is the apple. It is also a projection of a electrical impulse. So, but with that impulse, there is kind of a associated feel there, the existence feel. So that makes us to feel this apple as a real thing. At the same time, there should be some kind of a living being beside to feel that the existence of the apple. That notion comes along with that initial perception of the apple. So another kind of a perception comes together and combines with that perception. What is that? That is the self. So now you can realize the self, yourself, is also another kind of a thought. So you are living in a world which has been built with the thoughts. Due to the rapid occurrence of the thoughts, you don't feel like your mind is as a impermanent thing. You feel like mind is as a real thing, because these signals or these perceptions keeps coming again and again and again in a very rapid phase. So you don't feel like they are not real. You tend to feel like they are real because the repetitive production of energy will accumulate and give you some kind of a feel of the existence of that particular perception. So for that particular perception, the notion of I comes entangled to that. Notion of the I comes and ties up. So from that point onwards, you tend to feel that I am the one who seeing the apple. So in that case, in that certain instance, the apple became real, and also I myself has also became real. So, but if you understand this entire process, you will be, it's not very difficult to understand. There is no kind of real kind of things that can be taken as real things here. Neither the light nor the perception of the apple. So if these entities, if these perceptions are not real, is there a chance of creating a self which is real? No. That one is also, you will realize it as a perception only. It is due to the electrical impulse, electrical power that has been generated within that initial perception of light, sound and taste and smell. You tend to feel that you are living. So, if you are able to understand the nature or the behavior of your faculties, that will enable you to comprehend who you are. If you are able to understand this, the impermanence nature of your faculties, or if you are able to, once you become able to understand this, light is a not real thing, the sound you hear is a not real thing, and the taste you feel is a not real thing, is there a chance of creating a self which is real for you? No. There's no chance of creating a living kind of a self here. Because with this understanding, you know for sure there is no so-called perceptions of light, sound, taste, smell, and other perceptions as well. The way this is get formed, how the way that this illusion is formed is well described in this explanation of 5 aggregates. That means Skandha Vigrahaya, explanation of 5 aggregates. The 5 aggregates in the sense Rupa, in Pali terms I'll tell, Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankhara, Vijnana. Rupa means the initial vibration of the sensor. So that will create some kind of a impulse within that particular sensor. So then it starts to come again and again. So it will create some kind of that repetitive happening is called Sankhara. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya. Sanya means you tend to feel light. That is the impulse, or that is the perception, or the signal that you see. So if it keeps on coming again and again, it will create some kind of a real feeling. So all these things get combined each other to form a thought. That is the apple. So that apple also has some kind of a real, is able to give you some kind of a real feeling with it. So vinyata. So if this becomes real for you, if the apple becomes real for you, invariably, involuntarily, unknowingly, the creation of self behind that is unpreventable. So that's why this understanding this cause and effect Dhamma is important, because that will enable you to understand that you are living in an unrealistic world, in a simulation, or in an illusion. Once Lord Buddha said to his own son, Prince Rahula, the reflection that you see through this water puddle, through this water, is the world that you live in. So what Prince Rahula saw? Own reflection. Why he saw his own reflection through the water? Because he peeped into it. So as long as you think this world is as a real, including yourself, that will create more worldly perceptions for you. So that will compel to be in that, to stay in that same illusion. So if you are able to understand the entire thing is as an illusion, from that day onwards, and also you will get you will understand, and also if you are able to understand yourself is also a part of that same illusion, from that day onwards the perceptions that are received through your senses won't make you to take them as real. Because you know these are thoughts. The thoughts are not real. They are electrical impulses. So the electrical impulses have been created as a result of the functionality of your own senses. So I myself is also such kind of a thought. So you will be no longer keep clinging onto this perceptional or materialized material world. The clinging will be lost because you know these are thoughts. This is the impermanence nature of the thought. This is the impermanent nature. This is the way how you should describe the impermanence nature of your mind. So that is called anitya. So if you are able to see this truth, from that day onwards, other than clinging into the worldly perceptions, you tend to live without clinging, without being attracted towards these things. So that's why Lord Buddha said, this greed, extreme greed, is the causative thing that we will be carried along in this journey, carried along through this sansaric journey. So if you are able to see this truth unknowingly, unintentionally, without involvement of anyone else's interference, engagement, you will be able to get away from that this illusionary world. So eventually what will happen? The greed that you had towards the worldly perception would not be there with you anymore. This extreme greed won't come. So in the absence of extreme greed, so you don't get the intention of keeping that worldly perception as it is. So the attachment towards those things will be lost. The greed will be lost, and the attachment towards the worldly perceptions will also be lost. Because you know there is no person here. You know this is only a thought. I myself is only a thought. So is there a point of keep this clinging towards these thoughts anymore? No. You don't feel like keep it as you want. So what you do then, you then let it go. You just be an observer. So you just keep observing what is happening in your mind. So how these thoughts get formed, how they disappear, how they try to make some kind of a change in you, how you get, how the detachment comes within you. So you can deal with as ever before, as earlier as before. You can engage with worldly things as before. Nothing would change. But you know, with this understanding, there's no kind of a extreme craving, extreme greed towards these worldly things, because you know these are not true, and no attachments will be formed. So that will enable you to comprehend more and more about this illusion. So that is the path. So it would be self-evident for you. So earlier you had a feeling of the existence of yourself, but it starts to dissolve little by little, because the craving that you had earlier towards certain things, now you don't feel like keeping them as they were, as they are. Just let them go, because you know everything is created within your mind, and it is not under your control either. It is the nature giving rise to newly thoughts, newly perceptions, is the way that Mother Nature Mother Nature execute. So let it happen, but you know there is no person in anywhere. So it will bring about a peaceful mind to you, a calm mind to you, the stillness to you, a kind of a stillness into you. And also you are become most aware about what is happening here. So this awareness will improve gradually. So that will finally what will happen? It will stay static. It will remain static forever. That is the super awareness. That is not the awareness that ordinary people say, keeping your mind focused for a certain kind of stimulation. It comes through the concentration meditation. It describes in the concentration meditation. That is not the awareness that we talk here. This awareness only comes through this understanding of reality. So that is come to only the penetrative insight. So it will remain with you irrespective of your posture, irrespective of your activity, irrespective of your nature. So it will remain with you at the daytime, at the night time, as well as whenever you perform your day-to-day activities, even you are working, even you are talking, even you are doing your office work, it will remain with you forever, the super awareness. That awareness only comes through the understanding of this truth. So, yes, I think for today's session, I think it is enough. So we can talk further tomorrow as well. So until then, just try to recall these things and try to figure them out very slowly, silently, and do it as an kind of an activity, So you will be able to realize on your own. So, and that one, if you tend to feel that actually there is no living being here, at least for the knowledge, that is a great achievement. Try to understand this Dhamma. So allocate some small period of time to do this research or the experiment. Come and have a look and listen to these Buddothpado sermons. So after listening one or two sermons, you won't able to grab it, but keep on listening again and again. So try to figure them out carefully, slowly. There's no hurry. So once you begin to understand this thing, you will convince this reality by yourself. It is something, the truth is something, not only a thing that you get to know. Truth can be felt. This is the magic. This is the true Buddhism. So from that, irrespective of your religion, so whatever you believe, it doesn't matter. Just spend some time recalling or contemplating these things and try to logically think how my senses work. Is there a permanent kind of a mind within me? Then am I really living being? Am I really a living being? So if it is so, if I think, so again it is a thought, isn't it? So all these things have been made through the thoughts. So how these thoughts got formed. So then you will understand the impermanence of the thought. So if the thought is not permanent, so invariably your mind will become an impermanent thing. So if the mind becomes the impermanent thing, so the self, yourself, there's no way of staying a permanent kind of a soul within this yourself. It is also, you will realize it is also an impermanent thing. So all these things are collectively make an illusion for you. Up to date, you have been thinking that you were living in a real world, but you will realize, no, you have been deceived. How you got deceived? By your own senses. Senses created the perceptions that mimicked as real things. So that is the reason why you have fallen into this kind of a jargon. Now time has come to you to awake. See the truth. Get out from this sansaric cycle. So may Triple Gem bless you. Teruvan Saranai to all of you.